inspiring safety record, strong balance sheet, world-class resource assets, groundbreaking innovation, steady and sustainable contribution to nation's social, economical and environmental development. NLCIL Navaratna CPSE under the administrative control of Ministry of Coal, Government of India, a corporate with a human nature, creating wealth for the well-being.
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Welcome everybody for the 10th round of the 44th Chess Olympiad in Chennai, India. I'm Judit Polgar, and with me Mihail Marin, who is going to be helping us with the games.
Hello again, Judit. Hello everybody.
Today I think we are not going to be shortage of excitement because we have an incredible run for the medals. Let's see the standings, how we are right now in the open section first. Because it's going to be some incredible matchups. For example, already on board 1 between India 2 and the young team of Uzbekistan. Well, we're going to be seeing there an incredible match where Gukesh will play against Abdusattorov. They are both, well, not teenagers, but Gukesh is 16 years old, Abdusattorov is nearly 18.
Maybe, yes, something like that.
So what do you think about the match?
Well, of course, these two boys, may I call them boys, on the first board, they had this fantastic start. At some point, Abdusattorov lost the game, but now he's back into shape again. They are their performers. I think it will be a very tough match. We have not spoken so much about the Uzbeki players, but they scored well, all of them. Their performance is over 2,700 each and closer to 2,800 actually. So I think it will be a very tough match. It can go either way. And this round actually takes me back by 30 years. Manila 92. It was the year when for the first time we didn't have a Soviet team. We have Russia and all kind of republics. And the Olympiad ended with the win of Russia, but on the second place we had Uzbekistan. I mean, we had all these countries, England and the USA, Yugoslavia, Hungary, who had been obtaining medals at the Olympiads. But we had Uzbekistan on the second place, and on the third place, Armenia. Well, Armenia was quite strong, but Uzbekistan was somehow surprising. We had Nenashev, for instance, who scored incredibly well on the third board. So we see almost the same teams now there.
So let's go on for the next team. What is the board 2? What we're going to see over there? It's going to be a huge clash between Azerbaijan and Armenia. Actually today, also in the women's section, it's the same pairing, Armenia against Azerbaijan. Then on board 3, we're going to have USA against Turkey. Which we can say that USA, there's a very great chance that they will win against Turkey.
Well, they have no choice. I mean, they have to win the last 2 matches, no matter against whom they play, to retain chances for a medal.
Board 4, we will see also a big clash with the young team of Iran and India. India 1. Which is, and of course those matches are also playing for a medal because they are only 1 match point behind with 14 points. On board 5, we see still 14-point matches between Serbia and the Netherlands, and you can see that Anish is playing very well on board 1, and somehow, even though they're struggling in some matches, they are there playing on board 5, so they still want to clinch to get the medal as well.
He's their best player, I think, no, Giri?
We'll see on boards who are playing and how later on. On board 6, we have already with 13 points Spain and the Czech Republic, which is going to be quite a game also between first board Shirov and Navarra. After that, on board 7, we're going to have Hungary's back with Ukraine. So I'm curious what we can do for Hungary. Board 8 is Germany against Israel. Still 13 points. Of course, the players, the teams who win today, they still have a little mathematical chance, but I'm afraid those teams will not really get a medal who have 13 points. Then we have England against Italy. And then on board 10, we have France against Lithuania. And as far as I know, on board 11, Norway plays.
Yes, so for Carlsen, it's maybe important because in the board classifications, he's on the second place by performance after, of course, Gukesh. Of course, it's not easy to catch up Gukesh. There is a huge difference in performance between them.
I believe that it's amazing that practically Norway has no chance for any kind of medal, while they came here with the hope of having one. But still, Magnus Carlsen is here in Chennai in India, playing in the Olympiad, and he does not care whether they have a chance for medal or not. He's just here, he plays, whether he plays against the 2500 or he plays in the B hall of the playing area, because we have 2 halls, which is quite amazing, because probably before many of the world champions would have chosen, well, if my team has no chance, why would I be playing against a much lower player? I may lose rating points or anything like that. So I really appreciate the world champion that if he's here already, whoever comes, he plays against.
He played all the games with the exception of the first round, no?
I don't know if it was the second or third where he started.
I think it was the second, but no, doesn't matter. But he didn't go out. Yes.
So now let's go to see the women's section, just to see a few matchups there, because it's very, very interesting over there. There are 4 teams who are having 15 points, and India is playing on board 1 against Kazakhstan. India missed the opportunity yesterday to hold the match, and they lost against Poland with an unbelievable match, where the Polish girl who has 9 out of 9 is actually won the game. That was the only game which was decisive.
Yes, okay. There was this rook ending which Vaishali misplayed. She should have held a draw without big problems, but okay. Kielbasa knew, Olivia knew how to use her chances.
We see in the next match between Georgia, who also have 15 points, against Poland. And this is where we see the Olivia is playing on board 3. Again, of course, they cannot miss her out as she's on full score. And this is also a huge match because both teams have an incredible fighting spirit and they both want the gold, I believe. But if it's going to be only a medal of bronze, they wouldn't be upset either. But of course, nothing is sure.
They also have a huge tradition. Of course, the one in Georgia is much longer. It goes back to the times of Gabindashvili. But Poland, their tradition, very strong tradition, lasts for at least 30 years. I mean, the new waves of players coming. And
they always have new talents, right?
Yes.
What about next match? It's on board 3. These teams have already 14 points. Germany against Ukraine. Of course, Ukraine desperately needs to win to try to get there to the podium at the end. Board 4, we have Armenia against Azerbaijan. As we mentioned before, that in the open section also, those 2 teams are clashing against each other. Board 5, it's USA against Indonesia, and US has only 13 points. And I think the biggest clashes we're going to see, of course, in the first match between India and Kazakhstan. Let's see the standings of the open section first. to see really what is the standing, so everybody knows it exactly, because now there are not much that, well, it can happen, but let's say from the 13-point group is not going to be most likely someone who gets the medal. Uzbekistan, an average age of 20. It's incredibly young team. They are on the first spot with 16 points. India too, also extremely young team, which is nearly 20 years of average. They have 15 points. Armenia as well. And then on the fourth place all the way until the 10th with better tie break. That's why you see in this order. We have India 1, Netherlands, Azerbaijan, Turkey, Iran, United States still struggling there on the 9th place, and Serbia. And then we have the players, the teams of 13 points on the right-hand side. So there are going to be huge clashes today, which I'm very much looking forward to see. Let's see the women's section.
Some teams would also be happy with place in top 10 or top 8, or maybe top 6, because this gives them the right to participate to the World Cup, World Team Cup. So there are not only the medals count. There could be some teams which could try hard in the last round. I imagine for some countries, top 10 means quite a lot, I mean, to show the results at home.
Of course, yes. The top 6, for example, in Hungary, I think that is giving some financial acknowledgement also. So in different countries, there are different appreciations on different level of results. So let's see the women's section standings. And there is a huge tension because 4 teams are on the first spot. So Poland, India, Kazakhstan, and Georgia. But of course, today it's going to be some decisive matches, I believe. And only after that, with 14 rounds, we see Ukraine, Azerbaijan, Armenia, Germany is there fighting for a medal, and Indonesia. And then India 2 is there, and India 3 also has already 13 points, but they are fighting still very well. I see Romania, you have only 12 points.
Yeah, Romania started well. They even beat Poland. They beat Germany and Poland, which were better rated than them. They also made some equal match with some strong team, but somehow now they lost yesterday. They should have drawn the match, but they lost 3-1. I would just mention that Poland, who has just joined the top because they were not so up. Actually, they have a big advantage in tiebreak 2 and tiebreak 3. So for them, if the equality persists for the first place, the tie, they may have an advantage. Even though they came somehow from back, they have very good scores. So. This is also important.
Yeah, we'll be talking about the tie-break system a little bit because it's getting important at this stage because it's round 10 and we have the last round tomorrow. But now let's switch back to the playing hall where the games were started already.
Indeed, what is a report without the games? No, we can talk endlessly about numbers and things like that, but the moves really count.
Absolutely, and here we see the Azerbaijan team playing against Armenia. So let's see this match then. Let's bring up the table, the chessboard. Also, we are of course very much in the beginning of the game. It's only move 6. Between Mamajerov and Sargsyan.
There are times when Korchnoi played this system with white to avoid theory against Karpov, for instance.
That was a long time ago.
The 70s, yes.
Let's see the other board. How is it going? Malcolmian against Gusainov. It's already some action. King's Indian. The clash started already in the center. Takes, rook e8, f3, c6. I never played this system with e takes d4, but I know some people like it. Bishop g5.
Yeah, the problem is that, well, of course, there's some concrete play, and white has to act very accurately to retain some advantage, because otherwise exchanges and nothing. But, well, you know, there are these rules of development. somehow mathematically white should be able to retain something if he knows what he's doing.
What do they play here?
Well, I assume that taking on e4 is dangerous. Maybe bishop c4, no. So maybe knight c6. I mean, development is essential. Somehow I feel that knight c6 makes sense.
And the game goes very fast. Bishop b5, h6.
No time for
you have to know what you're doing.
Yes. It's a multiple piece tension
So,
now.
for example, what happens after takes? Can black take this and bishop a6?
Bishop a6 probably, no?
Bishop d5.
I guess you should take on f1, no?
I don't know, maybe... I'm sure this is all theory. And
I remember...
I'm not sure that there is enough here for black. But maybe there is something else. Bishop f6 was taken. Queen f6.
Maybe knight c6... No, but queen...
Well, probably knight d5 is possible, which should be all theory and analysis for the players.
I know that there were times, and maybe the situation still continues, when the Azeri players had... Okay, they had Gashimov in those times, I mean, from the youngsters as a leading player. They were using some rare lines, and I was told that they had secret training tournaments. For instance, there is a certain variation in the Dragon, which is unplayable according to the computer, but they played it very successfully. And also in the Marozi, I remember when I played against Gashimov, I played a normal Marozi, he played b6, bishop b7, and e6 followed by d5. And I saw they had, I also checked the games of Guseinov, I know he was more or less the same generation. I found some novelty, retained some advantage, but he played so quickly. He knew how the position was, and it was a draw. I couldn't. So they know these things. They are dreaming them. It's quite a practical way of doing it, and this can also be such a variation.
Well, we have queen d4 on the board, and you can see that they play extremely fast, so it's definitely home preparation so far. Well,
so it's if we count the pieces, okay. White has to retrieve the piece on c6.
Well, the question is if he takes immediately d takes c or queen d4 first. It's also possible.
Yes.
And only after that. Probably.
But then knight takes b5, and the rook are hanging. Yes, somehow it's not easy. Black is struggling a bit. His pieces are kind of hanging, his rooks.
Well, it should be, I guess, it's a forced story.
Almost draw, probably.
Well, for example, takes, bishop a6, and simplifying the way that maybe white will have a pawn up, but it's not going to be enough.
Yes. And probably they have practice with this, if they play training games and so on.
Though I don't know yet, what is this?
Bishop f7 is also possible, no? I mean, as an intermediate move, if bishop f1. And that would be already serious.
Yeah, this looks that white has
this
two
is
pawns.
Too much, yeah.
So he went queen d4 instead.
Some bishop d4. Knight d4 loses the exchange without anything.
Things are happening very fast here. Bishop d4.
Well, after dc, maybe he's not forced to take, no? Rook e7, maybe. Rook f8. Rook f8. No, yes, rook a7, knight d5. Okay, so rook f8.
Yeah, so black is playing for compensation. Because after c7, black can go bishop e5, and I guess after knight d5 to go bishop e6.
It's a draw.
And then the c7 pawn should be falling off, though it's not over yet, but probably because after check and rook
king f6,
c1, king f6 or bishop d6.
Bishop d6,
and then white has to escape with giving up the pawn. Well, this
if he has to take on b7, then somehow black is not that unhappy.
Well,
I mean-
this is a compensation. If you looked at it enough time, then you should be able to hold it.
Yeah, the pawn on f3 is not making White's position especially beautiful. The second rank. No, of course it's a pawn.
Bishop
but,
pair. Bishop
yeah,
pair.
two
If black can
bishops.
play rook d8 and c8.
H5, H4. If you play H3, is not funny for the endgame. If you allow H3, then you can get mated. So yes, rook f8. I was thinking rook e7, but then knight d5 wins probably.
Okay, we have other games going on in the first board between India and two youngster team, though in this position still Malkumyan playing very fast with white. Of course, he's fighting for little advantage somehow to hold the pawn up. So this game we can say already we know that it's white is slightly better or it's going to be equalizing for black, but this is clear that white is going to be trying to play for a win.
Oh, rook d1 is an interesting move, no? Because if you take on c3, then, well, it's not the same thing. You have to take on
Yeah,
c6.
but still probably it's not
Yes.
so easy to
Yes.
figure out with white
Bishop e6, the pieces stand very well, yes.
how to handle both of the pawns.
And the king means one tempo, the back rank weakness. It's also an extra tempo for black.
Well, it's a question, right? How white can consolidate his position. But many times even the rook endgame with bishop e6 can
Yes.
be considered. But okay, we come back to this later. He did not take on c3, but played bishop e5 because he wants to keep the bishop pair.
So it's a good square probably. I didn't find a good square, but maybe e5 is a good square. Not falling under the knight's attack.
Well, it can fall to the rook's attack after rook d5, for
But
example.
then bishop g7 and bishop e6 will gain a
With a
tempo,
tempo.
maybe, yes.
Yes.
No, of course, this you have to analyze, you have to have practice with it.
Yes,
It's,
yes. And I think they did because black was not thinking much so far, only really several moves. White played rook e1, so he's playing very fast.
Now bishop d4 is not an option because of rook ad1, and
Yeah,
suddenly,
then already rook ad1.
yes, suddenly it's bad. I remember there used to be one of the main lines in the King's Indian Averbach system, where when e6, d takes e6, bishop e6, and then black loses the pawn on d6. And it was also leading to some ending, where you would think optically that black is very close to holding, but you had to know how to do it. Some players didn't hold a draw. So this may be close to that.
I also
somehow.
played some lines in the King's Indian where I offered a pawn. And of course, in those lines, you have to analyze it very deeply to understand the depths of the position, the ideas, what are the simplification that even if you're pawn down, you can hold it. But if you make your homework and the position really gives
Yes.
great compensation, then it's quite okay to play it.
Those were the times before the computers. I think that the evaluation didn't change much, but now probably you can make a draw. Now you can analyze with the engine and be sure about. But then, of course, a new idea, a new rook move, something.
Yes.
It could surprise you. Now nothing can surprise anybody.
Let's go to some other games like the big match on board one between the two youngsters. We are only at move 7 on board one between Gukesh and Abdusattorov, Nadir Bek, because this match is already extremely crucial, because if Uzbekistan will win this match, there is a great chance that for them, the draw is enough in the last round, because their tie-break 2, which is going to be decisive if the competitors, the teams have the same match point, that is very promising for Uzbekistan.
Actually, I think that if they win today and they made an equal match tomorrow, the job is done. But they may even be allowed to lose tomorrow if maybe not so hard, because they have this very good tiebreak. It's tricky, and I think it's good that the first tiebreak is zone-born. It's not the game points which you can more or less calculate and see. Okay, tomorrow I lose 2.5, 1.5, and I'm still a champion. No, with zone-born it can change. So you cannot control it. It forces you to play until the end. I mean, not
Yes,
only for the
because
first
in the
place.
Zonneberg system, we calculate the opponent's points depending on how much points we were making against them. Right?
Yes, if we win 3-1, then we collect three quarters of the opponent's points. If we make an equal match, then it's half of the points, and so on. It's proportional.
And if we win 4-0,
then you collect all the points.
collect all
Yes.
the points. So this is how it adds up between the different teams. This is called TB2, so tie-break 2. And only the third tie-break, if let's say if with Miracle this is going to be exactly the same, only then in this third tie-break it comes the board games, which is also very favorable to
Yes.
Uzbekistan, because for
Yes.
now they made the most table points, which is 28 and a half they have,
But
right?
India is trailing. But okay, if we suppose that they win against India, then all the others, I mean, they're far 23, 24 and a half. I mean, not easy to catch up with them. The Sonopon is also quite a big difference, 302.5.
But actually
Nobody-
it means that when you have more board point, it also means that most
Yes.
likely you have more tie-break to Sonneborg, because
Yes.
it means that you made more points, so you had more point that you received from your opponent also. A little bit complicated.
And
but
yes, India too, they are okay, about 16 points below Uzbekistan, but with big advantage compared to the next ones. So actually these are the teams which scored very well.
Yeah. So what is this? Gukesh is playing with white. It was
Ragozin, okay.
Ragozin with knight c3, bishop b4. I was
Queen a4.
playing it a little bit with black at some period of my career. e3, castle, bishop d2.
You know, this variation has some interesting history. There is a book which was republished now recently by Quality Chess, but they only published the abstract part. It's some sort of manual of positional chess, written by Soviet master Lipnitsky. He had a tragic fate. He died early. During the war, he was sent somewhere where there were radiations, and he got sick and didn't survive. But anyway, he wrote this book. He had some good results when he was young, and he wrote this book. And half of the book is the analysis of this system. Against bishop g5, he analyzes h6. And it was funny that Fischer studied it and started playing all these things. And somewhere after 2000, some players started understanding the merits of his analysis, and they started playing h6 after bishop g5. Of course, there was also a part with queen a4, with all the things. So Alexandrov was one of them, but also higher-rated players. So now it's quite fashionable to play the Ragozin like this.
So what about this after a5? White went a3, bishop c3. This is usually the case, because this bishop is not
Bishop
so
b6 is
promising.
also a possibility to prepare d takes c4 and but maybe then b4. I don't know.
Well, maybe c5
C5.
and b4 possible.
Yeah, c5 is also, of course, it's a matter of yes. In the Bogolubov view,
After a5,
yeah, b4 may be stronger.
I'm not sure
Yes.
that I like it for black. But bishop c3 is kind of logical to take, and then later on to look for knight e4.
And also bishop d7, and when the queen retreats, a4 with a blockade.
He went knight e7.
He wants to go bishop d7 simply.
Yeah, I guess bishop d7, taking on c4 only later
or a4,
on.
or a4 first, yes, a4. No, knight e7 slightly surprises me. I would have started with bishop d7, but okay. About knight e4, there can be some discussion if you really want to attack that bishop.
Well, maybe also another idea that he wants to take on c4 and later on to bring one knight to d5 and the other one in e4
Some
in
sort of
optimal
with
case.
bishop d7, bishop c6, or b6, bishop
And
d7.
maybe, yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
sure he wants to go bishop d7. Maybe,
like a Queen's Indian.
yeah, maybe he wants to have his bishop on b7, and that can be powerful.
And the queen will have to retreat from a4 anyway. I mean, what is
Well,
the
probably
queen?
it's going to be in the next move.
Yeah, and then it means a4. You don't need bishop d7 to get a4.
Yeah. So what about b4 in this position? Can white do something like that?
Okay, actually, this can be the. Okay, this might have been a reason to play bishop d7. Actually. So if you sacrifice the exchange, how is it?
You mean to
I mean,
take?
just is like Korchina used to say, but
Takes.
queen a... Is there something there? Well, queen a5 would be a first question, no?
I think
90,
already
94.
94 will
And
happen.
b6 is coming, no?
Bishop d3.
That threat is not so clear. Okay, bishop d3 is logical, but it doesn't threaten yet. So
Well, I think
b6
I can
maybe.
try to take and move the knight, and then the c3 already not.
Yeah, but it's not.
protected.
No, yeah, I don't lose the pawn in one move.
No.
Yeah, this is what I meant. So b6 maybe, no?
Yeah, b6.
I'm not sure it works, but okay.
Or queen a4, trying to get back to
Yeah.
c2.
Somehow black doesn't have enough.
Black
sense,
played
no?
b6 after queen c2. White went
So
queen c2
no
back.
before, no before.
Yeah, this was somehow I expected that white will go back. So black keeps the tension in the center.
Bishop
because
a6 maybe.
he wants to
an
wait
issue.
bishop d3, either to take or bishop a6.
Bishop a6 because it's nice. If white takes on d5 and exchanges the bishops, then okay, there is a thematical position.
Well, c takes d5 doesn't look so promising.
I mean, you
Giving up.
wanted to put a knight on d5 by taking yourself, and this somehow
Yes.
helps, no?
Yes, but maybe then I can develop my bishop to b5.
But I would prefer ed anyway. I would prefer ed and go bishop a6 anyway.
Yeah, that I completely understand. But even bishop f5 can be
Or
considered.
bishop
at some
f5, of
point.
course. But if bishop d3, then bishop a6. And,
Yes.
And okay, the thing with a4 is always there.
Well, the c3 bishop cannot be so powerful in this kind of game.
Yeah, okay, it inhibits somehow black's activity, okay, because black will have to play c5 at some point, so then maybe the bishop... but maybe black has to play something like a4 and b3, no? Not to take on d5. To try to maintain the tension. I mean, the most consistent would be, let's say, b3, bishop a6, a4, or even a4 first.
I don't know if b3 is.
No, I mean just as an answer to bishop a6, and then the threat is a4 already, I believe, undermining everything. So a4 for white.
But then I think black would go knight c4, knight e4, and if you
Bishop
let's say
bishop
go,
let's
then
say yes.
I don't know. At one point, maybe I can jump all over, or
Yeah,
play
and-
c5, and then this b3 can be also weak after a4.
But I mean it looks like a consistent thing. Of course, it's still double-edged.
Okay, it's an option to play.
I
of
agree.
course.
Yeah, but in principle, if one wants to maintain the tension, there are some Indian lines where white goes like this.
So b6, and Gukesh is thinking, and Gukesh spent quite some time already, because at this point Abdusattorov has significant time advantage, which does not mean so much, but a little advantage that also we see on the screen. You see that Gukesh is very much in deep thought and thinking how he should be set up his pieces and develop, while Nodirbek looks like he knows still what's going on, and he's in his home preparation, I believe.
Yeah, because here it's not so much about moves, but you have to understand the structures. I mean, we mentioned three of the structures. No, one of them is without the C and D pawns. One of them is with the hanging pawns with bishop a6. The other one with b3 and tensions. So it's not so easy to feel or to know where the position is going to. And if you didn't analyze it a bit or played training games, you are a bit on your own. So you have to.
And of course, the tension is very high. Maybe before we move on to the next game, I would like to share the board medals, because, well, of course, the teams are playing for a team medal, but at the same time, it's also nice to see and what the board won means in reality, who are playing and the best players, what kind of result they have. If we can have that up on the screen, then we can show that Gukesh is actually leading the board. Okay, so maybe we can show that later. We have on board 2 Yakuboyev against Sarin, which is a strange opening, I must say. Look at this. Karakan was started, knight f3, d5, knight c3, d takes e4, knight e4. I was playing this knight c3, but somehow black is bishop g4,
Bishop
is,
G4
one of the
problems,
most common. And black played d takes e4, takes knight f6.
And he went for this fashionable move anyway. Probably there is no big difference, no?
Took, e takes f, bishop c4.
It's funny that this variation is so popular now, no? Because the variation is known for a long time. For instance, it was even tried in a World Championship match, Korchnoi against Karpov in 78, but he was suffering. Because practically black is half a pawn down. Pawn ending would be lost. But
we are far from that.
Yes, and the computer started to evaluate positively black's freedom of development and so on, and now many play it.
Well, white is somehow holding back to play d4, and
yes, with this move order. For instance, if now he castles, then bishop d6 is
bishop d6 black can play.
But it's black. Okay, then I don't see any difference.
Yeah, the question is, does
Queen
white
E2.
want to go queen e2 check, maybe?
Maybe an endgame. It's not really an endgame. It's a coinless middle game. No, too many pieces on board to call it an endgame, I think.
Well, this can be the only difference, right?
Yes.
Because if white would be playing d4, most likely the best place for the bishop on d6.
It
it's
looks
simply
like this, yes.
more
yes.
active, and then black can castle, and white maybe doesn't want to go front of the bishop because simply bishop e6.
Yes.
So this seems to be the only difference at first. And if bishop on e7, then it's kind of a better setup
we
for
go back to d4, yes.
for white.
Yeah, because the bishop on d6 is active, and also if white plays d4, d5, sometimes there is the blocking move c5, and you need the bishop on d6 for that. So of course it's slightly better than bishop e7.
Okay, Mihail is thinking after bishop c4 what to do. Let's move on the Pragnananda game, which is a King's Indian also.
Again h6 and white h6.
Yes.
In the same moment as
Same
yesterday.
moment. Sindarov played h6, rook e1, knight d7, queen c2, rook e8.
It was also an Uzbek player that used this variation yesterday, no?
I think so.
Yes.
And after rook e8, already white took on e5, takes, bishop e3. White plays very fast up to here, really spent only a few minutes. So this h6, it seems to be a very fashionable line between the teenagers,
Well, maybe
the youngsters.
Maybe it's an Uzbeki special. I had an almost identical position 35 years ago with white. I had the rook on d1. I played the queen c2, rook d1 system, and yes, h6 and knight h7, knight g5.
So now what black is thinking, of course white's plan is to play knight d2.
And c5,
Also.
and if c6, then install a knight on d6. And
Yeah,
okay.
knight c4, knight d6, white goes b4, that would give a great advantage.
Which actually I achieved in that game, but okay, knight h7, knight g5, knight e6 is...
But my question is, what about knight g4?
Yes.
Is this so bad?
With the bishop on h3, probably knight g4.
Because if the rook would be on d1 already, then the bishop would go back to c1 and
Yes.
wouldn't complain at all.
But still, f5, there is still some play for black, but yes, the
Principle.
way... Yes,
but
yes.
in these positions, f5 not always very good. You have to be careful a lot. No, for now it doesn't work. But
because,
generally speaking, also f5 is you
no,
have to be careful.
With h6 especially, there is a move like g3 and then knight h4. And then suddenly your pawns are under big pressure, especially after this h6. So...
So it's not clear what it gives for black after
c6,
bishop
h3, let's say. c6, h3.
But I'm not even sure that white wants to go fast. Maybe he can just go to d1 and there is no rush for that.
Yeah, but the knight should go to d2. So just to go bishop c1 and...
The question is what the knight is doing on g4, that's all.
Yes.
That's all. So it looks like a waste of time to play knight g4 in some sense.
If f5 is not coming, yes. But on the other hand, if white is allowed to play knight d2, then, well,
Well, usually black should be playing c6, knight d2, then queen e7, so c5 is not possible yet. Unless, because time is a very important element here,
yes.
because after c6, c5 is not possible because still knight g4, and then the c5 is hanging. So after c6, well, h3 is also possible, but in any case, or b4. b4 is also sensible because white wants to go c5 as soon as possible.
And everything is defended. But maybe black plays knight h7, no c6. I think that was the philosophy of the variation. Knight h7, how would that be?
And you plan to go knight g5, right?
And knight e6, because if you go to d2, then you also
f8,
weaken...
knight e6, yes.
Yes, you also weaken the d4 square.
Yeah, the d4 square is something that black can aim for.
If you exchange on g5, then of course I go c6, move the queen somewhere, and then come with the other knight to e6.
Okay, so let's say rook d1.
Okay, let's say knight g5.
Because knight f8 is also possible.
Yes,
that's another way of doing it. After knight g5, I was thinking also queen c1, for example.
Okay, take and
Or-
king h7.
Or let's say I just take, and I go c5. It looks at first that white has a great
Yeah, but now
initiative.
I can go c6 now. Because there is no knight coming to d6.
Yes, bishop c4.
I know, queen e7, let's say.
Queen e7. Now rook d6 is an option to play, or b4.
So
And then black goes
yes,
knight
I
f8,
go.
right? And you want to go bishop e6, or knight d6 and knight d4.
Of course, there are always things with knight d5, some tactical things you have to count with. They don't work now, but and okay, when I reach d4, sometimes you can simply take there, no, and play for a blockade. But it depends how the position is concretely. And the pawn on g5, okay, sometimes it can be weak. For instance, if white hadn't hurried with bishop c4. And play something like h3, then sometimes queen c1 just attacking the pawn could have created some maybe for instance now, yes, one move earlier.
In the meantime, we have a move, because black played after bishop e3, he went c6.
Okay.
Oops, sorry.
So
sorry.
we have this
C6.
structure.
c6.
Of course, c6 it's always, but the king's Indian is like this. You have things to do there and there. On the queen side and on the
Well,
king
probably black wants to go simply queen e7. Keep in mind that knight g4 is always
side.
there.
And knight h7
And
also.
knight
yes,
h7 or knight f8 and knight
Yes.
e6. So there are several ways of doing it. Knight h7 and regroup it, or to play knight e8 and possibly go knight fd7 and knight
Yes,
e6.
yes. There
right?
are. You can shuffle the knights.
So
in
there
many
are
ways.
several ways of doing it. Of course, if black can stop white playing c5, it's an extra bonus.
Yes.
But of course, they analyze it a lot, so they know more or less what they can expect from this game.
Well, he thought for a relatively long time. Okay, I think they more or less know the position, because rook e1, queen c2, and bishop e3 is.
But it looks like it's a waste of time.
To me,
rook
it's a clumsy combination of moves. I mean, if you go queen c2, you should go rook d1. If you go bishop e3, then somehow you don't take on e5 so quick. You understand?
I don't mind to have the bishop on e3, because you want to play c5. But I agree on rook e1.
Somehow the concept is not so harmonious.
We'll see how
Yes,
it's going. Let's see board number 4, which is quite funny. It seems like white is castling in a funny way.
And not too quickly, yes. But he has an extra pawn.
Let's see,
what
it's
was
some
that?
English.
So c6 now, because there was a variation, a very old variation, b5.
Here?
Yes, b5, and then
My
the correct
God.
move is d3.
Phew.
B takes e4, d takes e4, and if anything, h6, sometimes knight takes f7, simply. Yeah, no, this is very old variation. And the engines confirm that no, h6 is not the best move. But then I go e3 and bishop takes e4, and it's better for white.
So let's see what we have in the game.
But c6 is somehow new for me,
c6.
because if b5 c b5, then d5, and the black is.
This
doing
must be an engine move. Maybe we can check if on c6 we had
I have to check
what
that.
kind of
I
game
have to
we
check
have,
that,
because
yes.
sacrificing a pawn in move 4 this way, it is quite amazing. And it is a crucial match. It's very clear that they should be understanding. And the Indian Adiban is very well prepared, it seems, because he barely spent 10 minutes and it's already move 19. This is the position right here, but we go back a little bit to see whether at which point was a real novelty, because Black sacrificed the pawn looking for initiative, which nowadays actually with the engine of, especially with AlphaZero, when we've seen the games of AlphaZero, there is a nice book about it, The Game Changer, where there are a lot of explanation about the games and the depths and of the ideas. You could see that many games of AlphaZero, it shows that just sacrificing a pawn, let's say, and only 10, 15, 20 moves later you understand that actually it really had a point. And this seems to me a similar concept that just gives the pawn in the very early stage at move 4.
Yes, earlier they tried to do this with b5, but it's simply not sound because of d3. That's, so c6 is very fine. No, for instance, with the
Do
position,
we have games on c6?
with the position after knight g3, h5, we have Adla against Darda.
You
Ding
mean,
against
one second, you mean what position? Knight
takes,
e4, knight
d5,
e4,
takes, yeah.
takes d5,
CD,
takes,
CD,
takes,
knight
knight
g3,
g3.
h5.
Wow.
Here we have at least 3 games, so it was Ding Liren against Tari, draw. Deshmukh against Vishnu Prasanas, and Adla against Darda.
Okay.
So what?
And were they recent
E3?
games?
Yes, 2022.
Okay,
Now
so new fashion.
Nizhnik against Sevian, and it's maybe it was
Okay, so let's
transposition.
see what is this, because this is something new. New style,
h4, knight e2.
knight c6. So, I mean, it's really typical of AlphaZero, I think. Sacrificing and then and pushing the pawn on the side. We've seen quite a few examples of AI doing this. d4, queen f6.
So
So Black just
apparently,
thinks that he's okay with the pawn down because
apparently queen f6
is the new move.
is the new move. Yes.
Knight c3.
Bishop
he went,
f5. Bishop f5 was played in Ding Liren Tari.
after d4, right? Move
Yes,
11.
and it seems that there is no. Okay, let's advance because there are some transpositions sometimes, and this 3 is. But no, apparently there are no games. Yes, after queen f6.
Okay, queen f6 he went, knight c3, and after knight c3, queen g6, giving another pawn on d5, which was not taken. But let's see why was it not taken, because knight d5. Let's see, what is this?
Is knight b4 a possibility?
That's what I thought at first, knight b4, but then I'm also thinking about h3, you know?
Okay, h3 cannot harm. Let's say g3, which is
Queen
but
e4.
g3, queen e4. Okay. So h3 is maybe the best.
So
no?
maybe it's this kind. Though after h3, maybe knight f4.
It doesn't threaten that much. I mean, if we play bishop b4 and queen d6, I'm not sure if bishop b4
I understand nobody cares that there is 2 pawns down for Blank.
Yeah, knight b4, yes, but okay, the knight takes h3 is, yeah. you
I'm
got
not
to go
sure
with-
I would want to take that. I mean, g3 I can play.
Yeah, maybe g3, yes, yes.
I don't know. What about knight d5? Can Black just go and develop?
But he didn't take it, and he could take it a few moves in a row, yes.
So I'm a little bit puzzled about this knight takes d5 option. It looks an innocent question, but probably there should be some compensation.
Yeah, maybe just develop, no, as you said, bishop d6.
Yeah, but
Because
how many pawns can you sacrifice without...
No, I mean, okay, but how many tempi is white behind the development, and how can he catch up with it? I mean, 2 pawns should be equivalent with 2 tempi, and you are kind of not so well.
Well, probably bishop d6, and white is still cannot move with his bishop.
Bishop f5, then no, bishop d6 just defends
Yeah.
there. g3 we cannot go. And bishop f5.
Probably
and,
this is the case, and the bishop on c1 is stuck.
Maybe long castle, and
Okay.
after that the knight will be hanging there.
Okay.
So
after queen g6, white went f3, trying to free up the bishop after king f2, I believe. Bishop d6, king f2. So very interesting developments in this game. And now bishop g3 check, king g1.
because if takes, it's mate, no? I mean,
Well,
loses the
exactly.
hg.
Well, rook. Otherwise, it's mate.
I always like to see the variations until the end. I mean, just to
King g1.
to touch the mate.
And then bishop went back to d6. Look at this.
Because now.
This is absolutely
So if
an
king
engine
so-
preparation.
no, but this is a draw for what?
Yes, but still, it's a funny thing. Don't you think so? That black goes bishop g3, king g1, and then you simply go back.
But
so
it's also
they
human. But it's also human. Why? Because
They made a repetition, so went back, and now knight b5 is played. So white, of course, wants to go try something.
but bishop g3 is natural because it spoils the coordination. Or you have to go with the king back, and then the threat hg3 is real. So you go to d6. I mean, yeah, it's.
Yes, but for example, after bishop d6, what happens if I go bishop,
Bishop
d3,
d3,
and
no?
after that I go back?
But bishop h. No, okay, you are hanging. Yeah, that's a question, of course. Bishop f5 probably has, or queen g5. No, e4.
Bishop f5, let's say takes, king f2, but already maybe knight b4 is also as an option, right? Maybe trying with knight b4.
So maybe he made sure that it's worth playing this bishop g3 because there is no progress for white, no?
Sorry?
No, maybe they made sure that this is possible because there is no easy progress for white. I mean, after bishop goes to g3 and go back. Yeah, because actually the position is not bad. Well, maybe the position is a bit better for white because the g2 is defended, no? With the king on e1, bishop d3 was not possible.
Yeah, I mean,
So
that's why, but I think
it
he
is a
wants
bit-
to, I think he just wants to go bishop f5, or maybe possible to play queen h5, and after here, back.
Then again,
but I think
yes.
king can go to e2.
And we didn't achieve anything.
I just feel that there is a different concept, different understanding with using the engine. Because this is the kind of position which I would think that, let's say, 10 years ago, we say, okay, bishop g3, fine, you go back, but what's the real point, bishop d3? But nowadays, when you look at it with engine, and the engine specifically points it out that in the evaluation that it's quite okay and playable, then we have the self-confidence to move on and analyze those positions. So after bishop d6, white went knight b5.
Apparently, the oldest game with this variation was played in '79 in a Swedish correspondence game.
Wow.
So, and then in '93 also, but the results were good for white in the beginning. And so these are only isolated games. And then they started popping up after 2009, 2012. But yes, there are some let's call them old games with it. Yes, it was basically not non-existent, the theory.
Well, it's very interesting, though. Knight b5, bishop b8. White played, after all, bishop d3 at this point. And black played queen f6. This is where we are standing, which makes this game very interesting, I must say.
Yeah, it's interesting because with the knight on c3, I mean, if you had played bishop d3 at once, then queen f6 might have been not playable, because then, okay, maybe white would have really taken on d5 by attacking the queen, no? So this casts some doubts about knight b5. Was it necessary or not?
Well, it's not clear why he went knight b5, but black did not push it back with a6, because he thinks that, what is this doing there, right?
No, he had no time. He had no time yet.
Yeah.
He just got a...
Yeah.
No, but I mean, if he had...
But I'm not sure he's going to be in a rush at all.
No, because...
Now probably there could be a threat, because maybe sometimes knight d4, but I'm not sure he's going to be in a rush for that.
No, but the question is, what if he had played bishop d3 at once to prevent queen f6? That would happen. Then maybe bishop f5, but okay, which is the difference? Okay, there are some nuances which we will not work out so clearly today, probably.
Okay, so we will see the other games also, but before that, I want to share with you, we have a little video about yesterday, and after that we come back. Hello, and we have a special guest today. Right now, we can welcome Yuri Garet, the Fair Play Officer. Welcome.
Hello, Judit.
I would like to ask you several questions regarding what is a Fair Play Officer doing in a chess Olympiad? In short.
I think the right question is, what is he not doing, especially at this Olympiad? The main task is make sure that we have a fair Olympiad, meaning that we should make sure that players do not access any source of information. The way this expands into is unpredictable. Unpredictable because you can only know when you are at a venue. You might think that it is only about bringing a computer in, but then of course it's a mobile, and then it's any device. But then it's also access to, let's say, analog sources of information, so talking to a coach, receiving a signal. So there's a lot we do, and it's not only related to silicon. There's a lot. We have a huge team. It's like 50 people. So in the end, it's also, for example, understanding if you are entitled to stay in the room. Because, you know, when a player ends, he can stay around and he can pass information in many different ways.
So why was it important, and when did you started to check in Olympiads this, well, not security, but anti-cheating measures, and how do you do it, and can you tell a little bit about what kind of cases you bumped into?
Okay, we started, I would say, I would say 2 Olympiads ago. So this is the third time. But this is the first time that we do not have arbiters, but specifically trained professionals. It's different. We no longer fish among arbiters. Arbiters have a different set of skills, whereas a fair play expert or a fair play officer has other skills. For example, we are expert at law, or at least those who aren't, we teach them the basics so that they know how to deal with the situation. We are expert at communications. And I might be talking of a few incidents we had here. Most of them are naive, but they tell you what kind of situations we can go. We had a player who happily went out of the playing hall in search for a toilet, except this wasn't round one. It was unlucky. We had to tell him, you're forfeited your game. And this
Because by the rules, you cannot leave the playing hall and you cannot talk and get in touch with anybody, right?
Of course not. While you play, you're not supposed to be talking to any, you're not supposed to be reading anything, you're not supposed to access any source of information. So, of course, if you go outside of the playing hall, you can access any source because you don't have arbiters around you, you don't have fair play experts, you have no one. So you cannot rebut the presumption that you read or accessed.
So you are trying to search for players who are using some electronical device or helping tool in order to help them in a certain point in a game.
Yes.
Or the whole game. Did you have any case like that in this previous Olympiads, let's say, who you specifically caught and it was proven?
We've had them in tournaments, not at Olympiads until now. Although I think I am not... there is a player who is under our radars at the moment. But by saying that this player is under our radars, I'm not violating anybody's rights, because nobody knows. The name is only known to the fair play officer, which is myself and my deputy. We don't even share it with the team. It's very secret. We are taking unobtrusive measures to understand whether he's playing only, the tournament of his life. This can happen. So he constantly matches computer moves, or if he's gaining access. We do this by a number of observation, for example. We send different people without them exactly knowing what they have to do, and so that he doesn't know that he's under observation. The arbiter gets special tasks, so he has to do a few little things extra. But for example, we're also concerned with other things because our commission is called Fair Play. So we had a very controversial case a couple rounds ago where we had this, about it, we spoke, a draw by repetition in 5 moves, which we thought was basically violating the rules of chess.
So let's say what really happened. It happened that there were very few normal pawn moves, and after that there were knight f3, knight g1 repeating several times.
Yes.
Why is this a problem? Why you decided to give 0 point to both players?
First of all, it wasn't us deciding. It was the chief arbiter in consultation with the match arbiter, the sector arbiter, and the fair play panel. So it was a choral decision. It took us quite a long time, and the captains were also involved. They gave their opinion, and it was a very long process. We knew we were breaking ground. We clearly had the impression that something was going on, but the point is that chess has changed in the past few years. The main objection to this by let's say a casual player would be, but who really cares about my game? I'm on board 92 at the Olympiad and I'm representing a country which is not going to win. Why are you looking at my game? Well, the point is that this was true maybe 20 years ago. But today, all games are on the internet and you're representing your country. And this is an Olympiad, which is the most important event in chess. So we thought it was important that chess is not ridiculed in any way. So sometimes the players understand that they want to draw during the game, and they play a particular line. Okay, you can chop off wood with an exchange variation, or you can, let's say, get into one of those dynamic.
So the problem was that you could understand that there was no intention to play, and it was also a very short game, right?
Not really. It is the fact that if you want to draw you give signals to your opponent in a way. Okay, you get into this sort of variation, which is a drawish variation, and he will accept. But if you want to draw, I don't think this is by playing knight g1. If you play knight f3, knight g1, you're not really playing your best move, which is kind of okay still. You might say that it's not your best move, but it's playable. But now let's look at it on the other side.
Well, it was in 2016, I think, for the first time, when it was practically everything was banned, that players can bring their watch, their pen, their books, practically anything.
2015, I think. It was Reykjavik.
Maybe already Reykjavik, but
Yes.
in Olympiad it was in 2016.
Yes.
And also that not only that the players are checked when they're entering in the playing hall, but also during the game, they have to agree that any moment of the game, whether it's time trouble or not time trouble.
No, wait, I have to stop you here.
Okay.
Time trouble? No. We do not do random checks after a certain moment, unless we have very concrete suspicions, and that's not a random check. That basically we're going for the big fish.
Okay, but it means, let's say, in the first 2.5 hours, any time, more or less, you
Yes.
can go there
Yes.
to a player and check them, which takes, what
Okay,
does it
again-
take and how much time does it take?
It's not more than 10 seconds, and I would also say it's not any time. If you do not go out of the playing area, there's no reason to check you. But if you do go out of the playing area, for example, you go to the toilets for a while, that's a moment where we can. Our experts by now do this in a very relaxed attitude. I would say the vast majority of players by now is relaxed. Although there are a few who still resist, I would call them dinosaurs, because it's... I'm sure they would be the first one to yell if, let's say, a lower-rated player plays a perfect game against them, which is statistically possible. So he was cheating, but then they resist the fair play officer who checks him. Now, they have to invert their priorities and understand that when we do the checks, we do it to avoid the suspicion, so that he can play a comfortable game with a player who's rated 200 or 300 points less. And even if his opponent plays well, he knows he's just playing an opponent in his good day. It happens.
Okay, so the player should be ready and be aware of the fact that in Olympiad, if they are representing their country, they come here, they play in this fantastic event, the biggest celebration in the world every 2 years. They have to be aware of the fact that there are some inconvenience, which is part of the game.
I wouldn't even call it an inconvenience. It's just the game has changed. So it's part of the game, just like in football or any other things have changed, okay? And you get minor inconvenience for the benefit of the game. This is one of them. And of course, the experts know that if a player goes to the toilet and he's looking straight up and thinking, they won't bother him. It's just like, you can tell whether a player is really concentrated or is pretending. Okay, if you're a chess person, you know exactly what he's doing. We all know. As a chess player, you know if I'm concentrated or not. We just give a look and we understand. So the experts are trained into this. Let's say we tell them all the time, do not bother a player when you see him, he's nervous. Now, your next objection is, yes, so if I cheat, what I would do is I pretend I'm nervous all the time so you will never stop me. But no, if you cheat, there are other ways we will know, and then it's no longer a random check. We pretend it's random. We just put you in a big bowl of random checks. You will never know we're picking you out, but you've been picked. And
Okay, I wish you good luck for your work, and I do hope that players know without these things also that they have to play in a fair play manner and not using any external devices by any means. They have to show what they know in chess. Thank you very much.
yes, I think this Olympiad has been fair.
Thank you.
Now. Thank you. Thank you.
inspiring safety record, strong balance sheet, world-class resource assets, groundbreaking innovation, steady and sustainable contribution to nation's social, economical and environmental development. NLCIL Navaratna CPSE under the administrative control of Ministry of Coal, Government of India, a corporate with a human nature, creating wealth for the well-being.
We are back with the 10th round of the Chess Olympiad with full of excitement, and let's jump into some very big excitement between Mamedjarov and Sarkisyan, where Azerbaijan is playing against Armenia. Wow, the pawn is already on c7 while black has a passed pawn on b3, so it looks like I have no idea who is better. I like it for black more.
I remember that during the Carlsen-Anand match, it was the second match probably, Anand won a game by out of the opening practically with his bishop f4, and there was also some pawn break there. No, I do remember also the c pawn going
something like that. But
yes,
let's see. Let's go back a little bit to this system, because originally it's a quite solid system. Well, of course, h4 nowadays every second game has h4 in the first 12 moves, right?
Yes.
I mean, it's.
But it's the Mamedjarov style. Yesterday he played solidly. He did what he had to do, draw with black against to stop Gukesh somehow.
And we see actually none of the players are at the board, and they can't say that it's a boring game at all. Let's go a5, a3, bishop a6, takes, b5, cb5. Maybe we can check it if we have a game with this, because I have a feeling that this might be until a certain point
known, yes.
theory. After c6, queen c8, it is possible because the cc knight is unprotected for the moment.
So let's go. Let me go back a few moves.
We see that the players have been thinking quite a bit, nearly a little bit more than half an hour each. And I wonder where the novelty was taking place. Do we have game right here at the...
Yes, just a moment. Let's check. Okay, b5 was
It was b5,
played.
c takes b5,
But
c6.
I want to go earlier. Okay, here. Okay, bishop a6. No, it has been played. Somehow
Because
this
it
tree
looks
is
like
not...
I think
Queen
black should
c8.
have
Queen c8 was
c7
played.
only move, it
c7,
seems.
yes.
b4.
Bishop takes a3 was apparently played. Is this possible? Yes.
Yeah, bishop a3 and trying to get b4.
This tree doesn't see any game after b4.
After b4. So
Yes.
let's see what happened in the game. b4, white went knight b5, black a4, pushing his pawns really forward. Interesting, white played queen c2, kind of provoking black to play b3.
Yeah, but in many openings, even in the Benoni, where black is supposed to advance his queenside pawns, sometimes with the black pawns on b4 and c4, white plays b3, inviting c3.
Yes.
Because he wants to stabilize, he wants to get some squares. So maybe it's something...
Though I don't see that the b3 pawn is so bad. But let's see, black went through k8.
Yeah, but now the c3 square is available. Somehow you know what you can do on that wing.
Rook c1, queen a6. So I like the queen on a6. Thinking about
not
some
so clear
exchange
that
sometime.
white controls everything, no? It's not...
So what happens on bishop d6?
You mean this could just win an exchange, no?
Well, if black takes, then let's say take. There is, I don't see what black is doing against c8 in the next move.
I'm just checking here. Apparently,
So maybe bishop d6.
apparently queen c2 came as a surprise for white because he had his first long thought on b3, almost 9 minutes. But then white also thought for more than 15 minutes on queen e2. So it's not very clear what it actually happened. Because, okay, you play queen c2, the first thing you analyze is b3, no? I suppose.
Well,
If you play quickly queen c2, it means you analyze it and you know something about
not all
b3.
the time. I mean, it can be also the case if you analyze it with an engine and the engine tells you it's move 3 or move 5 or not even considering that it's so bad, then you can neglect it, especially if you don't have enough time.
Yes, but b3, okay. I mean, even
Still b3.
even if the engine doesn't say anything about it, I mean, you could just ask, okay, what about b3?
Yeah, but sometimes you can say, okay, this is good enough. I just like it very much. The engine says it's a good position, so why not?
Like it happened in Kramnik-Lekono in the match.
Well, those times back in
Yes.
2004, it's other time for engines because those times some of the engines made very bad evaluation because they did not have the depth or even the computer which they were using not necessarily had the depth.
Yes. No, but you understand that every 10 years, if we look back, we can have similar feelings about. So it's not that today we have the absolute truth and nobody
true.
ever would laugh at us, at our...
That's true.
I mean, it's perpetual, you know. So
So what happens on bishop d6?
it's a good question. I mean, okay, he loses an exchange. How is this enough compensation? Well, it could be, no? The pawns will get unblocked. But actually,
What does black has in mind?
okay, so let's say one of the things would be to take.
Maybe take on b5.
You don't want to take on e2 and the rook c8?
Well, yeah, that's the other one.
Okay.
But I don't know.
Takes, and yeah, rook c6.
I mean, it seems like now I'm not going to say it's a pawn up, but it's an exchange up.
No, but the pawn is alive.
And
Okay.
rook e5, knight e5, rook c1, I
Rook
don't
c1,
see the
yes.
point.
No, the pawn is alive. Once it's
So after knight d6, I
So
was
b5,
thinking,
okay.
what about b5?
c8 probably. Okay,
C8.
that's much better for black. Yes, of
Takes, takes,
Takes.
takes. And this can be quite something. This is fantastic,
because
right?
you cannot take on c8 and b5, queen c1.
No,
And
because
if
the knight
castling,
goes
then
back.
it's two extra pawns. The knight is coming to c4 maybe, or the rook.
Rook
even.
c4 to start with is also
And if you
not
attack
bad.
it, I just
Knight
don't move
e4.
it.
Okay, so this is the idea, to take and b5.
No, I think I would say that it's close to winning for black, no?
Well, it looks quite amazing.
I mean,
It looks quite amazing. Okay, so bishop d6 is not possible for white, it means. But then what can white be doing? Because castle is not possible either, because then bishop a3 because of the pin.
yeah, that's kind of messed up, no?
So at first, somehow I have a feeling that I like it very much for black.
But why did he play rook c1, by the way?
After rook a8.
I mean, why not castle and rook fc1 and king f1 later or something? Because b2 is hanging, no? If rook fc1, then sometimes b2 is...
I'm not sure white has so much time. I mean, eventually at some point, black plays rook c8, knight d8, or knight e4.
But you don't get that pawn anyway. We just look at
No,
each
it's
other.
just
We just look at
putting
each other
pressure.
and maybe it's... I should do something with the knight on f3 to bring it to... I don't know where.
Yeah, it's a question why...
Even if I could just take it and place it on
But
some
let's see
square.
what is the position, I think. Let's try to figure out what white can do.
Yes, and how this rook c1? I don't know. White played h4, then started something on that wing, and now
And
rook
the a3
c1.
pawn is there,
No,
right?
rook
After
c1.
rook c1.
Yeah, somehow it... I was complaining about coherence in the King's Indian game with rook e1 and queen c2, but I don't know. No, of course that pawn on c7 is huge, but
But
what
it's
next?
going nowhere yet.
Yeah, maybe it's enough just for equality, but I would be afraid a bit
With
of
white.
white coordination
Yes.
as it is now. I don't see in which way h4 can harm, but it's a tempo white spent.
Well, the only thing is, I believe that maybe after knight h5, if I want
Yes,
to grab
yes.
bishop h2.
But when you play b5 on the other wing, I mean, h4 is like a tempo you understand.
Very, very shaky. But of course, Mamedyarov is a player who always comes up with some interesting idea. What about playing knight e5 or knight d2?
But where is the knight going?
I'm not sure where the is
c3
going, but
or-
if my knight is stable there,
F3
I can
and
go
king
g4,
F2.
king
F3,
f2, exactly.
F3, king F2,
F3,
g4.
king f2.
Okay.
Slowly.
Now I believe you. And suddenly I feel some harmony in white's position.
Still, I believe that on a3 something can happen with black. Not yet. But it's not so easy to touch the knight on b5 as well.
Yes, that's a very clever actually setup, no? You cannot touch anything on the king side, the queen side.
Yeah, but nobody is touching anything.
Yeah, but then
Only white can go h5, g4,
F3, yes.
f3,
King F2, I could
f2.
go, yes. G4, yes.
So for black has to come up with something. What I would think that maybe at some point knight c5 can be a move. Though maybe white doesn't even have to take it.
Black has to try something like either e5 if it works, or knight c5. Yeah, which doesn't. Well, knight c5, is there a threat? Knight b7, and what next?
I don't know if eventually black should be going back with the queen and go rook a5.
And take. But
And
okay.
somehow, because indeed,
Yes, but if you give up the exchange, rook a5 and return with the queen, then,
yeah, but it seems like a little bit slow, right?
and not threatening much, or
And black played after rook c1, he went queen a6.
he just played.
But in the other hand, he didn't have time to play rook a5, I believe, because of bishop
bishop
d6.
And it wins a lot.
Yeah, but if let's say after queen a6, rook c1, queen a6, if let's say white goes here and black can go possibly to c8, for example.
Okay, let's say f3,
And
no?
let's say I go knight e8, so I control the d6 square.
And then try to.
I don't know if you want to go e4, maybe. And one day I can go e5.
Yeah, e5 can mean.
Or I can also go f6 and e5.
Yeah, but you can also go queen b7 and rook a5, maybe, no?
And that's the other story, yes, to go queen b7, rook
Not to
a5,
weaken
queen
anything.
a6.
Not to weaken anything.
Yeah,
And just,
so you cannot touch me on d6 at all.
and then you could take on b5, maybe. That is not sure.
Yeah.
Or queen a6 first.
Queen a6, that's what
no?
I thought, yeah.
Queen a6, why? Yeah. So then maybe I have to go knight b1, knight 1, c3, but I'm not so sure.
Well, it starts to get kind of funny position.
Hanging, no? Let's say g4 first, okay, or doesn't matter. Queen a6, g4, and what?
Well, what black is up to, right?
Does white control everything? That's a good question. Aren't there any funny things happening?
Yeah, but you know what? He went knight d6. He went very straightforward knight d6.
Okay, I guess he has to take on e2 first of all, no?
I don't know, maybe check is possible
check.
also. But let's see at first this one.
Yes, check queen d2, maybe
You can
it's...
take, or you can go rook c8 maybe.
But then you don't get that pawn so easily. But a3 is hanging, yes?
Well, I don't know. If let's say you just take, and you go back.
You don't do
Maybe
rook
rook
c6.
rook c6, yeah. True, that rook c6 is also possible.
Because bishop a3, rook a1,
rook
b2,
a1.
b2, I'm not so sure. Your pawns are not that impressive, no? Knight c1, knight c2. No, but this will be a game. This could become a game.
Okay, let's go back to the game after knight d6. So let's say takes.
And takes on d6, no?
Let's say takes on d6, takes. Rook c8, right? This is a very logical way of continuing. Rook c6.
Looks natural, no?
Or knight d2, because maybe knight
prevent
d4 you
no?
don't like. Though,
So
yeah,
that's
because
right.
after knight d4, bishop b4, rook a7, rook c1, b2,
B2,
so the c7 pawn is going to be
Yes.
taken. So after rook c8, maybe knight d2.
But knight e8.
But after knight d2, knight d8, and you go rook a7 or e5?
Yeah, e5, it can become funny, no? D takes e5. But
Knight c7.
Knight takes e7, no? And
Actually, knight c5 is possible. Maybe I go knight c5.
no, this could be close to winning for black, no?
So knight d6, queen takes, bishop d6, bishop d6, rook c8.
I don't understand, really. I mean, knight d6, you exchange the best piece on board. I mean, okay, you had two pieces actually, knight b5 and the bishop.
We see Mamedyarov running away from his board before he's not sitting there, nor the board number 2. Let's make a tour with the top boards. Let's see what's going on between Gukesh and Abdusattorov. We have some interesting structure in the meantime which developed. e4. Abdusattorov is not spending much time.
Actually, they were following this line I mentioned with b3 and a4, but of course, black is doing fine.
Yeah, this was the position b4
it was the
and
most
a4.
yeah, and you're right, at knight c6, yes.
Knight e4, knight c6, so black is...
and it's some sort of Bogolyubov where usually they exchange bishops on b4, but that's considered to be a success for black if white plays. So of course it looks pleasant for black.
e4.
If it's clearly better or just slightly better, but I still can't believe that white played knight d6. I don't know. It should be.
No, we will get back to that game.
Yes, it should be very okay. Let's see e4.
e4. So
Okay,
black
white
has
feels
to-
that some endings could be good for him because he has the passed a pawn, no? So
Yeah, that can be very strong.
He just wants to hold a bit in the middle game, to block a bit everything. Because, for instance, if he takes twice on e4,
Let's see.
of course, under different circumstances, you would be happy with black to get such a bishop, but here, who knows? Is the bishop really so good?
That's a big question.
I mean, in the end game, the knight would stand on d3.
Somehow I want to go
Yes.
with bishop
Yes.
to b7.
Queen c8, let's say, no? Or
Queen c7,
Queen
queen
c7.
e7 maybe.
Queen e7, okay.
Queen e7 looks
Yes.
logical.
So knight e5, I don't want...
Let's say knight
but I
e5.
don't think that white has problems here, no? Queen e3,
Well, I think white wants to play for advantage.
yes, knight e3. So
Trying
this
to
is-
exchange all
yeah,
the rooks
yeah, yeah.
and eventually knight
In
d3
the end,
and...
this is what I meant. I mean, the end game would be... So this is not the way to play with black, to take on e4. That's...
Let's see what he's up to after e4.
take or... But it's of course...
No, after e4, finally Nodirbek started to think. Because the
H6
problem
is a
for him that he
possibility, no?
cannot go here
E4,
because of
E4,
e5,
and it's a
and
pawn,
it's
no?
a pawn.
It's really a pawn.
So after e4, and actually e5 is a threat
So
right
h6 looks...
now. But if you go h6, I don't know, can't white just take on
structure is better
d5?
for- the structure is
And
better
after
for-
takes,
yes.
takes, white goes e5.
Or even take on d5. Isn't the end game better?
I just wanted to play rook d1. Maybe both are something to consider. But I thought if black goes, where can he
Knight
go? He
h7,
goes
knight
knight
h7 or e8, yes. E8 maybe.
Well, okay, knight h7. Is
E8
black
is-
so
E8
happy
is-
with it?
No, maybe something was wrong one move earlier, no?
This or more to play this first. And
D4 I have to go, yes.
but are you so happy having my knight on c4 or e4?
You know, probably that,
I can go maybe rook c1 first, queen d5. So maybe I would just go knight d2.
But the knight g5 I also get have a knight. Maybe the knight.
I don't know.
I don't
f4,
get
f5, knight e4, rook c1.
Yes. No, maybe knight e8 was better to go to d5. D5, C3.
Well, the only thing, the question is whether can black replace, of course, if your knight is on e6 and you can defend the d5 pawn, then everything is beautiful.
Yes, yes.
But is black going to achieve that? Let's say I go rook c1, rook a5.
Just to hold like this. It's a bit hanging, you know, of course. But it's not, it looked that black achieved everything out of the opening, but now suddenly he's struggling.
Yeah, after e4 it's interesting whether will be he in time with reacting on e4 the right way. You can see how Gukesh is just so focused. So focused.
Well, I think that they're both focused, only that they have different poses.
Yeah.
But maybe something went slightly wrong for black. Earlier I felt that black has a dream position, and now suddenly there is there are some problems for him.
Okay, let's see board 2. So here we think that Gukesh is posing little problems or challenges Abdusattorov. Before we move on to the second board, let's see the board standings.
This is funny. I saw this when we had the guest. I saw this position. I said, okay, this must be a broadcast mistake because some rooks are missing. But no, they exchanged those rooks.
Yes. Let's see the board standings for a moment, because I wanted to show this before. Because in the Olympiad, of course, all teams are playing for a team medal. But also there are board medals, which is a secondary thing, but still at the end we are looking at. So after round 9 we see the standings, and you have to play at least 8 games to be able to get a medal. And we see Gukesh there having played 9 games and made a performance of 3,031, my God.
He ruined his performance with yesterday's draw because it was 3,300
yes.
something.
Yes, and then we see Magnus Carlsen. His team is not doing too well, but he is playing from round 2, and he scored quite a significant point.
But he's still 160 points below Gukesh.
Yes, and he's just a little bit performing better than his own rating.
And his opponents will be today and tomorrow much lower rated than Gukesh's opponents.
Yes.
So he has a chance only if Gukesh loses at least 1 game. Because otherwise, how can I catch up with him mathematically?
Rating performance is kind of tricky, but we see that they really play well, but we see that Gukesh is playing against the best teams. Then Giri is on board 1 also, and he has a great performance there. He nearly makes a performance 100 points more than his rating. Then we have Dak from Romania.
Yes, the young talent. I think he's already 21, but here he's gaining a lot of rating, so he's over 27.
And then we see Mamedyarov also playing pretty well. He is overperforming his rating. Abdusattorov is playing extremely well, but he lost the game and made several draws. Also great performance. And then we see some other great players.
He was the player who got the fair play.
The fair play Gligoric
the
prize.
German talent Keimer, who is very young. Navarro.
So the players, we see that the good players also make great performances in the Olympiad.
But I understand that they all play well, these players on the list. But when we talk about the Olympiad, it's unfair. You just see Gukesh.
Yes.
Because numbers have some magic or some fascinations, no?
So let's go back now to the second board game. Well, we see also there the second board, for example, here, not the top board players are leading the standings there, the chart, but player Murphy Connor from Ireland, 2400, but he is performing 2856. This is why Olympiad is so special, because
He played almost like Carlsen, no? Like Carlsen in a normal day.
yeah, probably he played against lower rated players, that's clear, but he made a very high point score, and this is the performance. Let's see then the board 3 also, if we are here already. And David Havel makes an incredible performance, nearly 2900. That's the goal actually for Magnus Carlsen, he said. He wants to reach 2900. I'm curious, how long does it take if he can reach that?
The performance or the rating?
The rating.
Well, the rating nobody has reached that so far. Okay, eventually inflation may push Carlsen to 2900, but it's not simple.
This board is also extremely tough. As you see, board 3, we have David Havel from England, but we have Wesley So from USA, and he's world top 10 player. He makes a good performance there, but he's not making even the performance of his rating, but still he plays pretty well. Pragnananda we have on 3rd spot from India too, so the Indian team is doing really well, because you see Eric Gaisi also, he's playing in the other team, in the main team of India. He also makes a great performance. And then we have Hungarian Tamás Banus, extremely fantastic performance. Unfortunately, the other team members are not performing as well as he.
I think Erdos is doing okay.
Yeah, but the team is 4 boards every day, so 2 players are not enough. Let's see board 4.
But I also see Marin from the older guys, I mean,
Yes.
my generation.
Yeah. And board 4, we again see not bad players at all.
I think the most surprising was the second board, no? Apart from Murphy Connor, there were some other players which you would not consider not from the favorite teams.
But here we have seen an incredible performance by the Uzbek player on board 4, 28-20 performance, and his rating is 25-64.
Yes, his performance is the best. He's the only one from the team scoring 28. But the others are also scoring 25, 70, 50. I mean, they are very, very even as a team. But he's the best performer if we take rating.
And at the same time, he made a great performance, but he has only 6 games played, so he has to play. He's playing today, right? Yeah, he plays on board 4 today, and most likely he's going to be playing also tomorrow, not only to be able to reach a medal on board, but also, of course, the team needs him, I believe. And let's see the reserve player on board 5, we can say, but the reserve is Bartel Mateusz from Poland. He's performing exceptionally well, already played 8 games. And Abbasov from Azerbaijan, then Onishchuk from Ukraine. So they are still playing also for gold medal, but now it's more important. And we go back to the team matches, what are going to be the results today, because we can see already maybe a little bit later who might be the winner of the open section and finally getting the gold medal. Because if Uzbekistan is going to be winning, that means that they are really only 1 step away. And maybe the draw is enough for them after that, or if everything goes on their way, maybe even they can afford a loss because their tie break will be better than for other teams. But of course, they are focusing on today's game. So let's go and see board 2 of the match of India 2 and Uzbekistan. This is where we stopped, and we kind of thought that the H8 rook is missing and the
Yes.
E1 rook is missing, but actually they made an exchange several moves earlier. And we were talking in the beginning that after bishop c4, bishop d6, what is the idea?
Queen e2,
And
Queen
after
e7,
all,
he was not bothered. Yes.
this was the idea what we mentioned.
Not bothered. Castle, rook e8, rook e1. First I was scared when I saw this. I mean, something is wrong here, but no, it's... well, maybe the exchanges are not so bad for black, because now he plays bishop e6. If white takes on e6, then... he didn't play that dance first.
He went bishop f5, c3, knight d7, just wants to develop. And after bishop f1, black
Okay,
went
then.
bishop e6.
Yeah, well, the nice thing about this system is that you get your pieces out quickly. And those bishops ensure some sort of... it's like a hedgehog, no? only that it's not a pawn hedgehog, it's a pawn and bishop's hedgehog.
Well, it's a very stable and
Yes.
stubborn setup, it seems. I would even think that black can maybe at some point go b5,
I believe
a5.
that in the game that broke his invisibility after I don't know how many games, 150 games, Carlsen played something like that with queens on board against Duda. And actually he had the good position, but eventually he lost. So it was his first loss after I don't know how many games. But no, but his plan was good. His position was not worse. Sacrifice and exchange or something. So b5, yes, it's part of. And
At some point.
yes.
Though it's a question whether white wants to go maybe a4, b4 himself.
Yes. Also,
Black has double pawns, but it's not necessarily too bad.
can start to advance actually. No, h6, f5, g6, g5.
I don't know. I don't know if they are going to be advancing. Do you think it will be advancing? Maybe g5, h5?
I was thinking f5, g5, f4, but with h6. g5, h5, h4 is also possible actually, no?
Well, one thing is sure, it's extremely difficult to crack this position.
But
for
if you
white.
have h6, g5, f4, then the bishop on c1 doesn't have such active possibilities. But of course, it's some sort of position that you have to build up gradually. You cannot just rush in with black.
But I think for white, it's not so easy to develop properly, because let's say white goes bishop d2. After that, the rook can't really move because of the a2 pawn. If white goes b3, then black will play a5, a4. So it's black can go, for example, knight b6. I think it's quite reasonable idea to control these squares.
Knight c4 or if the
Yeah. And then at one point, really black can be pushing these pawns.
and okay, it may force you under certain circumstances to play a3, and you wouldn't like that.
Let's go back for a moment to Gukash game, because that's, of course, one of the most interesting game of the day. D takes e4 was played, bishop e4, knight e4 was not played, but played rook a7, knight e5. So the white knight is exceptionally good on e5, I believe. Wants to jump to c6. And
Yes, somehow.
white will play rook d1, try to double on the file, I believe.
Probably c5 was played too easy like this, because suddenly it turned a good position for black, I believe, into a very suspicious one. The structure doesn't help him now.
Yes, because in long term, it will be painful only much later, I believe.
But you know that, I mean, and you cannot exchange too many pieces.
You know that even at some point, I would think that bishop c6 can be interesting to play bishop b5, and if the white pawn can reach to a6.
No, it's the future is white, and I don't see how black can get any play. That's the problem, because the long diagonal. Okay, if you take on e4, you get one step closer to the endgame, which we don't like. The endgame with a knight against the bishop.
Okay,
So-
we've been here. We just wanted to see what's going on in the last two moves. White is pressing. It seems like he has the initiative for the moment. The question is in the next three moves, I think. If black can somehow get out of the box and possibly reach out with his bishop to b7 on the long diagonal, it's possible to survive. If not, it can be very unpleasant having rook d1. Even f4 can stabilize the knight on e5, I believe.
Yeah, the point is that white doesn't have to do anything now. He just has to let the flow go. I mean, rook d1, try to exchange.
Bishop f3 going back can be a nice square for the bishop also.
Yeah, at some point, okay, I mean, why should I keep the bishop under the knight's... no, knight takes e4 is not a threat, but okay, why to...
No, the only thing is that the bishop on the long diagonal can be extremely powerful in the
Yes.
long term.
And okay, it keeps the bishop on a6 somehow.
Yeah, and it's inviting the black bishop to go to b7, which is not necessarily the thing what black wants.
It's another
Though
exchange.
right now,
It's another exchange. It's just an exchange.
Yeah.
Which,
but now on a6 it looks worse anyway than the bishop on e4.
yeah, I understand that, but every exchange makes it close.
More difficult.
Because, okay, I want to go rook d1, rook d2, rook fd1.
It's a protected passed pawn.
Yeah.
Okay, so far things look good for white on the board
Well,
too.
if the c5 pawn was on a5, then black would have dreamt of playing knight c5. And then it would be not so clear, actually, who's better.
Well,
But-
this is definitely a much better opportunity for white.
Yes, because first of all, the knight doesn't reach a5 so easily. So it should be the blocking square. And
Yeah,
even
if the
so,
knight would be here, then it would be another story.
But even so, the knight on a5,
It's outside of the game.
yeah, and knight d3 would still attack c5.
Yeah.
So mathematically speaking, so
Okay, so here c4 happened. We'll see how it's happening. Board 3. This is where we had this game of
Knight
the
A4.
King's Indian. Knight a4 was played. Queen c7, c5, b5, takes, h3. After all, he wanted to stop knight g4 options.
yeah, white doesn't want. I mean, okay, maybe he wants, but he doesn't seem to have the means of.
Queen b8. What was the idea behind queen b8?
Well, he wants to go b5 without allowing bishop takes b5, no? Because
Yes,
if you take, then
this
bishop
is what I
b7.
thought as well, but is it really so good to play b5 and give up the c5 square later?
But take and knight d7, I unblock it. The knight is on f3, don't forget, white did everything wrong. I mean, rook e1, h3, and the knight is still on f3. He placed the other knight on the edge of the board, so... I don't think he's worse, but he doesn't have any ambitions at all at this point. It's
Interesting.
yeah, knight f4 was somehow not really knight f4 and c5.
That was a little surprising to me because it looks... usually you play c5 without knight a4.
Yes, I remember when I played many years ago against Vigiana with white. We had more or less this variation, but I didn't play rook e1. I had rook on d1. And I remember I played knight a4 and c5. And for some reasons, after the game, I thought that I completely crushed him strategically and that he saved the game tactically in several moments. When I looked at it recently, actually he outplayed me completely strategically and I had to trick him 3 times tactically. But then somehow he held a draw. So yes, but I remember that knight a4, I was so proud of the move knight a4 and c5, and it's not something that you have to do with white if you want something. I mean, anything. It's slow, yes, and b6, of course, it's...
Okay, queen b8.
Actually, Vigili regrouped very nicely with knight f8, and only that he played knight a6 a little bit too early, and then knight a5, I had a combination. But yes, knight a4, it's yeah, I was so proud when I was young about that. No, probably white can hold this, but somehow...
Well, I think it's exaggeration that white can't hold it. I mean,
no,
he's
but
not
he's...
worse.
Well...
You like it so much for black?
No,
Let's say I go a3.
No, if I say I to hold, I mean not to be worse, just like this.
Okay, I go a3.
But I mean, I would prefer to play with black, wouldn't you?
I'm not sure.
Okay, let's see what happens if b5. No.
b5, knight c5.
I take.
Knight takes, bishop takes.
And knight d7.
Knight d7, bishop e3, let's say.
And now maybe I can go c5 already, no? Or...
c5 I would take, I think.
Okay, maybe I have to go bishop f8 first, no? But then I go b4.
Isn't the c6 hanging?
Sorry. Okay. Yeah, maybe. Okay, c5 you take, and I don't have that much now.
I would take this.
No.
yes.
Okay, no, this is just... Okay, maybe b5 is exaggerated for the time being. Maybe first bishop f8, I don't know. I don't see so clearly white's play. That's my question.
Well, I'm going to go rook c1, I guess, rook d1 probably. Play for the d file.
Or what if...
Maybe I come back to protect the pawn on e4.
yeah, but then maybe b5,
or try
knight b6.
to play.
Yeah.
That's the question,
I
whether...
want wait for a moment to play b5 somehow, and get
I guess
some-
that's the question. In what circumstances is possible to play b5?
Maybe bishop a6 is some move black should consider, no? And then play b5. Then you will also have access to c8 with the rook.
I take. I go, let's say, rook d1.
So at least now I don't have...
I'm not sure if I can take on c6. Cannot I take that?
Okay, so if rook c8...
And
no,
queen b5.
rook a5, can I defend...
I don't know, goes queen b3.
and b6 is hanging maybe, no? If I take that.
Yeah, it seems like b6 might be hanging. And anyway, it can be a weak pawn.
Yes. No, I didn't use the proper term when I said that white is holding. I mean, maybe white is not worse, but somehow doesn't have big ambitions either. That's what...
So queen b8 is the move, and I'm saying, well, probably a3 I would go.
I see, makes sense.
It's also possible to play rook d1 at once, because it's not hanging, right? So...
Okay, bishop f8 is maybe the move.
Yeah, bishop f8.
Now I want to go b5.
Yeah, so probably eventually I do play
So
this. And
b5.
after b5, I go knight c5.
I take on c5 with the bishop maybe.
Takes.
And okay, can I
takes.
take on e4? But it's okay.
Well,
how is
after
this?
takes, first of all, bishop e3 is possible, but I would try this first.
Take. Okay,
take
knight
the
b3.
pawn,
I
knight
have to go
b3.
probably rook there.
And maybe I'm in trouble. No, this is hanging. Rook is hanging.
Yes, that's what I mean. The rook is hanging. So black is the rook.
Rook
The
is
rook.
hanging.
Oh, I didn't see that. Okay, then it doesn't work. Okay. Sorry. So then I have, but if I take twice on there and on e4, then I take on c6 and b5 is hanging.
Yeah. I mean, I was playing kings in the end, and I was burning myself in several ways.
I see.
Having those weak squares, it seems very nice for black, but it's not always the case that it's going to be in reality so good.
Actually, I'm not so sure about the move queen c8, you know.
Queen b8.
Queen b8, yes. I'm not so sure why.
I was a little surprised on queen
Why
b8.
not bishop a6 at once?
The only thing I'm like thinking whether really black has any good moment.
No, with the
to
queen on
play
c7, everything is better
c5.
defended, I believe. So maybe b5 takes with the queen.
Takes, and well, a3 I'm going to go.
So how is now b5?
Knight c5.
Knight c5 and I don't have... Okay, you'll have bishop... I don't know. I take, okay.
You take.
Take knight d7,
Take
no?
knight d7.
No, of course, the bishop is not especially strong. Yeah, now knight b6, but maybe you take it. Knight f8 maybe.
I think on knight b6, knight d2 will be the
Yes,
move.
no, but knight
And after
f8,
that,
knight f8 to go to e6 maybe, no?
If
knight
bishop
f-
c5, knight here,
d7.
knight f8.
Knight f8 to go to d4.
Yeah, okay, but it's not black who is playing for more. I think I go rook d1,
knight
knight
d6.
f6, rook
it's-
c1. You have a weak spot.
Yeah, but black is stable. I don't think that black should be so worried, no?
Well, my plan is queen d2, maybe exchange on d6. It doesn't look much.
Rook d8, I would think.
Yeah.
Well, it's some endings, okay. b3, a4 would create an
If you
outside
can,
passed pawn.
well, if you cannot go c5, I may try to go knight e1, knight d3.
Yeah, knight
I'm not
e4.
saying it's much,
Yes,
but
yes.
I'm not sure I can say that I rather play it with black. Because still c6 is there.
Yeah, it's also true.
And we have a move, rook e d1 was played. Okay, so let's see what's going on. I prefer to see it with white, but we'll
Yes,
see
but
what
queen,
happens.
queen b8 was probably not what he needed, no? Maybe that was not exactly what
Well, he wants to play b5, but I'm just simply not sure that b5 is a good
works
plan.
so well. Yes.
Let's see this one, because this is, what is going on here? Let's see, this is where we stopped somewhere. Bishop d3, queen f6. White came back to c3, bishop e6, king f2, Castle. Simply castle. f4, making space for his queen. Rook e8. And look now. Knight d4 takes bishop g4. What an amazing play by Ariban.
Yes, but in principle, I mean, for white to allow this with white is kind of...
Yes, but the whole opening was such a shock.
Yes, but I mean, f4 and queen f3, I don't know.
Yeah, but when you play such a position, you're surprised and you want to get out of this whole thing. You want to develop with your pieces and you see that you just cannot.
Yes.
It's okay, let's see first what happens on queen g4 takes. King f1, queen d3, king f2.
a6
Is
maybe?
it a6? Yeah.
Or
Yeah,
okay.
yeah,
a6 is
yeah.
the nicest.
It seems like, well, there are not many games that you play a6 and you win the game because there is no move. So it means that queen g4 seems to be impossible, but there is another move to play queen d5, which after, I believe, bishop f4.
It's again some sort of trouble, no?
I don't know, but it looks like you don't want to be with the white side.
Because not even knight e4, with knight e4, bishop g3, double check, no? And
Yes, yes, I believe that bishop g3
king g1 and rook
and
takes
rook
c4.
e4.
No? hg. Maybe this, but hg, maybe even h.
No, but this should be, first of all, you can win the rook, right, with rook e1.
Uh-huh.
But I'm not sure this is not...
Yeah, it shouldn't be enough. And it's a pity you don't have a back rank check.
Well, bishop e3,
And rook f1
you have a check.
first.
Or you go rook f1 first.
Rook f1 maybe, no?
Because at first I thought rook e1 and it's over, but then check, and now queen c5. Okay, so let's go back to this point, king g1. What about bishop f2?
Oops.
Knight f2, rook f1,
Bishop f1
and bishop e2.
Is bishop g5, rook a1. Then nothing happens, no?
Well, again, it's not white with the color I would pick.
No, okay, but this is very...
Takes.
Yes, takes.
Well, even if you just take with the rook, it's just
It's equal
hopeless.
pieces.
But
and
I'm not
pawns
sure
and-
there was no better than this, to be honest. Maybe simply it's better to start with this.
It's
Just rook
also
e4.
possible, yes.
And it's just over. So
But
is it
okay,
after bishop g4,
but
black
maybe-
resigns? Knight d5? What about knight d5? Queen d4, bishop e3, but then queen b2. But there's no other move. Unless, is there a move of rook e1 here?
Threatening check.
What about rook e1?
Threatening check, yes. Back rank check.
With the back rank, in the most unexpected situations, you can get in trouble. Because
Yes,
after
yes.
takes, I
On
would be
G4,
taking on
yes.
g4.
And suddenly it's not so clear, no? Queen c8 is still a threat,
Yeah.
and the rook is hanging.
Okay, so rook e1. And if bishop queen d4, then bishop e3. Queen d3, queen g4, d4. I guess this is how it goes. What a game. What a game is happening here. Unbelievable.
So just by miracle, white is not lost yet.
So after rook e1, is there any other move for black? Because it's also possible that after rook e1, what do you think about playing just bishop d6? Defending the rook.
Connecting, no? But, yeah.
And if now white takes on g4,
Queen d4.
queen d4,
But there is bishop
but
e3.
then bishop e3, and white is doing fine.
It's
Because
an
after
extra
that,
piece.
the rook
Rook
can
A1, yes. Good.
Okay, so after bishop g4, rook e1. The question is, was it blundered? What about playing rook e1? After queen g4, I wanted rook c1, but queen c8 is made already.
Yes, that's the threat, unfortunately. No, so bishop, maybe you're right. Maybe bishop somewhere is the move, no? After rook e1.
But we checked that after bishop d6, then queen g4 and bishop e3.
But, okay, black is doing fine
Where?
in that line because he has d4 in the end, no? Bishop c7 or bishop d6?
No, that's not what we
It
played.
ended with...
No, now queen d4 what we have to play. No, bishop d6 then takes. And we have not enough time because
yes,
here and rook
yes,
d1.
sorry, yes.
So
sorry, I mixed it. Yes, take
not
take
bishop
at once.
d6, but
queen d4, yes.
queen
Sorry.
d4 after rook e1. It seems
My
this
fault,
is
yes.
the move.
Yes, bishop e3.
Bishop e3, queen d3, queen g4,
And now d4. Yes.
So this is what we have the best with black, which looks not bad at all. It looks not bad at all.
I mean, it's white who is struggling.
What about knight d5, d
d5,
takes e3, rook e3?
And you cannot take on e3 or...
Rook e3.
Some check, but this exposes you a bit, no? The check on b8.
Well, I don't know. I was thinking about rook d1.
Aha.
Some crazy moves.
Rook d1 makes some sense, no?
And after queen c2, king e3. Time to be active. Give it check.
Yeah, suddenly it's not so clear because
And,
black has a bishop on b8. No?
We have a storage on the left side.
Oh, that can be funny. That can be very funny, of course.
Okay, so rook e1. But it seems like there is no other move than queen d4. Queen d4, bishop e3, queen d3. Right?
Yes.
But instead of queen g4, queen d5 is possible also. Maybe this
But,
move.
okay, but isn't the end game a bit worse? I mean, take bishop d6 now.
I'm not sure.
Two bishops,
Is it so bad?
Two bishops.
But it's not winning for black.
Well, but okay, it is an advantage to the bishops and the pawn on f4, I don't know.
Well, after
Maybe.
bishop g4, you wanted more. You thought it's just a crushing attack.
Yeah, okay. No, but what you showed earlier is more convincing for white. This, you are not happy with white.
So what did we look after, instead of queen d5, to take e3?
Maybe now knight e4. Is knight e4 leading to a draw?
Knight e4. Wow.
If rook e4, then I have the checks.
Wow. Knight e4, what a move.
I mean, knight d5 was nice,
Wow.
but if you don't want to be worried...
Wow,
then
this is a
maybe
move.
knight e4, no?
Ooh.
Probably it's a draw, no? Or does it?
Well, it's a very tough move. If queen takes e4,
Bishop d2, no?
bishop d2, I can still go queen c6, but then you go rook c1.
Yeah, and okay, h4 is lost and the
No,
pawn
but
on
the problem is that concrete rook e8 and
you-
rook c8.
You just lose at once. Okay. I was thinking
So
that
it's
just...
getting tricky,
okay.
getting very tricky. So after knight e4,
If you take on e3, the rook e3, and you're hanging, no? Knight f6 is a threat.
exactly, that after takes, there is a huge problem for black because knight f6.
Yeah. And you have to unpin the rook with queen takes f6. I mean...
But it's still not over, it's never over. Look at this. King there takes and bishop f4.
Okay, I had a perpetual, if anything, with knight h7.
Oh yeah, even
Okay.
here you have queen g7.
Ah,
I mean, you can go here and you're slightly better.
Slightly better, yes.
Anyway,
Yes.
but suddenly it's after this knight e4, great move. Wow.
But rook e4, and it's a draw, no?
Rook e4, now I'm not sure about anything. When it's a draw, when it's not a draw.
This one, queen f5.
Queen f5, king g8. White has nothing better than that, right?
Yeah, you threatened with check on h3. So,
Wow, what a drawing line.
yes.
What a drawing line, but it seems like it's forced, isn't it?
Yes, I don't see
Rook e1.
anything. Yes, rook e1 is beautiful. I don't think.
This is the nice thing, that we don't have computer and we can develop and you can join us to see the process, how we develop our calculation, because this is how it goes, right, for grandmasters, that this doesn't work, but let's try that also doesn't work, and during the game, if you calculate this, you go nuts that, oh my god, it's only move 24 and I'm losing, and rook e1.
But you understand that if he doesn't see rook e1, then what he did with f4 and queen f3 is just carelessness.
Yes.
I mean,
if he didn't have the planned, but for sure he didn't plan it, because otherwise he would have played it already. He's spending time already quite a bit. Though black spent quite a lot of time as well.
Yeah.
But rook e1 is a fantastic saving. Let's get back to here later, because we have many other games. Let's go back to the Gukesh game first. We have a simplification since then.
I don't.
Because it seems after bishop e4, queen d6, rook e1, and finally black took.
It's the start of the end, I believe.
Rook d8, queen f3, very nice move, putting pressure on f7 and also rook d1.
Preventing bishop e7.
Very nice prophylactic move. I love queen
bishop e7
f3.
would change much in
No,
the
but
position,
queen on f3 simply has a
Yeah.
triple idea.
Of course. No, I like the move, yes.
Queen c7, rook a d1.
Yeah, and it's not sure that black did achieve anything by delaying knight
But you know
x4.
that black can be in a huge trouble now. For example, black cannot go rook a8 because of rook d7. Wins on the spot.
Okay. No, but generally speaking, I don't see how black can save the position. I mean,
Black can be in trouble now. Come on.
Black is in trouble. I mean, he's lost in the end games, and he's slightly worse in the middle game, if not clearly worse.
But now he can have really serious trouble. I mean,
But
rook-
f6.
Well, maybe f6 is the
rook
only
d8
move.
and
I
knight
have no
c6.
idea. But
Knight c6 or take a knight c6.
takes, knight c6, queen d2, only move, right?
Rook d1.
Rook d1 and bye-bye.
Bye-bye, okay. So I mean he's just lost in the middle game.
Well, I don't see a move for black right now.
Rook b7, okay.
After rook b7, I can go, for example, what about queen f7?
Yes. If I take on d1,
If rook takes d1, I take back rook d1.
no f6.
And if now f6, I go queen c6?
Uy,
This, queen c6, rook d8 mate.
it's nice, yes. No, so maybe, no, I was just trying to survive the middle game, but I think even if I survive the middle game, it's no chance.
No, I just
But
suddenly
maybe
realized that there are so many motives with the
White
queen on
wins
f3,
quickly, no? White
on
wins.
f7, on f7, c6, these rook d7 options. I just don't see what can black do.
Yeah, it's no, it's tricky how quickly a normal position, maybe even a good position with black, can turn into something.
Should black go rook f8 as the only move?
Like Gusseinov, yes, in the. Yeah, but is he happy with this? Rook d7.
But then rook d7,
Continue
queen
to-
b6, rook d1.
f6, I have to go probably, no?
Nah,
But
this
still,
is
it's
just-
a KGB. I know.
I mean, give me this game.
I know. No, you don't want to give me the satisfaction to prove that the end game is won for white. Just want to kill me in the middle game.
Well, because I just suddenly realized that what kind of position black has.
Black even did something very wrong. Rook a7 combined with knight x4.
Yeah, I mean,
mean,
no, but he
yeah.
played queen d6,
And also-
queen c7, losing a tempo, and the rook
that's
on
also-
a7 is defending the sevens, but the problem is on the 8th there are problems also.
Okay, there is of
And
course,
let's face it, this bishop is not doing anything. You
Yes,
can't
and-
afford.
and you have no time even to play bishop b7. Not that it would change that much, but at least it would stand on a decent square. No, of course.
Maybe there is a move rook d6. No, it's not a move because after that knight f7,
Yes.
and after takes, it's a pawn up.
Takes, yeah. And quite a
Bishop b7. But maybe just queen
Maybe
h5,
g6.
knight
the only-
h6.
Knight h6, and okay, you save the pieces. Okay.
But okay, queen a5 would be also winning.
No, there is this.
It's also a pawn.
Of course, it was used too many times. What Tarash said that in bad positions all the moves are bad. But there is some kind of position after d takes e4, bishop e4 that you understand your position is bad and you try to change the course of the game. But unfortunately, any such movement it only makes things worse. And in just
Yes.
instead of losing a long ending or okay maybe getting some chances in the end game, I don't know, you just lose it in 5 moves because you go rook a7, queen d6,
Unbelievable.
and,
Let's make just an evaluation and then let's go to the women's section because we were neglecting those matches. So here I would predict that Gukesh will win. I'm brave enough for that. Board 2 is it's a balanced game. We'll see what develops, right? It's not clear. Board 3, I would take white. I'm not saying it's much, but I like the c5 square and d6. What about you?
yes, now rook d1, probably now
Yes,
it
somehow
was varied.
everybody is on the right place.
Because knight d7, bishop d6, okay, yes, it's
So white is doing fine here. Then on board 4, after bishop g4, we are waiting the rook e1 move, which we see right now that it's a draw. So it stands for India for the moment.
did you move it or did he move it? I see it on board.
He moved it.
He moved it, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
we're good.
No, it made a lot of difference because, okay, so now the ball is in black's camp.
Oh, absolutely.
Because I'm not sure he saw it. It's not so obvious.
No. No,
It's not so
when your
obvious that
queen
he
is
saw it, no?
hanging, it's not. And don't forget that the previous move was knight d4, opening the file by e takes
Yes,
d4,
and opening
the
again,
bishop
bishop
goes to
g4.
g4, and
Yes.
now rook e1. So it's so easy to blunder.
No, but on the other hand, okay, what could black do after f4 and queen f3? If he doesn't play knight takes d4, he's a pawn down and he loses.
I don't know exactly.
If white has the time to go rook, let's say rook e1, or and
We'll see what
yeah.
happens here.
So it's not that
But we have moves. Look at that. This is where we're standing. So this is what happened. Queen
Okay.
d4, bishop e3, queen d3.
Probably he was calculating. I think he
Of
saw
course.
it. I think he saw it when while his opponent was thinking.
Exactly. I also believe so.
He surely saw it because
And he's acting now like, everything is under control.
yes.
And then we'll see now what happens.
Queen
Well.
g4, d4, and then a choice between knight d5 and knight d4 somehow simpler if you don't want.
That's
Troubles.
the only move.
Knight d5 was also interesting. You said
Where? Queen g4, d4?
knight d5.
Yeah, but that's better for luck.
But you wanted to go something here. Not here. No, rook is 3. No, rook is 3. You wanted.
Well, rook e3.
If rook is 3, rook d1, you wanted to go. And that was not so entirely clear. Because
Yeah,
white
but
also,
maybe in this position you can go queen d2.
And it will be worse.
Let's
It looks
see.
like.
We are heading already this position.
Yes, okay, so.
Rook d1.
D1 he played.
He played rook d1.
But is this possible?
He played rook d1.
And if he takes queen, king f3 or what? King g1. But this. This
Queen c4. Though it's not clear because rook e3 can be the move. Queen c5.
Counter move.
Tricky, tricky. Rook d1. We can't escape from these games. They are so interesting. But let's go for a short time before we start Mamedyarov game again. Just to take a look, just evaluating the positions, what's going on. Koneru Abdulmalik playing. So on board 1, we see India against Kazakhstan.
White's a bit better, no? At
They
least.
both have 15 points, match points. So everybody's playing for a medal. Of course, everybody wants for gold. But even medal is not going to be easy for anybody. White is a little bit better because white has a
Yes.
very beautiful bishop and putting pressure. Also the c5 square
Maybe c5 is not clear, but okay, it's there. The square is there.
is there. So white is better on board 1 for India. Second board, Harika is not playing today, maybe because yesterday completely winning position was misplayed by her. It was
Yes,
very
but
painful.
Maybe in her 9th month of pregnancy, she's somehow very stable, but not enough, I mean, two piece. Maybe she's just.
She just had a bad day. Yeah, everything can be.
But she made only draws.
Yeah.
I mean, for her level, it's strange maybe that she doesn't win.
Yeah.
Maybe she doesn't have this, that anger to win. How is this? Let's count the pieces first. A queen is missing, or what?
Well, white
Two
has
rooks
two
and two
rooks
pawns.
for the queen.
Two rooks and 2 pawns for the queen.
Azerbaijan,
So-
maybe Sarah is playing.
So Bayeva, yes. Well, it looks a bit dangerous for white, no?
Well, it seems to me that it's dangerous for everybody.
For everybody, because if she develops, then okay.
Yes, it's-
Material is not so bad for her. I mean,
it's again, it's time is
Some
an important.
Grünfeld, it was.
But what happens after bishop c3,
Yes.
b takes c3, knight c2, king
Somewhere.
f1, and let's say something like queen b7.
So let's say I hide the bishop, or e2, let's say. No?
Where do you go?
To e2, I just want to hide the bishop.
You go to e2.
I'm not sure, what do you want after bishop d3? Maybe bishop d3 makes more sense, no?
Bishop d3 also possible. There are interesting and full of tension, full of tactics, full of calculation kind
Sometimes
of games.
bishop h6, rook d8 can be an issue,
Yes.
no? That,
Maybe it was the case that you could give it check before. So after rook d1,
I can take on. Check, and if king e8, then you are pinned. But maybe it's not so bad, no?
well, okay, this game is also a mess.
I mean, white is not without chances. It looks beautiful for black, but white is not without chances. I mean, it's some material. Of course, rooks need to be coordinated to be strong.
Well, it takes time. By the time it will be coordinated, that's for sure. What about
Yes.
knight d3 check now?
Yeah, that was my fear.
This is the question.
No, I have to take at knight g2. This is what I wanted to do.
Takes, knight g2,
Now, if I get castle, I'm happy. But you may go knight d4.
you take.
And
That's
now
the
I
thing.
should just
And you can
simplify.
castle next.
Yeah, because if you take with the bishop, then bishop
h6,
h6. Yes,
winning
okay.
the queen.
Yeah, I just want to exchange pieces because you have two dynamic possibilities with black. And
Rook
if you
d1.
exchange and get castled, okay. The pawns are there still.
What about a6? a6 may be a tough move.
Okay, so I should hide the bishop, no, only two.
Well,
I understand your idea, which is my next move now.
knight c2,
Okay.
can go knight c d4, 6 to d4.
I didn't hide the bishop well enough, you mean, yes. If knight f3, you take on it.
Bishop d3 possibly.
Bishop d3. Okay, let's
No,
go.
because bishop d3, knight here, sorry. But in this situation, it means that after knight e2, I play knight c4, knight d4 immediately. I don't rush with knight c2.
So knight f3 anyway.
And then check.
Okay, I was going to play knight.
Takes.
Takes, I have to take with the knight.
And this is not good.
I am pinned, so everything is pinned.
Only everywhere.
yeah, I know. I know.
Knight e5.
Uh-huh. Oh. Oh.
There are
That hurts a bit, no?
fun things. Go on.
It can change the
No, but the problem is that we can take and knight d4 check, and after that already taking on e5.
Uh-huh. Yes.
But it's very complicated. I think h6
Yes.
can be maybe the most dangerous because it's important to kick away the bishop. Okay, board 3, we have Tanya Sacha with the white pieces playing against Balabayeva. And what is this?
Something
Well,
similar to Botvinnik, no?
Botvinnik, I believe. Yeah.
But
not exactly, right? Because c6 supposed to be there, not a6.
Yeah.
But okay, let's see what we have here.
Can we call it half Botvinnik? It's already semi-Slav. It's semi-Slav and then it's also semi-Botvinnik. It's getting to...
Oh, black is not going to castle, that's for sure.
Will she be unhappy about that? But somehow, how are the pawns?
I would
Pawns are
like equal pawns. I'd rather play it with white, I think.
Yes, because unlike in the Botvinnik, the a file is open,
Yes,
so black is not going to castle anywhere.
yes.
There is not... And also somehow black is behind with everything. I mean, no c5, nothing.
Yeah, it
In
doesn't
the
have
in the
so much
Botvinnik-
energy.
In the Botvinnik c5,
Yes.
queen b6,
Yes,
somehow...
yes.
Well, it's not clear, but at least
Yeah.
black is doing something.
Okay, so here Tanya is also a little bit better, I think.
Maybe much better, no?
Maybe much better. And then on board 4, we see a King's Indian finally. And,
For a change.
well, here probably white is doing nice.
Yes, white should be
Here
better.
white is nice. Yeah, and then see the other match between Georgia and Poland, also on 15 points. So there are 4 teams who have the same match points with 15. Let's see what's this. It looks dangerous for black.
Yeah, can she
But
hold
at
the
least-
space?
It's a pawn up for black.
Oh.
At least something for the 2 bishops.
Okay. Yeah, but of course, white's bishop are well placed. There
Well,
are
white
these
has pretty good
weaknesses.
compensation, probably playing h4. But I'm not sure I would be crazy for white's position.
Yeah, after all, black has a normal regrouping, no?
Okay, it's for 3 results, we can say.
Yes, of course.
Board 2, Stochko is playing
Baroni.
with white.
So
against
Batsiashvili played
Batsiashvili.
Baroni.
Wow, it looks very nice for white, isn't it?
For white? With the bishop on h2?
Well, I don't know if I'm just exchanging the queens.
But okay, queen f6 you can play, no?
Queen f6, knight e4,
Knight 97 or 94.
knight e7 also.
No,
not bad.
okay, but let's say I don't have to change. I can go rook af8, no, maybe.
Rook bf8.
I mean, strategically, I'm not sure who has bigger problems.
Maybe bishop g3 to start with.
But then I ran away to d8. Actually, I needed that.
Okay. It's great. Everybody's happy.
No, I mean, okay, with black, if this is not a good Baroni position, then it means that...
Watch. Be careful what you say.
No, I mean...
If you like it too much, I go knight e4 and knight g5 next.
Knight b5, knight g5, you want, yeah. Yeah, but somehow black also has a lot of squares. I don't know. Knight e5 may be a move.
But maybe I would just go after rook b8, knight e4 to start with. And
Knight e4, okay, maybe that's... So that I don't have this knight e5. Well, knight b5 I have to go, probably, no?
Fine with me.
Okay, you get 2e6. Now the question is whether that's... Okay, and what I'm doing with my pieces, no? That's the other question.
Well, now I'm threatening already with knight d7.
Yeah, maybe somehow it looks not so natural for white. I mean, the bishop on h2 and structure, but okay, knight e4, knight g5 is quite a concrete...
Maybe already immediately, by the way, after knight b5, I could go knight d7.
Yeah, I was worried about that.
And of rook f7 to go knight g5.
Knight g5, okay.
Maybe already. Maybe not, but I would think that maybe some
But I
material.
can take on g4 and on g5. No, maybe.
Okay, so we'll get back to this. Only let's see the other one more game. What's going on Georgia, Poland? Well, white seems to be very good.
A good Catalan.
Yeah.
Good in all the ways.
But just in a second, we'll be back with a special guest. And after that, with the games as well.
Inspiring safety record, strong balance sheet, world-class resource assets, groundbreaking innovation, steady and sustainable contribution to nation's social, economical and environmental development. NLCIL Navaratna CPSE under the administrative control of Ministry of Coal, Government of India, a corporate with a human nature, creating wealth for the well-being.
Welcome back to the 10th round with all the excitement, but right now we have a special guest, the president of FIDE, Arkady Dvorkovich. He was just re-elected yesterday. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank
your
you, Judit.
feelings, because I'm sure you were extremely busy in the last period of few months.
I've been busy, but mostly working for FIDE as incumbent president, as functional president. 90% of my time I spent on working rather than campaigning, and I'm happy that people appreciated that and trusted that I can continue doing this with our whole team. and running chess forward. And I think even in the difficult situations, we proved that we can organize things smoothly, like this Olympiad as well.
Well, this Olympiad was a great challenge to many reasons, and the organizers had only 4 months. Are you satisfied, and what do you think? How is this Olympiad, the 44th in Chennai?
Well, first of all, I'm happy that the Olympiad is back in Asia, that the Olympiad is back in general after the pandemic, since we didn't have one since 2018. We had only online Olympiads. And both given the very short time frame for preparations, what our Indian friends together with our team did here is amazing. It's truly amazing. And even by normal standards, with 3-year preparation, what they did is already very good. But given the time we gave them, it's just excellent.
I know that you're a great fan of chess, wherever you are, wherever you're working 24 hours a day, but when you see a position, we also, just before we came on, I just showed you some game, and you're very curious and full of interest, and you play chess yourself. What is the most engaging, most special for you as a private person about Olympiad?
I love chess players since they're special, and when the board, they're completely focused on the games and cannot do anything else. With out of the boards, very interesting people, sometimes transferring chess knowledge to real life. Sometimes it doesn't work also, but it's quite funny in some moments. But here at the Olympiad, I can see that there is a lot of fight, there are a lot of young players coming to the very top level in different teams like India too, or Uzbekistan, or Poland, even in other countries, and it's very competitive. And even without China and Russia, it's still a very good Olympiad. And I can tell you, maybe it's a small secret, with Vishy, with Anand, we discussed mostly some chess games rather than campaign itself while going around the Congress halls.
Yeah. Well, the Olympiad, the whole spirit of it is that basically from the really almost the beginner players. Some countries, they really have very low level and maybe even their first Olympiad taking part. From the low level until the very best, as the world champion is also taking place. As a president, of course, you have to see the spectrum very wide. How is it possible, and what are the greatest challenges for you? Because for me it looks that this is so difficult to manage and somehow to appeal and make good decisions to everybody for those nearly 200 nations.
Yes, if you're talking about the professional part of chess, the Olympiad itself is the best tool to analyze the level of the development of chess in countries. We can see level of play, we can see the gap between men and women, which is still quite big, and not all teams the women's section are present. Only 160 countries are here. In the men's section, it's more than 185, something like that. So that's another thing. Also, we can see that the level of chess itself from the 2018 is a bit down. And the reason is that they didn't have too many tournaments during this period. There was no practice, basically, only online, and it's different. And that's why, especially in Africa and Latin America, they pointed out that, yeah, the level went a bit down. But it's a great tool to analyze, and now coming from the Olympiad, we'll plan what exactly each country needs to improve. Mm-hmm. Coach, tournaments, focus on women's chess or anything else, and we will plan how to support each country in this respect.
Well, that's great. Of course, I cannot let you go without asking several focus topics, like the world champion announced that he's not going to be defending his title.
Yes, but it's great he's here.
Yes, that's fantastic. But what I would like to ask that, are you planning to consider seriously and finally, or maybe really make serious moves in changing the format so it can be maybe more appealing for the spectators and also for the champion?
Yes, we've been discussing both internally and with Magnus at some point what the possible ideas and how we can change the format to make it more exciting. Even Magnus said, let us cite many other people, that it is not good to change things during the cycle already, when most of the qualifications are already over, and those ideas are for the future, not for this World Championship match. But yes, there are many ideas that we discussed. Some of those ideas were already made public, like doing something similar to tennis format with sets, but again, there was also criticism about the details of that format. Of course, a lot of discussion about time control and tie breaks. So for the next few weeks, we have a lot of work to consult with many stakeholders, including chess players themselves, media, and other experts, and to take the final decision, but not in anyone's personal interest, but in the interest of the whole chess community.
Is there any chance that already with the next World Championship match between Nepomniachtchi and Dingluren we will see some changes?
I don't think we will see revolutionary changes for this match. Some changes are possible, but again, I do not want to take the decision myself. I want to hear from professionals, from experts, from media to make the best possible decision.
And what is going to be the process of that? Because I have to tell you honestly that after the 2016 12 6-6, 10 draws, 1 win, 1 loss with Karyakin. For Magnus Carlsen in 2018 with Fabiano, 12 draws. Yeah. After that, I thought it will be the last match, which is a classical time control only.
But you could see the decisive games in the last one.
Yes, but the story was that after the first 5 rounds, it was draw, draw, draw. So I was really hoping that it's going to be all draws and finally we are going to have some change. But then game 6 destroyed everything and even we couldn't go on all the 14 games. So is it back on the menu really seriously?
It is back on the menu, and the Global Strategy Commission already discussed a few options. It's just too early to say which one is a preferable one. I think this tennis version is nice, but again, there are lots of details inside that should be discussed and changed. But probably that's not the only one. Also, mixing time formats is also a possible version that could be discussed.
Yeah, I thought of a version where they can play the game, but if it's a draw, they can make a show of 4 games, blitz games, and maybe it can have small points, which maybe, of course not measuring the
also
same.
Another one was mentioned where you have 2 hours to compete on each clocks. First you play whatever, semi-classical, yes. And then you play just with time left on your clock, the next one. So yeah. Anything is possible technically, but the question is how to reconcile the tradition with these new ideas and to make sure that people would love it, not to change in 2 years again.
But are you determined that there will be changes, or maybe we will see again that there is no changes because there are so many different views?
I think minor changes are certainly possible, substantial also possible, just a bit less likely. Revolutionary, not for this match, I think.
But in the next time?
Yes.
Okay, that's a great thing. And 2 more questions about education. I know that for FIDE it was also kind of a priority in the last times, the chess in education. What are the steps you're planning to make in order to improve that?
We started a bit late, also because of the pandemic, since we were going to go to many countries, persuade governments, and make sure that chess becomes a part of curriculum, or at least extra curriculum, but seriously considered as a tool for education. Pandemic stopped these activities in most countries, unfortunately. We gained some momentum with online training, online stuff, but not enough, of course. But we were able to accumulate best practices from all around the world. So now we have the menu of possibilities. We have clear understanding what works in different conditions, depending on the government involvement. We saw probably up to 10 countries that took decision during the last few months to include chess into the programs. Most recently Georgia, for instance, but also a couple of countries in Latin America like Panama, Uzbekistan is very active, and they just had their bid approved for 2026 Olympiad after Hungary, Budapest 2024. So there are quite a few countries that are doing big steps, but now pandemic is getting down at least, and people are ready to start. So people demand from us that we have to be very active. A couple of things we did and that were important. We developed our methodology to train the trainers, train teachers, also to certify programs, so that people, at least governments, will know that it is FIDE certified. In this case, it's easier for them to accept that it is the right thing to do. So I think it's a good start, also in collaboration with the European Chess Union, but now it's time to scale up. That's the plan.
Well, that's a great thing. And really the last question only, that this year is for women in chess. What are still plans and what are your expectations in the long run, let's say in the next 4 years of yours?
Yes, it's a year of women in chess, culminating the efforts we were undertaking to create a positive trend, both in terms of prize funds, motivation, more women in management among arbiters, organizers, and also more tournaments. Of course, pandemic was not helpful as well, but still we did some good things, including with Chessable Academy for young girls. Now, this year, we still have a couple of important things, including starting Grand Prix series in the women's section, women chess world, and also candidates matches, so really important events to close this year. But myself, I said that this topic for me is a great priority besides school chess, besides educational chess, and it should not be just 1 year of women in chess. It should be the eternity of women in chess.
Well, it's a nice last word. Thank you very much for your time. I know you're very busy.
Thank you, Judit.
I hope you can enjoy a little bit of chess now.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Inspiring safety record, strong balance sheet, world-class resource assets, groundbreaking innovation, steady and sustainable contribution to nation's social, economical and environmental development. NLCIL Navaratna CPSE under the administrative control of Ministry of Coal, Government of India, a corporate with a human nature, creating wealth for the well-being.
Welcome, everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Welcome back to round 10 already, the penultimate round of the 44th Chess Olympiad in Chennai. Not only the city, everywhere you see screens where people are following the games, but also in the playing hall there is a huge tension going on because we have great matches out there playing for the medals. And there are a lot of open questions, so let's jump in immediately in the open section. What's going on between the big match between the leader of Uzbekistan and India too? They are both very young team with very young players. What do we have? I see that Gukesh Abdusatorov. I was over-optimistic a little bit with white because after Rook A8, I thought that at first Rook D7 would win immediately, which is not exactly the case in reality, because after white takes the bishop, black could take queen e5, and it's possible because of the back rank. So this was my fault. But instead of rook d7, white just played, what did he play? He played rook d8.
And rook d1.
Rook d1, which is a very logical continuation controlling the d file, right?
It's just continue the natural flow towards one ending. There is no way black can hold. Okay, there would be a possibility if they exchange the queens and the rooks, and the black king reaches d6 to defend c5, and then maybe it's equal. But okay, how can he achieve that?
Let's see.
He played rook c8. He doesn't want to exchange, no?
No,
but is it?
Really did he really go rook c8?
It's a good question.
Because for now, rook d7 is not possible because queen e5 and
defense.
It
Yes.
defends back, right? No, but it's not. Something is not right here, I think. Let's see what's going on in this board.
I have the same thing here.
Let's get back the position.
But it cannot be. It cannot be rook c8. It's
rook c8 was played. It's so strange. To give away the whole line? Wow. It means that black is desperate.
Well, if you know that every new exchange brings you closer to something you don't want.
Well, probably the reason he went away because he was worried that if more pieces are exchanged, then the c5 pawn
Queen
is in
e3 and
huge
knight
danger.
d3. Queen e3 and knight d3. With or without queens,
But it's not
knight
a
d3.
good sign. Sorry.
But
What about
this,
queen e3 now?
Yeah. But as we said a long time ago, that the game is practically over. The middle game is dangerous for black, and the end game is just lost. So.
But maybe black still has, because I thought that there is some concrete tactical manners. I understand that this a4 pass pawn can cause serious problems.
And the c5 pawn and the fact that the bishop doesn't do anything.
But white still has to play well, I
something
think,
like-
because, for
No, of
example,
course.
f6, and where white goes.
And then e5.
e5, or I can go maybe also king f7, not
Yeah,
to give away the
Because, okay, with the
squares.
king on e7, we can already exchange everything, and then I go king d6, and I'm not sure who's better.
So
Of
let's
course,
see
there is-
after rook c8, because I believe that it's not so simple.
Okay, so if you try to do something with, queen h5, let's say, to threaten rook
I don't know.
d7.
Yeah, queen h5, queen g3 also to be considered.
Now rook
Queen h5
d7,
looks
rook d7
quite,
is the threat, no?
Quite impressive, I must say. And if after g6,
g6, then queen g5 probably, no? Looks ugly.
well,
Many things. Even h4, h5. I have the whole position for myself. Yeah, no f6 now. With queen e3, yes, f6, and probably black has some chances.
well, it's some interesting position again for black. This bishop, if it would be, let's say, on e8, it would be much better for black.
Yeah, then f6, now bishop g6, and even in the end game there would be bishop c2. So,
Yeah.
but it's
But this bishop, how to regroup it the way that black has any chance?
I
Queen
think
g3.
Queen g3. Okay.
Queen g3.
f6 still doesn't work.
f6? Yeah, this is the point that he just wants to say stabilize his knight. h5. Because black has only 17 minutes on his clock, and there is not much of an option also. That's another thing. Maybe h4 simply?
Yes, h4. Why not? You avoid all kind of...
And this h5 can get in trouble.
Yeah, now not so simple to play f6.
Though the question is if, after h5, white goes rook d7, what was the idea?
Okay.
Should black play anyway rook d8, try to go for the exchange, but then there is an exchange. That's what he wanted to avoid before.
Yeah, but the queen stands on g3. So maybe after rook d8, okay, how do we react? Rook d8.
Well, I guess there are several ways of handling it. Let's say if takes, queen d3, queen f6, right? And
yes, I don't want to
but also
exchange.
queen
Yes.
e3 and then knight is coming.
Okay, h3.
But I don't see anything else, right? After rook d7, only rook d8 is possible.
That's the mechanism, that queen e3, knight e3, and...
So this is why it would be kind of expectable to play h4. But maybe after h4, black would be going back to rook d8.
But okay, it's still... and the pawn is hanging on h4, do you think?
I don't know, maybe takes, queen f3.
Queen f3, okay. f6 probably, no?
f6, knight d3.
Queen d4. And queen is... Yes, because after e5 you probably take on d4, yeah. The bishop is not doing anything. And the pawn started advancing.
Well, let's see what Gukesh is up to. Let's see board 2, what's going on. Actually, white got something.
Yeah.
White really got something.
Now there is something real. I mean, okay, with good play, white...
Well, if this knight ends up on f5, you can...
or on g6, e5, no?
Yeah.
I mean... No, okay. Yes, but he pushed the pawns not as I wanted. I mean, I said h6, g5...
Yeah, we had something like bishop b2, so bc3, 4 happened. Bishop e7, rook
but
e1.
This already looks like something for white.
Absolutely, because after this, knight h4 seems to be very unpleasant because black has h6 and g6 is not possible to knight g6. So this could be a very unpleasant shock for black. Bishop f5.
No, okay. There is a little bit of hope in this match for...
but maybe g5.
For Uzbekistan. Okay, bishop.
Look at this move.
Hey, mate.
Look
yes,
at this
mate.
And this could be quite annoying.
Taking on a6 and knight g6 was not by much worse, but...
Takes.
Yeah, no, of course you play knight g6 first. But you take on e6 anyway, I guess, no? After your beautiful move.
Well, the question, what's the move, right?
Yeah, the move is beautiful. No, of course you play
No,
for...
I mean, what black is doing, depending on that, what I do.
Yeah, it's always better to have...
to have more options.
Actually, you started to take on e6 now.
Yes, bishop e6 and take twice.
And there is no king f7, for instance.
Yeah.
As if it was the case.
Yeah. And actually, this is the position. They have g5, knight g6. I'm not sure black was expecting that move.
King d7 or what?
Well, this looks quite unpleasant, I must say. Some d5 I would like to play, but I don't see that it's a killer yet. But definitely it's a huge danger, it seems, for black. Definitely it's not something you want to deal with. But okay, for the moment, if knight e5 here takes, maybe it's not so bad because there's not much weakness. There's one weakness, you move away with the knight, I move king f7, defend.
Well, g3, king g2, yeah, okay, white has some play.
Okay, that's clear that you want to go with white, but the question is there
whether
anything
you
more?
win or not.
Is there anything more than that? For now, actually, white could still make move g3 or something. Though maybe after that already bishop d6.
Yeah, not simple. What did he play, by the way?
Well, I don't think there is
Something
much
different.
play.
No, he didn't play King d7. Something different happened there.
King f8. No. Oh, he went g takes f6, takes and king f8 he went. Wow. But isn't this rook d1, d5?
It looks like
It looks like huge advantage, isn't it?
yeah, maybe and he cannot block with c5. He has to organize that. Knight e8 probably.
Maybe,
no?
yeah, maybe he
Knight
wants to
e8.
go c5, and then later knight e8, knight d6.
Yes, or bishop f6.
Or knight
yeah.
e4.
Yeah.
Maybe knight
Okay,
e4
yeah,
now.
yeah.
Well,
Okay,
at
maybe.
first it looked so dangerous. But in this game, it's black who is fighting for a draw.
Yes,
There's no
yes.
question about that. First, here h3 happened in the meantime. Let's go board 3. How Pragnananda is doing against Sindarov.
No, Sindarov somehow gave up a pawn. No,
This was the position what we had.
I didn't understand what.
Oh, he just gave up a pawn. Well, not exactly, because he took it
yes,
back on
but,
a2.
But
Takes, b3. Poor bishop. But isn't it... isn't white having some huge opportunities here?
fun.
I mean, this bishop is...
Rook a8, okay, so no.
Well, what about e5, e6?
You're playing alone, no?
No, I have an
I
opponent
mean-
too, but it seems like not giving me too much trouble. Dreaming with e5, e6.
Yes, yes.
But really,
No,
what
no,
what
white is
this?
simply playing alone after that. I mean, the black pieces are busy there.
But are we blundering something? Or maybe bishop c3 he wants to go and takes. Maybe this is the only chance at this stage, right? Takes, and let's say rook a8. But okay, white is clearly better. King f1. King f1 I don't have.
Not so easy to block, no? Don't have the squares.
Now maybe there is this. This is not so easy.
Yeah, somehow you don't get to the good squares.
So after rook d2, bishop c3. But okay, after in this position, there are many alternatives. The other question is what happens if just takes and everything
Yes.
is hanging.
Including b5. But okay, rook e6, no? First, or...
Okay, white goes queen c2.
Okay, so now you want the same thing. Queen a3.
Queen a3, I can go simply rook d3 if I want. I was thinking, of course, e5. That's what comes to mind immediately.
Yeah, I don't know where to go. Let's say g7, maybe, no? Well, it looks, of course, very uncomfortable.
Oh, maybe just rook d3, this bishop. But by the way, no, rook b1 was not possible, right? But maybe it is.
Rook
Maybe
b1.
it is. Maybe just rook a1
a1.
takes queen c3.
Oh. b4 is nothing.
b4 takes rook takes a3, rook takes b3.
No, it looks like...
Well, it looks like white is having several opportunities to take on c6, to go e5, to go try rook d6. So here white is better. Then we go move for board 4, which we had the fun game. This is the funniest game of all of this match. Takes king g1, queen c4, knight d5. I understand. Queen c6. Queen g5, trying to go knight e7, e2, rook c1, queen e6, and white played rook c2.
Why not rook d2 at once? Okay, maybe he wants that.
Well, rook e2 was actually a draw.
Rook e2. I thought rook d2. This is just a
But rook is
perpetual,
on
yes?
c1.
No, but instead of rook c1, he could have gone rook d2.
Already before, you mean, here.
Maybe he saw the perpetual and then he thought he'd...
But he's not playing perpetual. He goes on with rook c2, but this was a draw already, right?
Yes, yes.
Because check and king h8 is not possible to queen h4, and this is just a perpetual check, not more than that.
Yes.
But white went rook c2 to try to take this pawn. This bishop actually is a headache.
6.
f6. Can't white go rook c2, rook e2?
Rook
I
e2
think
is
this
possible,
is
no?
the move, and after takes, takes.
He has to go bishop
Bishop
x4.
f4.
Yeah, but okay, where is the danger for black?
There is no danger. So after f6, can white go king, queen g6, let's say? But then he's going, no. Rook f8.
Queen f7, knight f6, yes, I mean,
Yes.
better to show it, no?
Yes. So, sorry, what did I want to go?
Rook f8 maybe, no?
f8, yes.
And now the knight is hanging a bit.
Well, always something happens. Here, after f6, maybe queen h5?
But then queen f7 works, no?
Then already queen f7 probably works. And somehow black is holding, right? Because
Black,
after takes,
yeah.
takes. If rook e2 takes, or immediately
Bishop d6. Bishop d6, yes.
And just in time, black is out.
Yeah, and okay,
Safety.
only black can think of, but okay, it's equal probably.
Very interesting game. A lot of concrete happenings. Most likely this will be a draw. Let's go to Mamedyarov game. How
But
this
maybe
is.
maybe f6 was the only move, no?
Yes, I believe so.
But Mamedyarov, yes, I mean, knight d6, he ran into a b5, I believe. Not even bishop takes d6, but
Black is
mean-
a pawn up.
yes, but how can you move away with that knight from b5? I mean,
So what else
the only
happened
thing.
there?
You
Knight
remember
d6.
knight d6, and now I think that he went
Yes.
b5.
He went b5. Knight b5, rook c8.
It's one thing that you should not do, and that's moving the
Yes,
knight.
but it's not so obvious necessarily that you get rid of your pawn and it favors black
Knight,
because you
knight
can
b6,
go.
knight b6, knight c4 is a threat, for
Or
instance.
queen b6,
Or
rook
queen
a5.
b6. Yes, yes. I mean, it's.
Yeah. So white played knight d2, queen b6, knight b1, rook a5, knight c3, and bishop d6. Wow,
No,
black
but
has...
it's the blockading theory. I mean, you don't unblock pawns because with the knight on b5, I don't know. I think that the position was not so simple for black.
Wow, what is this? Rook c8 takes h5. So the question is whether will this be possible to defend with white, which is very difficult to imagine in this position, because it's with such a passed pawn, my God.
But okay, can he attack it properly?
Well, this is the big question, where
Knight
this
c5.
knight will be going. Maybe will it go try to go from this end?
Yes, that's
or
the
f6? How to open up, right?
Yeah, because if you go knight c5 quickly, then knight c7, knight b5.
Oh, yeah.
This attacking everybody.
So after knight c7, knight c3.
Yes, but knight c3 does it threat? It threatens to take on a4. Yes.
Well, I'm not in a rush. I think I can improve with king d3.
So that's the question. Is he in time with approaching with the king and...
Well, okay, we can say that this is very huge danger for white. I would think that it has to be lost.
Yeah, it looks like.
It should be, I believe. Then board 2, we have Melkomyan against Gusainov. White to move, and white is winning.
It should be, so...
Well, no, it's not winning yet. No, because it's not clear, because after rook g6...
King h5,
okay,
you
it's
can
king
go.
h5, so it's
To
not
defend,
winning
to
at
defend that pawn.
all. It's not winning at all. No, the fight is going on, because this would be a draw. It's not enough, it's just simplification,
Yeah.
and it's a draw.
Whether you keep the pawns or not, it's...
If f takes g6, it doesn't seem much because the
Where
rooks
is
are
the
tied
threat?
down
Yeah.
to g6 pawn, right?
Where are the threats, yes?
Well, white can go rook a4, trying to capture the pawn on h4, but maybe black will play rook f4
Rook f4 and rook c4, no?
just to secure that, and rook c4, and also after that try to push pawns.
Yeah, pushing pawns, okay, a5 allows rook b6, but it's not so clear if it's really such a big deal for white.
It shouldn't be.
Yeah, I mean, you get some space, but so what?
shouldn't be.
So what, yeah.
Okay, so this is board 2. White is playing for something, but
Yeah.
probably it will be not enough. Board 3. What do we
What-
have over
what is
there?
this?
Wow. Oof. Who is who? What's going on?
Can somebody who took chess lessons explain me what happens
Well,
here?
92.
92, okay. Is it
takes
queen h2?
queen h2. It's checkmate. It's
Aha.
not checkmate. No, because white can
King u1.
escape. Because after this, bishop
Yes.
h2, bishop g3, king a, queen h2, and queen f2 mate. Okay, so this is white is not going to be doing that. So after queen h3, white has to go to e1 and trying to escape here. After queen h1, king d2,
Ah, but he takes
queen
there.
b1.
And now it's white's turn to show something.
I don't know, but black can show something here with queen b2 and stuff.
Yeah. So it's equal pawns, but I mean, if rook e4, for instance. Rook e4.
Well, it's good that you're telling me that it's equal pawns, because I thought black has at least one pawn.
Yeah. No, I mean, you.
Again, we have a b8 bishop.
Yes.
What's going on?
But at least there is no rook on a8.
Yes. Well, now it would be not bad attacking.
He had the decency to, you know.
Yeah. Okay, so rook e4 is maybe holding.
No, this is why I talked about the pawns, because, okay, I wanted to understand whether I can go rook e4.
Okay, so let's see again. If after rook d4, is there anything else for black? Because actually this is hanging.
Oh, but you started with 92, so naturally
Yeah, because I thought,
had
let's
seen,
see
I
there.
had seen it myself, 92, but...
So what is this? And 92 is on the board, by the way.
Uh-huh.
But I don't
King
understand
f8,
exactly
yes.
why.
95 or what?
Well, queen h2 check there. Maybe it would be.
A bit painful, no? So where is the play here?
Well, maybe white just goes queen d3 or queen somewhere. And what is this knight doing there, right? Check, king goes out, and white has plenty of opportunities.
Yeah, at least the king is decent.
So black
on
went
g2.
knight e2.
Maybe it's a good practical decision, no? Also, he doesn't have that much. Ah, so this is Manuel Petrosian, who didn't play since round 3.
Yeah. And then let's move on to game 4. Wow. This here, Armenia should be winning. Which means that Armenia is standing for a victory.
Yeah, they have fantastic winning chances in Sargsyan's game, and Sargsyan is not going to.
Sargsyan is not the kind of guy who will be missing his opportunity when he has a B3 over
repeat
there.
to repeat the moves in such a position, no?
Well, I would be very surprised if he cannot convert this in such a situation. Round 10. Tomorrow is the last round, and they are playing for gold. So he can't afford that he's not winning this.
And maybe the results are playing for them, because Uzbekistan seems to have problems in the match.
Well,
mainly because of the top board, no? But also the Pragnana game, they are not happy. So if Uzbekistan loses, then it's Armenia's chance to get back on the tight first place.
Uzbekistan losing with 16 points and India too wins against Uzbekistan, Armenia wins.
It's a tie for the first.
Then India too and Armenia tying for first place. Okay. Uzbekistan with 16 points. We should be looking also what USA is doing and some others, but they are going to have a half match point ahead.
Yes.
It's always good to go into the last round.
With realistic chances to get a medal, even maybe with an equal match, maybe.
You mean gold medal?
Well, gold, I think they need to win, because they will be tied with India.
Yeah, but I think with the draw, well, we'll see how many teams are going to be there.
Yeah, no, okay, but okay, it would, if they win, then somehow the results would be good for them. I mean,
well, first they have to win the match today, and then look around what's going on for the last one, right? So if it's Sargsyan game, here he went king d8, probably he wants to go already
knight c7,
knight c7, which is quite understandable, and then look around what's going on. Gusainov game is most likely going to be a draw, but still the Armenian player, Melkumyan, is playing for a win.
Yes.
Board 3, knight e2 happened, black is playing for a win. Board 4,
black is a piece up.
Hovhannisyan is winning.
It's completely winning, no?
Which means that they are, it's hard to imagine that they are not going to win the match at least for 2.5.
Actually, they may improve their tiebreak dramatically.
The tiebreak, of course, they will try everything, but the first priority, of course, to win the match, and they are standing absolutely on that direction.
No, I mean that 3-1 looks like the least that they can hope for. 3-1. I mean, here on board 1.
Yes.
And then, okay, maybe some other point somewhere.
Let's go to the US game, because I see that we have results there. Fabiano win on board 1 against Yilmaz Mustafa. It seems that he has a rook up here. Then Wesley So made a draw already on board 2.
A long time ago already, yes.
And let's see what's going on between Dominguez and Sana Wahab. It seems Dominguez is doing fine because he has a pawn up. 2 pawns up. Okay, so this is going to be a victory for US. So, and actually we have another draw there. Shakland played a draw.
No, okay, let's say maybe Dominguez win is not so easy there.
But it doesn't matter because they win the match.
Yes. No, so, I mean, okay, so extra points, of course, he should think of winning, but I don't see exactly how he does this.
Yeah, but I'm saying that for sure they win the match, right?
For sure he doesn't lose, yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
So US will have 16 points by the end of the day. And
but
that's very important.
Do you see that, I mean, if Caruana hadn't won, I mean, no, it's not that there is any doubt that he's better than his opponent, but he has showed some signs of weaknesses here. If he doesn't win his game today, then we are in this situation. And White needs to win this in order to win the match.
Yes,
and
but he will win the match because 2 pawns is 2 pawns. One you will give back and you still have one more.
But there is some work to do still. I mean,
maybe White can go queen h3, queen f1, rook d1.
Maybe, yes, okay.
Queen e8 also, I think.
Yeah, it should be one. Okay, maybe even bishop d4.
Bishop d4
maybe bishop
also.
d4, no?
Bishop
the
d4
simplest.
takes 6, e5.
Yes, it's true. I was thinking bishop d4 that... no, I was just thinking with the situation, I mean, okay, what if you need to win this to But it's probably one.
But
It's
if
two pawns. It's
there
two pawns.
would be a must-win situation,
Yes,
Dominguez,
yes,
I think he
yes,
would win.
yes.
Anyway, okay, so U.S. will be winning. Then we have India A. Let's see what's going on between Maqsoodlu against Hare Krishna, Iran against India.
So Black wants to have some nice blockade on at least one of the wings. Okay, knight c5, knight c5. The knight is going to d3, but knight d5. Still, it's a kingside majority, very solid, and the knight on d5. So probably white is better, no?
Well, I would think that white
Has a huge advantage, no?
Well, it looks pretty good.
Because the blockade is not working. I mean, okay, even if you get h4, so what? Okay. Yeah, the knight on d5 will be huge.
Yeah, somehow it seems like that, okay, the knight goes away from this attack, but then the other one comes to attack.
Yeah, it's a central domination, no? You also have the d4 square.
Let's go to the next game, okay?
I agree.
Okay, so Judit has a pawn up. Not pawn up. Why do I think that everybody has a pawn up? Because these double pawns, well, in practice, it shows that it could be, but of course, once black goes bishop f4, it's
yes.
not exactly.
Yes.
Then it means that black is okay, right?
h3 is a significant weakness.
Black shouldn't struggle long. Unless white is...
No, king f1, king f1 check.
But anyway, I think bishop f4 is going to be the case.
Anyway, and h3 is hanging in this...
So let's say
this
king
pattern.
f1, bishop f4, king e2, rook c3.
King d2.
King d2.
Well, at least here I...
Let's say rook c... then it's
I take the pawn, yeah.
So it's not
Your
so
dream-
easy.
No, but king f1 maybe check. If you go out, then rook h1. And I don't think I'm so slow with... I mean, my pawn is on h4, your pawn is on a2. If king g2, then I can... yeah, okay, maybe on king f3, no? To...
Well, it is unpleasant.
you don't have squares for the rook. Somehow that's...
And there is another option that after bishop e5, by the way, rook e4.
But if bishop f4,
Check.
take there, and it's defended, no? On e3, you mean? But rook a3. Shouldn't that be a draw? You take the
Yeah.
second pawn with check, but king
Yeah.
g6 and everything is defended somehow.
Yes. Well, not exactly.
Yeah, h4 will be weak at some point, no?
Well,
King g3.
it's so much that
I have to take.
rook there and
Rook
rook
there.
h5.
And I cannot do anything. Okay.
Not easy.
No, so this is a clear advantage for...
Okay, white has an advantage, that's not a question. Board 3. Let's see what Arigais is doing.
Okay,
with
it's draw.
black.
It's a draw
Oh,
already.
It's a draw already. And board 4. What do we have here? Queen e6.
Well, again, this knight on c5. White is very active, but he doesn't deliver, like in Tanya's game yesterday.
Yes, that knight on c5.
I mean, okay, it's very beautiful. Okay, you have f6, you have a check there, but okay, if you don't show me. Of course, after knight f6, king h8 is a sad move to make, but okay. Then the knight will be left alone on the queen side and will just attack the a pawn with your beautiful
Well, at
pieces
first
busy.
it seems like a nice position for white,
But
on the second look, it doesn't look
like yesterday somehow. No, it's similar.
Okay. So what did we say? That Hare Krishna has a difficult position. Actually, they exchanged it differently. Then Judit has a better position. And then this is board 4. So it's not a clear match at all for India.
He simply wanted to win the pawn on b6. Now this is why he played bishop c5. But I'm not sure
Yeah.
he did right. Because the bishop
this
was useful.
position.
The bishop was useful to defend.
Well, I guess black should be going here.
Yeah.
And then black is
Knight
looking
d3,
for
knight h4. Yeah. But with the
some
bishop on
kind
board,
of-
this would not have been possible. That was my idea. I mean,
But
bishop
I'm not
f2.
sure black is doing so well.
Just some practical chances, no? Knight h4.
Queen e2. And what do I worry?
And knight d3 is not coming, no? No time for it, yeah?
Then queen f2.
Yeah, maybe. Nothing. Okay, and it wins a pawn.
Dangerous stuff. Let's see Giri. How is he doing? He's...
It's equal pawns. Sorry to use such simple evaluations, but it's
but
different.
not for long, because h4
Yes,
is
h4
taken in
and
the next move.
Rook h7. Rook h7.
h7. Rook a4.
But you promised to take that one. Okay, so how is it knight g7 now?
King f7.
King f7. I was afraid you'd do that, yes.
Yeah, this is...
yeah.
Anish is tricky guy.
No, he
And
played,
if he
he
takes
played
this
well.
with
He
bishop on
played well
e5,
here.
I mean, look at this knight if you cannot go out with it.
Yes. So not rook h7. I have to go somewhere else. Let's say rook a7.
Rook a7, so after takes then knight
Then
g4.
knight g7
but maybe,
and-
maybe rook g4 is the move.
And then I have to go a4. Okay, I just start. I cannot help. Wait a minute. I have to go.
Yeah, it's not easy for black.
Yeah, but at least I have to. Yeah, because your position is beautiful. If you gain some more space, you can mate me somehow. But okay, I just have the primitive plan of bringing the pawn to.
No, but
To
hold
a6.
on. King f8.
Okay, a5, let's say.
Rook h4.
So the knight is really trapped. So a7,
Sorry?
a6, sorry.
And what is this?
Rook b7.
Well, I can go bishop d4.
Probably the only move, no? I mean,
Not
if you,
necessarily. No, I go this first,
king d3.
and then I go back.
Okay, king e2.
So I
Yes,
cut
yes, but
away.
okay, a7, okay, a7.
Yeah, it looks like a draw.
You are, yeah, the threat is rook d7 or rook a5.
Rook is cut on the sevens. Rook is cutting.
No, that was lucky, I mean, by one tempo.
He went rook b7.
Maybe better, no?
Well, probably he wants to be ready for not waste
Yes,
tempo
yes.
to go rook from a7 to b7. Okay, this should be a draw.
Because if rook h4, knight g7, it's probably a draw.
Yes,
If rook g4, then a4, and again, take knight g7, it's a draw.
yes.
Okay.
So in this position, who is better?
Van Forest.
White is better a little bit, maybe. Though the knight will be nice on f4.
Yes,
e5.
but f7 is a kind of...
Yeah, but after bishop c4, knight d5. So
And-
black is doing fine.
Yes, okay.
So okay, this is drawish, we can say.
Black doesn't risk.
No. Then this one, Markus is doing fine. He's winning.
Yeah.
So actually, Serbia is on plus.
Actually, I saw that Indic lost won his last two games. He had some sort of moderate start, but he lost, and he beat Yakuboyev with black in a Benoni. I heard that he's an outstanding Benoni specialist. Actually, he had with Duda or Wojtaszek, he had some Benoni, which eventually he got close to winning, but it was a draw and still enough to win the match. Some 5 rounds ago, if you remember. It was two pawns B and A against H or G. And the Polish player somehow held the draw because
So let's see on the board what we have.
I see a
Verunovic
pawn
is playing.
on C6.
And yeah, there is a pawn on c6,
but is it so?
g5, f4.
And generally speaking, if black doesn't do anything, how is white? But okay, f4 is a threat, no?
And sometimes the d4 pawn is also could be a threat, or e5. I'm not even sure that white is better.
No, I mean, if the situation in the match requires it, I mean, if black just says, okay, I'm a bit tired, I go to have a sleep, please play alone, okay. How is white going to improve his position?
Well, it seems like Holland is in trouble.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and
Right?
the English seems to be confident that he holds the position with Giri. Yeah, this can be a funny situation.
I know that it's irrelevant for the medals, really, but I see the Hungarians are playing. I see Erdős won with some incredible, very short game against Korbov.
What is this? I don't
know what was going on.
Can you explain me the position? I see.
I don't want to explain the position because I don't want to spend so much time on this match.
But it was interesting. No, sorry, but I have to. I mean, okay, I understand white won, but I understand he didn't develop his minor pieces and his rooks are somewhere.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, but basically bishop g5.
You understand? I cannot miss. I didn't understand the opening. What was it? No, this must have been a beautiful game, no?
Well, it was a shocking game probably for black, 19 moves only. Then there is a draw on board 2, and on board 4, Onischuk beat Gergely Kantor. And then we have only one game going between Banus and Shevchenko, and actually white has a great position. And Banus is in great form also.
Mm-hmm.
That would be amazing if Hungary wins the match and comes up to 15 points.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Wow. That would be amazing.
Mm-hmm. No, but
I got enthusiastic now.
Yeah. No, of course, I can be happy for your team, but something is wrong with Korbov here. No, he's a very strong player, and
and losing in 19 moves.
But he lost several games, which, I mean, okay, we don't expect him. I mean, he's really a good player. And so, yeah, okay, this whole situation, of course,
sometimes we can come back to see what Hungary is doing. But, what Romania is doing. Just let's be fair.
I'm not sure whether we should go there.
That is much lower.
It's much lower, and I think it's.
Let's go back to the main boards, but this time to the ladies, just to take a look what's going on, because there is a lot of fight over the medals.
Earlier there was a bad bishop on b7. Now there is a good bishop on b7, but it changed color.
Yes, and it looks like white is absolutely winning, isn't she?
Yeah, the pawn is
Black
there.
is going to be taking, or she can take on h3. But I don't think it gives much hope for black.
Well, if allowed to move again, bishop takes g2, then it would already be unclear,
Maybe bishop e4?
Sorry, before bishop g6, bishop takes d7, knight d7. But that may be a draw, no?
Yeah, black can go here and take on d7.
Bishop d7, right? Yes.
And after takes, you take with the f pawn.
With the f, I should not to get mated, yes. Okay, of course.
This also looks awful.
It looks awful if I have to take with the f pawn, yes.
This is awful. So after
I
d7,
know.
bishop h3. Queen e4 is also quite reasonable, I must say. But I think bishop e4 looks not bad.
Mm-hmm. No, but okay, with such a pawn on...
So on board 1, Koneru has a great position, it seems. Board 2...
Okay, so Bibisara got out of...
got out of the mess.
The main trouble, but okay, the position is still not clear. How do you unpin yourself? I mean, well, white is not worse, I think. I think. I cannot be sure, no?
Well, how does white get along right now? Knight d2 is threatening, rook d2 is not possible.
Yeah, this is what I meant, that it, not easy to see how she gets out of the thing.
Knight d3. Well, I believe that this position is pretty balanced. Black can also get better. Play
yeah.
A4.
Yeah, no, she got out of the main trouble, but in principle, black is doing fine. At least.
Okay. Then third, Tanya is, wow. Tanya is making these games incredible, complicated. She sacrificed, it seems, at some point. She jumped here and then rook a8. Wow, it looks so dangerous for black. Takes, bishop g5. Wow. Isn't this looks... She just took here and rook e6.
Okay, so the threat is bishop d5. I mean, it's not such.
But look at this, it's move 36 and both players have under 2 minutes, so this can be
But it's not a
tough.
combination that you see it and you say that you never saw something like that, no?
No, it's
I mean-
kind of a very typical one, and you have the bishop pair, bishop d5 is threatening with
So, okay, the
again,
question is whether rook h7 is possible or not.
after rook h7, I think queen c2.
Yeah, that's the only question, because otherwise bishop d5, queen c2, so I have to go rook g7, no?
Well, I'm not sure that's the only idea, because after rook e6, maybe king can go to d7.
And and you take on g5. Okay.
Or trying to...
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know, maybe it's just completely lost.
No, okay, but...
But I would try,
but-
maybe bishop g4, bishop takes, rook g6,
Okay, in time trouble,
king e8,
this can be
rook
very
g5.
funny.
Black played king f7. Well, now rook e7 is so tempting. But what about
Bishop
bishop
d5?
d5?
And if bishop g5 attacks the...
The bishop
queen?
d5 takes, I don't know, rook d6,
But the queen is also attacked, no? King g7, let's say.
king g7 only move,
Yes.
and then it's tricky. Because I thought
Yeah.
that after king
No, no, no.
e7, then queen g5, queen e5,
you
queen
saw some
e6
mate.
maybe.
Okay.
But let's say after bishop g5, maybe just rook e5, you know? This is the best.
Queen takes e5,
And queen g5.
queen g5, and it could be a mate, no?
Well, there is a bishop also
Okay.
hanging, but this should be completely chaos.
Mm-hmm,
Which means that if Tanya can win her game, but you know what's possible? Bishop
King,
d5
king
should
king g6 maybe, no?
Where?
After rook e5. I can defend my bishop.
But then bishop e4,
Rook, king h6 still, no?
check.
And but b5 is...
Rook g6.
Yeah.
Okay, it's gone. She didn't even try bishop g5.
Okay.
Though, okay, she's trying, but I think
Bishop
rook
b7
e5.
is probably her hope. But,
Well, bishop c6.
c6, sorry.
If queen f4, what is her hope? I'm sorry, but after queen f4 there is not much hope, I'm afraid.
But where is the mate?
Well, queen f6.
King h5? I mean, if bishop c6 now.
Uh-huh.
I told you which was... but we check, okay, you take with check on h8.
The rook is hanging.
The rook is having with check, okay.
King g6. Well, we wait here, because actually if Tanya wins, Conero should be winning, and Vaishali should keep it. And what is this? And India has a piece up here, so India is just winning.
Yeah.
And actually, they may even win for 3-1 or 3.5.
Yeah, it's an extra piece.
But that's huge for India because they are in tie, and they go up to 17 points. Rook e5 is on the board. That's what she.
Yes, I saw it. I saw it was a move backwards. Yeah, okay, but black didn't offer resistance somehow. Of course, with little time, it's not easy to defend.
No, 96 was a nice touch by Tanya.
Yes, a practical try. I mean,
Wow, she had 10 seconds.
Practical try.
Queen f3. Well, I don't know what she's
If
hoping
rook
for
b5.
after rook b5, but I would go probably rook e6. Somehow, checkmate seems to be more important, but maybe I'm wrong. Well,
That rook e6, king h5, no?
yeah, well, h3.
I don't want to say anything. Okay.
Well,
H3.
you better not with your king on h5. Sorry.
Yeah.
But I think you can go back to
No, but the question is rook takes b5 a problem?
no,
I mean,
agree.
with little time. I mean,
I
just
agree.
not just to.
I agree.
No, I understand that.
And that's what she did.
Okay. I mean,
You're right.
and then I go bishop f4 and I give all the checks.
h5. That's not.
Not a threat h4.
That's not going to be so difficult for Tanya to win. So I think we can leave this game because there is no chance at all for Black to survive in this game. And basically, in this game, Black is winning, has a pawn, bishop up. Koneru should be converting this to full advantage into victory. And
But just a moment. How is that? If knight f, but no, you don't go for the
it's
exchange.
white to move.
It's white to move. Okay. Then what?
It's white to move, so there are several
Okay,
options.
okay.
I don't think knight b7 would be something.
No. I hope I get my knight on f6, and if knight b7, I take on d7, and maybe it's not that bad. But of course, you could just take on e6 after knight f6. If
Yeah.
I mean, and it's not funny.
So India is winning, but then let's see what the Georgian Polish game is up to, because here Georgia is suffering a little bit. Should this be a draw? This is a good question.
So the white king is
I
stuck
think-
on e2f, but
I think it should be because Black cannot move.
advance, and if the king goes away, then bishop f6.
Yeah, so let's say bishop f5, go here, king d5, then simply bishop f6. takes.
But if it is okay.
And there is nothing to be done.
No, it's an easy draw.
And then this is going to be attack. So board 1 is going to be a draw.
Okay, the pawns needed to be more advanced. For instance, if instead of the majority,
These pawns, right?
black had a pawn on b3,
Yeah, if this bishop cannot control.
then the king would be busy defending there, and I don't think she could defend both wings. But
Okay, so this is a draw. Board
but it's
2.
a draw.
This is the Sochko game.
The Baron, no? Oh, it didn't.
Well,
Okay,
here black is
great, no?
Black is great. Georgia is doing well here. Then board 3.
I have the feeling that over the past few rounds, Batsiashvili started to play again in her old style. I mean, adventurous, the Jobava. I told you that I had a
Yes.
chat with her, and I saw her games. I mean, always sacrifice. Yes, I prepare by looking at the Jobava games.
Yes.
Okay, Jobava was 2700 in that moment, but I had a feeling that she played solidly in the beginning. But now she lost the last 2 games. She won the last 2 games, I believe, and now again she was probably worse. You are probably right, but well, it's a Benoni. The Benoni things get shuffled. The knights.
We have on board 3 now.
The 9 out of 9 girl. Yes.
Yes, Olivia Kobasa. But this time, maybe she's not going to win the game. And they would need desperately a victory. And on board 4.
Because a4, maybe they're the
On board
simplest. No?
4, Poland is winning. So let's see again what is the situation. Board 1 going to be a draw. Board 2, Georgia is better, but it's not clear, of course. Right?
Well, okay.
It's clear that it's better,
it's a game,
but to
yes,
convert
yes.
it, that's another story.
You have to advance the pawns,
But
yes.
still, okay, in this, Georgia is better. On board 3, it's a draw. And board 4, Georgia is losing. So
what is
Poland
it?
can
It's-
win. Because this has to be a win.
Yeah, I mean, okay,
This is clearly a
Batsiashvili
win.
needs to win.
This-
Batsiashvili
yes.
needs to win. Because otherwise they just lose the match.
Yes,
Well,
because
here
this
a-
is a draw.
here
Still
A4.
black is...
A4, I mean, if... Well, I mean, okay, she wants some drawn endings, like for instance yesterday.
Well,
But if white plays a4, then
yes, but okay. Yesterday she won an endgame with the pawn up and some
at least
accuracy needed by the opponent.
and she knew the plan. She knew the
Yes.
plan, and black Vaishali. Okay, she didn't feel the danger, didn't see the counterplay. Okay, no, whatever.
Yeah, but after a4 probably
But
there
after
is no
a4,
chance.
yes. But
And
anyway,
a4 is on the board.
was probably the Catalan which looked worse for black. No, at some point we saw some Catalan with the double F pawns. So
Yeah,
it's
this was, this was
yes,
the game.
yes.
Yeah.
Anyway, she
So
got
actually
out.
it was nice for white, it seems.
She got out well. I mean, okay, she did what she could.
Okay, let's see still with the ladies, the Ukraine team. What are they doing? Germany plays against Ukraine. On board 1, Maria Muzichuk against Pats. She has a better position, but I would doubt that black can win this.
Of course, it looks very unpleasant for white, but it's a
Yeah,
court
but it's
press.
not enough. I believe that white
H.
goes b5, and then where can black break through? We have a game finished. We go back. So Dominguez won. So actually USA made a big 3-1 score.
3-1. Okay.
3-1. Okay, so they're back to the fight for any color of the medal. But they needed this desperately. So in this position, I think white is making a draw. Then on board 2 between Anna Mozichuk and Heinemann. Let's see
Okay,
what's
two
going
bishops
on.
against two knights. White is better,
Okay, white is better.
and
Board 3.
she might be better for a long time.
Okay, this is a piece up, if I understand it
Ah.
well. So Yushanina is winning.
Okay.
Okay, so actually Ukraine is going to be winning with the ladies, and they need it desperately.
They are not worse anywhere, no. And
No.
they win
And
this,
she's
then-
going to win,
I mean, okay, Pets probably holds a draw, but of course she cannot win.
So Ukraine is going to go up probably, well, somewhere in the near, but we get back to this again. Let's go back to the boys, what's going on. But before that, let's see a little highlight what was going on already today, and then we are right back. Back with the 10th round of the 44th Chess Olympiad, and it is so interesting what's going on, and there are some results also, because with the ladies it's going to get there where Ukraine most likely going to win and go very much on the front, but India too is winning. Do we have a final result on India too? With the ladies, but they are really having all the
Let me
positions
check.
the way that it's going to be a victory, which would mean that for the ladies, they would go up to 70.
India
17
too,
points.
they won on the second board, Padmini.
And they are still playing on.
Yes.
And Poland against Georgia, they are still struggling, fighting a lot. But we'll see what we're going to have there as a result.
So Poland has the first chance because one of the position is won. And Georgia has winning chances and some other one. No? So from practical point of view, Poland has the better chances.
And at this point, we see that they might have 17 points after this round, before the last round, but they have played against each other already. So they will be playing somewhere weaker players already with much less point. But this is how usually Olympiad is. They had already moved round 11, 12, 13, 14. When we still had 14 round Olympiads, then it was kind of strange for me that practically up to round 11 you play with all your rivals, and only after then you already maybe play about 1 or 2 match point lower teams.
Yeah, but actually, if we think of it, even in those times, we had more than, in the open section, we had more than 100 teams. And do you think that 40 rounds is too much for an open? Because actually,
I think it was too much. I was discussing this with the chief arbiter in those times, and my experience was that somehow by round 12, we always started to play already with the teams which are not the direct rival. Because everybody plays against each other up there.
yeah, because in opens, okay, usually 9 rounds is good for 60 or 70 players. They play now 9 rounds even if it's 400 players because of money, because nobody wants to organize a tournament lasting 3 weeks. But I'm not sure. With more than 100 players, I don't think that 11 is.
Well, we'll
really
see the final round, what kind of matchup we have.
480 at least, it's a bit little, no? 186 teams, so how many we have here? 11 rounds is a bit. Of course, it's better than nothing. I mean, okay, it's a Swiss system. What can you do? But I think it's the economical, the financial reasons that are.
Let's go back to the games. I think Gukesh Abdusatorov. Let's see that game, what's up to. Because there is a pawn up. Gukesh won a pawn. He dropped 1 point so far only in 9 rounds, and this is the 10th round, which there's a good chance he's going to win. It means that he's going to be going to 9.5 out of 10 games on board 1, which is quite unbelievable because he played against most of the strong teams, like even with Spain, who has Alexei Shirov. They played against USA, of course, Azerbaijan, Armenia, and the top boards. So this is what we have on the board, and it's move 41. They received their time already, though.
He won a pawn and the black didn't get anything in exchange. The bishop is still on a6, as passive as it was.
Black just played queen a5 and trying to look for some counter chances probably from a2. But it's hard to imagine that white would give any chance in this game. For example, queen d4, I would think that that's...
Just take the... If knight d3, then maybe... No, but it's better to keep the bishop under pressure, no? With queen d4. Probably you're right.
Well, the thing is that if you go with the queen, then I want to give it check and take check on
and then,
h4,
yes,
right?
and then you return, and then the king escapes to g3. So there is no perpetual at all.
Yes.
For
And
instance.
as we know that on board 2, it was already a draw. This endgame was... well, this here, we consider that white is better, but somehow black regrouped his pieces. Knight on d6, bishop on
Yes,
f6.
but white was losing time, no? G3,
Yeah.
rook e4, somehow.
He
But
misplayed it somehow.
yes, somehow.
They simplified the game and then agreed to a draw. Well, okay, so this was board 2. On board 4, wow!
They agreed to a draw
They
here,
agreed
yes, I
to
saw.
draw in this position,
Yes, yes.
where we had so much fun. Okay, and then we have only 1 game running, which is Pragnananda against Sindarov, which means that, well, it's 99% that India is winning. But of course they want to win on both boards, so increase their tie-break.
By the way, regarding the structure which can arise after f takes g5, f takes g5. No, I don't say that, but it's interesting that I had some discussion with Carsten Müller. Actually, I had referred in some comment that with the bishop on, let's say, somewhere on g6 on the diagonal, b1, something like that. If the bishop stands on the diagonal b1 to h7, so Averbach gives this as a draw. You just have to avoid sometimes to go to a7 if the white king is very. Yeah, but we had some round. He was analyzing with the computer. I was answering by looking on the chessboard. It was through email, and eventually he managed to find some methods. Apparently, it's winning.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, you approach with the king, and at some point you play g4, but you have to be sure when you play g4. And then somehow with the rook on the 7th rank, you somehow cross with the king. You move the rook away and you cross with the king, and the black king cannot advance. It's something very, I mean, the rook can dominate. So there was a moment when I could not react anymore to his analysis.
But in this position, we are not going to have that probably.
You understand. You understand.
Probably.
It's better like this for white. It's 2 additional pawns and.
Well, I'm not sure that that black would want to take with the f pawn.
Maybe he would take with the h
now
pawn.
he cannot take on with f pawn because of rook b6.
I was just talking about
I
fortresses and.
I'm just saying that I don't know if white wants to take on g5.
No,
at all.
In principle he shouldn't. In principle, this is a concession, I believe. No.
So after rook bishop a6.
Let's say
rook b6.
Or king e3. Okay.
Okay, so black goes bishop d3 or
bishop c8.
Bishop c8 also. Yeah, I'm not sure it's so easy to win, right? What about g4?
Okay, yeah, now the question is if takes and h5, if it's possible.
Objectively, this is a draw, isn't it?
Yes, this I believe it's already a draw.
This is really that the black bishop is just keeping control on g4 and it's a draw.
Yes, this is what they taught us at least. And if h4, okay.
If g4, gf, rook b5,
f5,
then
f5. Well, that may be not so simple. King f3, fg, hg. I'm not sure that is a draw, because if pawns would be vice versa, I mean the white pawn on the h file and the black pawn on g file on the right colors.
Yes.
But like this, I'm not sure with the h pawn. I think this is this should be lost for black.
Because the bishop has not enough space?
Yeah, and the king has space to somehow. I'm not sure, but I know that this is at least theoretically worse than vice versa. So king.
Well, it's not going to be easy to win for Pragnananda, that's for sure.
Yes.
But, I mean, they have to win the match. He went queen a5, and white is still thinking. So let's go to Mamedyarov game, because we haven't seen this endgame for quite some time. So it's a big question how... actually, Armenia is leading in this match. Armenia is leading because he won this game. Then there is a draw with the Melkomian game. And then we have board 3, which we had some fun things here after knight e2. I don't remember that. Queen h2,
it was
queen
all
h3,
variation probably, yes.
Queen b1, white played rook d7. Queen b2, king d1, queen f6, and white exchanged. Well, he was not able to exchange, but why did black end up in that position? Takes, queen f6, f4, b5. Okay, so this is the position. It's not that bad.
No, it's not that bad for white, maybe, no? I mean, the queen is active, the king is safe. The h pawn is not running yet.
No, I think this most likely is going to be a draw. And then Sargsyan is the question.
But he
which
plays
means
for
that
his own
Armenia,
pleasure. I mean,
99% that he's scoring today the full point
Yes.
in the match. What is this? Oh,
if
but white can take
but
the pawn.
yes, but then a3 is also
Okay, so I take this.
like you take like that.
Well, I'm just thinking that that the b3 is hanging also.
Okay, b2, king c2, knight b5, probably, no? Knight b5, and that looks.
Yeah, this looks a little
You
shaky.
have
and
to take on b2.
This
You have-
pawn's destiny is, I think, also that it's going to be taken.
You have to take on b2 by force, otherwise
Yeah, but this is.
the knight d4 probably, and then
But I'm not even sure. Maybe this is also. Sorry, not this one. I was wondering if white, black can
just,
just take, then take this one, go knight c4, go knight e3.
just simple
to go
chess. And d4 remains a target. Yeah, okay, this is the, let's say if you don't want to risk anything.
Yeah. And if knight takes from c5,
Then I can take there, no? Like
then
this.
take this. No, but it's with this h4 especially, I mean that does not give much hope for white.
And actually, the knight from c7 can go to e8, g7, f5 if it is the knight activity on the other wing. I mean, what is going to stop it?
Rook 3a4 is played. So now we're entering into that line what you just said.
Knight b5.
But of
knight
course,
b2.
if I don't want to take this and I take knight d4, let's say.
King b1 probably first, no? To avoid knight e2 check.
Yeah, but the problem is that I take
Oh.
knight a3 with the check.
Okay, so anyway, something
Maybe
will
king
happen.
d3.
King d3, okay. Aha, king d3, and it's not so simple.
Yes, because that's why I wanted to take on a3.
Yeah, you just take and forget about anything, yes.
b2 is on the board. No. Ah, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, king c2.
Knight b5. Somehow knight b5 has such a visual impact, no?
Yes.
I mean, the knight is coming there.
Pragnananda took. Look what has happened since then. After bishop a6, he went g4, takes, h5, takes.
But why did
this
he
is
hurry?
win.
But why did he hurry with? Why not bishop c8 and f5 or h5 then?
Well, probably rook c4
Okay, rook bishop d7.
and just go rook c7. Let's say rook d4,
Okay, bishop e6. I have to go.
rook d6.
King f7.
But you have no f5,
I have no still.
so it's over. Which means that anyway it's over because after gh, well, he still has to show his way of knowing this typically. You remember?
mean, yes.
So the main idea is
you know, there is in the theory there is such a position with black has the dark square bishop and white has a pawn on h4 and defended by the king on g3. And somehow white is clumsily put the rook is on h1. And this was analyzed by Vanchura, and it seems to be winning a long time ago. Vanchura, 100 years ago or more. And it is a win, but it's not the case here. That's
No,
here you
because-
just have to know the basic theory
yes,
of.
which is later on that in this position, just for our viewers to have
Not to play
to understand that
Four.
h5.
h5, not to play yes.
Yeah, so the real stuff is about h5.
Well, actually, I have the suspicion that after with a king cut like this, h5 wins, because the king was cut horizontally. But it doesn't matter. Okay, we go to this
Yeah.
position, yes.
Yeah, at some point when the rook is here, you cannot play just simply h5.
Because you need that square for
No,
the
because
king
actually
somehow
the
to get
bishop
out.
should be from here.
Yes. Yeah, you...
But we'll see how Pragnananda knows his technique. We have this position since then.
Doesn't seem to have improved greatly for black, no?
Well, probably black wants to go g6.
G6 and bishop f5.
And
no?
bishop f5.
But, well, actually, maybe this is the best position he had in many moves.
Which is not promising.
No, which
what
is...
about knight d3?
Uh-huh. Okay, just missing a tempo to get to an almost good position.
Well, I'm afraid it's not only one tempo.
No, g6 and bishop f5.
Yeah.
But of course, yeah.
And then what do we have? What happened with the Dutch guys? Actually, what happens with the Indian guys? What happens?
What
with
happens
Hare
with
Krishna?
everybody?
Queen a1.
So Serbia Netherlands is 2-2. It's finished.
Oh,
For some reasons,
2-2. Well, probably it's not good for either of them.
The last board won, but what was that? I don't remember the position.
That was the max game.
Okay.
And who won?
Okay.
White won.
White eventually won. Yes,
Wow.
it didn't look like, but
Okay.
okay, it was some.
So this is Iran against India on board 1. Maqsadlu is playing against Hare Krishna. Knight on h4 is not
She's playing with the knight on h4.
Queen a1 was the last move. But it seems like black has some counter chances, I must say.
Even if he hasn't, then I mean, okay, how is white going to win with the knight on h4? Probably.
Well, Queen b2, for example, to start with.
Okay, but.
To improve. It's not going to be easy.
Is there a play? No, I mean, okay, I'm not so sure about black's counterplay in the proper meaning, but.
Well, first of all, black can take on b5 to start with.
Yeah, and with the knight on h4, it's hardly going to be a win, no?
Well, unless it's possible to play somehow with f4 and then bring it back to f3.
So take and queen f6.
Yeah,
but,
takes, queen f6.
But f4 doesn't work.
Then I would give a check and queen b8.
You don't want to give the check on f1, no? No, maybe it doesn't make a difference.
Well, I think after queen f1, king h2, white has a great option to win. The f7 is hanging, knight g6.
And with the queen on, what's the difference with the queen on b1?
Queen b8 check, my plan was.
Okay.
Queen b1.
So you have to do it
here,
quick.
queen b8.
Okay.
e5. Queen e8, but maybe this is not so nice
and
for
f4.
black.
F4, yeah, okay.
f4.
Actually, f5 is the threat.
Yes. Yeah.
That's not funny.
It can get complicated for black.
Yeah, generally speaking, with 4 against 3 with knights, yes, but the question is how is the knight on h4?
And this is what we have on the board. Black took on b5, takes.
Probably queen f6 she should play, no?
Maybe after queen f6, by the way, black goes queen d7. Maybe he should go to safety somehow.
So e5, let's say, or what if f4? That was my...
It's shaky, and the h4 knight will come back to f3.
And f5 is a big threat.
Generally, yes.
To weaken the king, to I mean, is this
Well,
knight on
black
e6?
can go, well, king g8, and you go f5, yeah?
Could try to.
Yeah, because queen d8 is not possible. Queen f6 is on the board. So here white is pressing, to say the least.
No, but I was thinking that the only thing I wouldn't do with black was to take on b5. I wanted to say that.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
possible that, but objectively I'm not sure. From practical point of view, I completely understand. And
Somehow
maybe,
now it's simple for white. The knight is good suddenly.
yeah, but maybe it's also easy
Maybe.
to underestimate it. I think that f4, f5 is
But
so strong.
instinctively, I thought that rook takes b5 is not a threat.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
I mean, with pieces on board, of course, the knight on it. Yes, because the rook on b1 needed some protection. If the queen goes to f6, then.
Yeah, right now he cannot, yeah. But he has to go something queen b2 or so.
Yeah, maybe
Though he
king.
didn't go queen b2.
Of course, it's not easy to play with black.
Actually, he could go
Queen
queen
d8.
d8.
Queen d8. No, why not? If g3 is forced, then I don't know. Then I return.
Maybe queen a5.
Aha. Yeah, maybe. Okay, queen d4. Let's say. Yeah, of course, it's two missing pawns, but.
Yeah, it's also understandable he didn't want to.
I would be happier with white after rook takes
Queen
b5.
f6.
I mean, yeah, queen f6. I mean, I'm not so sure if it's winning, but okay, I'm there. You know, I'm playing. We saw in this at this Olympiad positions with less advantage than this, which eventually turned out into wins.
Hold on, maybe queen g5 in this position.
Aha. Queen f7, knight g7.
g7.
Aha. Okay, that's interesting. Haha.
I'm not saying that queen g5, knight g5
In principle, this.
is not winning, because maybe it is. Simply king h2, g3,
Or,
king g2, but still, h4 is not so easy.
the king goes to e3, let's say, no? And then f4.
Ah, okay.
I mean, okay, this
King g1,
should be winning if we
king
reach
g7, king f2.
f4.
Yes, because if the knight would be here, objectively it's winning,
yes,
right?
yes.
Though I'm not sure if after h4 is winning, but probably it should be.
Well, with the pawn on h2, well, we have this weakness on h3. Yeah, and we somehow attack with f4, f5.
Yeah, okay, but black goes knight e6.
King
You go
e3,
king
and maybe
e3.
g5. Because we have that weakness.
Knight f5, king here. Knight on e6 is good, yeah?
Yeah,
Controlling
and the pawn on
f4.
h3 is a big problem, maybe. h4 will come. Okay, but white plays g3. So that nothing of this happens.
I think this has to be a win, but it's not easy.
Oh, well, it's a knight ending.
It's not easy.
It's a knight ending. I had my nightmares with knight endings. I mean, completely winning position, but you know, I mean, not like this. This requires some technique.
Yeah.
Just
Absolutely.
no, it's not easy.
Let's go to the Judit game, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so what do we have here? It should be a draw, right? Rook g6,
Rook a4, no?
rook a4, rook a6.
And the problem is that we played g5, and they're just waiting, no?
Just g5, nothing happens.
Really? Okay, let's say rook a1.
Rook, sorry.
Oh, whatever, doesn't matter, yeah. So we go king g4 and we play one more move. Rook move, does it help? Not really,
Let's see
no.
what white wants.
Yeah, he misses one rank. If the pawn was on a6, then probably it would be winning. Because with the rook on a5, there is rook f5.
Yeah, rook f5 and then rook g5, not necessarily.
Probably, yes. Yes.
Yeah, maybe even that is a draw.
Yeah, maybe because you go to e7, no?
Yes.
And, I know.
So Judit will make only a draw. We have a draw on board 3. And then on board 4,
So
India is pressing.
White eventually won. Oh, how did this happen?
Sorry?
It was the position with pawns on a7 and b6, and then on c5.
Yes, this was
And
the
something happened.
This was the position.
Something happened. Oh,
Well, black started to play for a win, it seems. Bishop e3, queen g4, queen f3. Okay, queen b7, nice. So it was a blunder of a pawn. That was the problem for black.
well, but okay, playing b5, of course.
Yeah, it's risking. The c5 square is not stable anymore.
It's more like a middle game. It's not an end game. I mean, with queens on board, there are dynamic elements. So.
But let's see how he can win this.
It's a good question. I mean,
It
how
will
does he
be.
arrange f4, g4, and the stuff? How without allowing perpetual? Okay, f3, king f2, g4.
Well, first of all, there is a possibility somehow to exchange the queens. Then it's completely winning.
It's winning.
Well,
yes.
especially if I don't allow the king out.
Well, aren't you too ambitious?
Well, because if we exchange the queens and the king can come all the way, then maybe it's not winning at all.
To d5, for instance, no?
Yeah, but even if
Somewhere.
it's only c7, it's e6. Maybe already then it's not winning.
But maybe it would be a Zugzwang somehow, no? Bishop on a3. I mean, if the king is on c6, king c4.
But don't
Bishop.
I have enough space for the knight? Let's say, okay, queen a8, we go f3, just let's see.
To exchange queen? No, I mean, okay. And you don't play, promise you don't play bishop c5. Okay.
Okay, we
Okay.
just play this.
And promise, okay, I promise not to go too far. Okay, so let's
Yeah, you
make,
don't play king d5,
yes,
but this position, how is it possible to win?
Okay, so let's say bishop b4, no? Well, g3, I mean, okay, g4, okay? Bishop e7.
Yeah, that's my question.
So now I have to go king d4, no? You
Fine
allowed
with me.
that. King there. But now I can,
F4,
yes,
F5.
I can break at some point. No,
F4,
the
F5.
space advantage is very big,
Yeah.
and g5.
Yeah. No, I was wrong.
Yeah, and
We have some games finished, I think with Armenia, this finished
this we saw,
before.
yes.
This is still going on, it's going to be a draw. And then we have Sargsyan, we haven't been here for some time.
So I'm afraid he will be 2 pawns down, no? After king h6.
Or knight f5 first.
Ah,
and
or
then-
knight f5 first, yes, okay.
I know, he's defending. He's defending, look at that. Look at that.
Good defensive effort, I must say.
Of course, if the king would be here, then things would be over.
I see you're very ambitious today. Bishop
Yes.
b4.
Yeah. Well, that would be the goal, right? So,
Okay, we talked about having dreams, no strategic dreams, or how can you?
of course, it's not easy how it will be.
So, which is the actual position. But they win the match. That's important. Only that it would be nice for them to have more.
In the meantime, Indian women's team, they won already for 2.5.
You know-
and they still have Koneru playing against Abdu Malik.
You know, maybe it's better not to play knight f5.
Yeah, I had this feeling.
Because, okay, I play king h6,
Knight g2.
and then king g6. Yes, I have the square free. Because if
Because
king f3,
F4,
94
knight
and f5, yes. Okay, sorry. So you cannot do that. And I want to play king f5.
So actually it's...
But he played knight f5. Maybe he can come back. I see on the board he played knight
strange,
f5.
yeah?
Yeah. Probably it was...
Well, okay, he can... No, he cannot go back
cannot.
because of knight f4.
Knight f4, yes. He cannot lose tempo.
But maybe this was a completely unnecessary inaccuracy.
Maybe it... yeah, okay, he can always try something with f6 and so on, but reducing the number
Yeah, but
of
it
pawns...
wasn't it just...
Yeah, it looks so, no?
No, because he goes here anyway, not knight g2.
Ah, so maybe this is what happened.
It's the
actually,
same.
no?
Maybe it was, yeah.
Maybe this is what happened.
Yeah, this is what happened.
Okay.
No, we are not so smart.
We are not smart enough to outsmart Mame.
Those guys, yeah. So knight e7, king e3.
I think that, he hadn't had such a good position with white.
He didn't have such a good...
Since move 16.
16, yeah.
Since knight d6, I believe. Because now, okay, the win is not...
It's not so easy to win.
Knight g6, okay, and maybe then king g7 and f6. Knight g6 has the merit of preventing the knight from attacking. Okay, maybe he can regroup. He cannot. He doesn't have time to regroup with the knight.
But why? He can go knight g6.
No, white doesn't have time. If white...
King here.
And yes,
Here.
f6 I want to go.
Yeah.
And this is not easy
X.
for black, for white. King f5.
Check on e3.
And if e5, how is the position after e5, no?
But maybe for black, you can go knight e7, knight f5. That's also an idea.
Knight e7, knight f4, no?
Yeah, but my question is, isn't this... you give the check.
Check, yes.
Okay, goes back.
Yeah, good question.
Well, I'm not happy.
Okay.
I'm not happy to give this up. So here, knight knight g2.
This is more or less what happens. f6 is not played yet. The king is on h6, I think.
He played king g7.
Yes.
Yes, he's knight on g6, king g7. And new score sheet, move 61. Move 61. Because on board 3, this is the position what we have.
Well, okay, if black doesn't cooperate, white should not win.
Yeah, so this game actually it's running for extra points because on tie break
Yes,
you can win a lot.
Armenia doesn't have such a good situation, so it may count.
King e3 on the board. How is black going to win this? Because if now knight e7, again knight f4, and after check, king here,
It's a repetition, no? Already.
and we are just going into the previously mentioned position which was on the board before. Well, it's possible what you said, that f6 has to be played, and then black plays e5, and that this
King.
position should be a win, I believe.
Yeah,
right?
it's better than your game with Vacaturo,
With Vacaturo,
no?
yes.
Because it was the f pawn, and here
Yes.
black has
I
more,
just had
more
a pawn
space.
here.
Yeah, on f5, and it was still winning.
Yes.
So
Actually, it should be a win. You're right, because the
This is
knight
the
is
rule-
very passive to start with.
yes, this is the rule in knight endings with extra pawn, that you have to be able to create a passed pawn without exchanging the last pawn.
Yeah.
Of course, it's very much on the edge when it's 2 against 1, But,
yeah, because actually the d5 pawn, I think it's also great, because when it goes to d4, it covers the e3 square for the knight.
Yes.
So let's say if white goes king e3, black goes d4, king f3, simply king f5.
Maybe king d3 is better,
Then
no?
king d5 simply.
King d5 and still a Zugzwang,
And
no?
it's a Zugzwang, sorry.
You cannot move, yeah.
He cannot with the knight because that's hanging.
And d4 is a good square to go to,
Then this is over.
because it dominates the knight.
And also knight f4 coming.
Yes.
But let's see, maybe Mamedyarov has something in his mind, some saving idea.
That's a pity, no? I mean, because the opening position was really interesting. And to move away with that knight, you understand, it's...
Well, it happens.
I understand it was not a deep analysis, it was just an idea probably. He said, okay, let's play like this, it's interesting, but okay, then when you reach it, then you have to understand that you don't move that knight away. I mean, it's not clear that he was better, but at least there were some ideas which...
Well, he was not better. I can't
but
believe.
yeah, but okay.
Pawn down, I have a passed pawn, he has a passed pawn.
But black is not doing much.
Well, we were okay there.
Yeah, but
But we were discussing, yes, that F3, well,
F3 something,
just
you know,
showing
a long
that
game,
people
G4, yes.
also know what we are talking
Yes.
about, more or less. That this was the position where
little
white
bit
played
earlier.
knight d6. And here we consider that knight d2, for example, with the plan
F3,
of f3,
king F2,
g4, king f2, and it's...
With the knight on b5,
okay.
it's not obvious how black can free himself.
Because later on, after knight d6, black played b5 and freed the b6 square for his queen or for the knight later on, because this is what happened, queen b6, and after that rook a5 is a threat to attack the b5 knight. But now we have this position, f6 is already on the board, because Sargsyan was able to gain advantage after that, those moves which we showed you before. And the question will be how Sargsyan will be winning, but he has such a good technique with such positions.
And he's not shy, he doesn't shy off from exchanging pawns. Because
Yes.
to Hare Krishna, he played f5,
Yes.
he allowed it takes f4, he played f5, he
Yeah.
played g6, so he knows that pawn breaks are essential. It makes part
And
of his
he
technique.
also knows it that this position is winning
Yes,
because
yes.
not only the extra pawn, but the knight is the active on g6. So it's
And you know,
going to be difficult
as
for white.
Korchnoi once told me, if it's not a win, bad luck, but you have to go like this.
yes.
I mean, technical players know how...
And Sargsyan is very good in
Yes.
that. Let's go back to the Gukesh game for a moment because wow, what happened? What happened? Did something go wrong for Gukesh?
Not so much happened, no? I mean, for white.
Well, bishop f5 is there in the
but for
next
black,
move.
things happened, yes. If knight e6, then queen b3, and
b3, that's
looks
a
like
draw.
a draw, no?
That's a draw. So what happens after g6 if queen b2? Check.
Okay, finally he's in the game, probably.
Well, I don't know how much, of course. But what has happened?
Well, no, but this looks like a position. I mean, okay, it
What
looks
has
like a game.
happened? Interesting that in this position, we don't understand why not knight d3. And I'm sure there is a reason. Why didn't he play knight d3?
What to say?
This is where we left and we thought it's over.
I said that he needs a tempo to get the best position ever in this game.
Because maybe he would anyway play g6 and after
takes.
here check.
What is
Maybe this is what, sorry.
But on c3 he can go, no?
Yeah, king c3 and maybe queen g5
But knight d5, no?
or queen d1. Queen d1 was another option.
But knight d5 and the king escapes and
Queen d1,
knight d5.
queen a1.
I forgot with whom I'm talking.
And if white goes to queen e8, then king
No
here,
centralization, knight d5.
here, then check and takes and looking for counter chances. So this was the problem for him. Because in this position,
I don't think that white has anything here now.
Well, he misplayed it, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
He went king c2, but I'm bishop f5 here. There's going to be a check, queen b2, and queen goes a8, let's say, or c7.
No,
a7.
actually, white has
Look
to be
what's
careful.
going on.
Actually, white has to be careful. I mean, I don't say that he's in danger really.
No, here
but
now queen king d3. Now he goes king d3.
that queen g1. Okay, how do you
G1.
free yourself? No, careful in the meaning that well, of course you don't lose this, but if you want to make progress, g2 is. No, this is already
Wow.
fantastic for black. I mean,
What a fighting spirit by
yeah,
Norderback.
yeah.
Probably Ivan Sokolov, the captain, already got a heart attack by now.
Because his position was, I mean,
No,
he had
I mean,
nothing.
Uzbekistan who is saving, so he's kind of happy.
Yeah.
But because Pragnananda, okay, we have this classic.
Yes.
We have this classic,
Does he win?
of course. This would be the most painful draw of Pragnananda's life.
If he plays the pawn to h5, yes.
Because after h4, if bishop goes away, h5 is a draw, theoretical draw position.
Because at some point the king has to return through h5. Actually, well, even with the pawn on h4, he has to know.
I knew it. Here.
But there are two possible, because Lisitsyn gives some maneuver and Averbach gives something different.
There
And
are
they're
several
both-
wins.
yes,
I think in this position you have to give a check.
King f8.
And
no?
after king f8 to go rook g3.
To dominate the bishop somehow, yes.
And the idea is
Bishop
that
c2.
if bishop c2, no, I show you if not bishop c2, but bishop e4, then the win is king g5.
Because there is no king g5.
Because there is no king g7 because
Yes.
of king f4.
Yes, so you have to dominate the bishop somehow to get.
And after queen,
Yes.
after bishop e4, if you just go away, then white goes king
Yeah, this
f6,
is
rook
simple.
g5, and then just pushing the pawn, right?
Yes.
So in this position, after rook g3, you cannot go here,
Because you have then rook g5 and the king comes out.
because then king, then rook g5, and if king f7, king h5, the king
Yes.
comes out.
Yes.
And the problem is that if bishop c2, then also king h5, bishop d1, king g6, and this is already winning.
Yes, because if rook king g8, then rook,
Then rook
c5.
c5.
C5, yes.
Yes. So this is a win. This is why bishop
Has to go to c2, but there comes a moment when the bishop doesn't have.
after rook g5. No, here in this position.
The bishop has to go to c2.
Oops. Oops.
Yo.
On rook g3, only move is bishop c2.
And then you have to do
And
some
now
things.
I think.
Now the difficult part comes. But of course, if the pawn
No,
is on
now we have to go. We have to go here. 1 second. What is the move? Oh, I knew it.
I know. It's the story of my life. Rook g1. Well, how is rook g1?
G1, king f7.
King f7. He has this.
No, not rook g1. Hold on. Rook g2, I think.
So bishop d3.
And if bishop d3, maybe it's. Oh my!
I thought it's not simple.
I can't believe it. I don't remember. No, I think I get it. In this position, there was something simple. After bishop c2, I think you go rook g7, no?
So let's say rook bishop d3. The only move.
Bishop d3 is the only move. And then rook g2, you go king f7,
f7.
right?
Yes. Because otherwise I have to misplace my bishop.
Here.
Bishop
Here.
c2. Mhm.
And if rook g5?
Bishop d3, I guess, no?
I can't believe this. I can't believe this. No, I think already, no. It was bishop c2, rook g7, not rook g7, rook g2,
Bishop d3.
bishop d3,
I know. I know what you mean.
I think at some point we have to go there. You see? Rook g5. Because now he can go back to f7. We can ask people to send us on hashtag Best Chess Olympiad 2022.
We have to read the old books.
And White has only 5 minutes on the clock.
I told you that
So-
it's not a fact.
No, but this is not possible not to win. This is simply not an option not to win.
Well,
No, you know what you have to do? Rook
Yes.
g5, king f7. Now you go here. Rook g2.
But you know, it also depends on whether he ever saw this.
No, but he
He-
should have.
I mean,
It's
no, I mean,
impossible.
I saw it. I know there are two different methods. You saw it, and you even used to know them by heart.
Yeah.
And we cannot figure it out here in a
But
relaxed
it's
mode.
embarrassing that we cannot figure it out. Rook g7.
And if he saw it, okay,
There.
he's young. He must remember it. But if he didn't see it, he never saw it clearly. I mean, just knows that h5 is to avoid. It's not so simple.
You're telling me it's not so simple. What's the position now? This is the position.
It's obvious that he knows that he doesn't have to advance the pawn too much.
But you have to go h4. You cannot do anything.
Yeah, no, okay.
Okay?
Maybe he's not sure.
But he's tricky.
He wants to use it as a Zugzwang, yes?
He's
Tempo.
tricky. But, okay, bishop c2, only move. Not only move because he can go bishop b1 here still. But he went bishop c2, and of course Sindarov knows it. He knows exactly where he has to go.
Yes.
And on h4, he is going to go here.
Yes.
No, you know what's the win?
But look at him. He's calculating. He either didn't see it or he doesn't remember it. No, and I can understand him. I'm not sure that if now, after commentating for 5 hours, you give me this position, with how many minutes does he have? I'm not sure I have a small chance to win this.
Rook g7. You go king f8. Rook d1. Rook d1.
And if king f7?
If king f7, king h5.
Okay, bishop d3.
No, that's not. Oh, it bothers so much. h4. You go king here. I go here. Here. Rook g2. Bishop d3. Rook g3. Bishop c2. Isn't it rook c3 the win?
At some point you had to switch plans, yes. Okay, rook c3, but okay.
Bishop e4.
Show me, yes.
Rook c7? It's not.
King g8, no?
I can't believe this. Okay, so h4 is on the board.
But okay, we're spoiled again with tension until the last 10 because it looked like 3-1. It's a 3-1. And if it's not a 3-1, it's 2.5. Well, but now it's maybe 2.5, maybe, you know.
But let's face it, if these two games is going to be a draw
Yes,
between Gukesh and Abdusattorov,
yes.
if he saves this and the other one
but
they save it, this would be
but
too much of a miracle.
Abdusattorov saved the game already, I think. Do you think there is any chance that...
But why not? What's the problem? Queen c2, he goes c5 and win the game. That's one thing that you don't play the best way, but it's a completely other story to ruin it and not to win. Gukesh with 9.5, 8.5 out of 9, he's not going to give this up and not win.
Well, if c5, then you know...
It's black to move now.
Okay,
so
play
maybe
something.
queen c5?
No, but if c5, there is bishop c8 always, no? And then king c4.
We have this on the board. Rook g4.
Rook g4, and if bishop d3, just analyze.
No, maybe rook g7, rook c7. Prague, show us.
Or ask somebody to show you after the game. No, it's not very
Rook
clear.
c3. But this is...
At some point you have to do something like that. You don't win only on the g5.
But not here.
This I remember. I know.
He goes rook f3.
Rook f3,
Maybe
okay.
here.
Maybe
Rook
it is-
f3, king g8,
Okay.
rook g3,
Yes.
king f7.
And now rook g5.
No, now rook g... No, why rook
G7.
g5? Rook g5, bishop c2, rook g7.
Rook
Yes,
and
and
now
now rook
Rook
g5.
g5.
And now rook g5, exactly.
Yes.
And whatever, yeah. You see, he knows it. I knew it, that he knows it exactly what he's doing. Yeah.
Okay, so he...
No, you have, you don't play...
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
On rook, you have to double,
No,
make
but
it double.
If you don't remember it exactly, it's like it's almost like if you didn't see it. You have to calculate to find it again. So this is what his body language meant.
Yeah. And of course he understands it.
Yeah.
So how did he play this?
Yeah, let's learn something.
Yeah, rook c3 here.
Rook c3, king, okay,
Bishop b1.
check.
But if bishop e4,
It's a good question, huh?
if bishop e4, I think rook c4.
So bishop d3. So maybe Sindarov was too... Because he acted like if the game was saved already. And he maybe hurried with bishop...
No, but he knows it's also over.
Yeah,
but it's not over yet.
Yeah, but okay, now it's over. Now it's over, but he could have... because, okay, the main thing is to...
Too late to think.
Yes. To put as many problems as possible, not to...
Because hold on. In this position, you go rook g3.
Bishop c2. We have been there, no?
Don't be rude to me.
I may claim a draw by repetition. No, I may do that, you know.
It's rook g2.
You have to be calm in the favorable moments. I mean, okay, he was playing so freely with
No,
black
because
and
here
he
it's
got...
game over.
No.
Here
You-
game
you-
over
you
because
should-
king f7, king h5.
Yeah, I mean,
We talked about it.
yeah,
I
but
knew the basic things, and then
he
now with
should
this.
not, yes, but he should not hurry with bishop. I mean, why bishop b1?
Yeah.
Why to? Because it's not clear that.
But it's only one extra move we have to remember.
Okay.
So in this
And
position,
it's not even about us. It's about Prague.
Bishop e4. Rook c7.
King f8.
Here.
But king f8 or king g8? King g8, no? Not f8, I don't know.
Yeah, king h. Yeah. King g8. Check. Here. Here.
Bishop c2.
Bishop c2. We can see the table base.
Yeah, but you want me to check it? You want me to check it?
Well, if you don't check it, I go home after the game and check it immediately.
But there are books, you know, which explain this. You don't believe in books.
Well,
you
let's
believe in,
have our audience also learn something, and hopefully I will never forget it again.
Okay, so which position we take as reference?
Well, exactly this
But
position.
here he played rook c3, no?
This is my
Okay,
problem after
okay.
bishop c2, and I'm sure you're telling me the move, and I will say that it's no. I tell you.
Yes, tell me. I'm setting it up and you don't look. So it's white to move here.
It's white. King h5, king f7, yeah.
Well, I can
And
say
rook c3.
I can say you that h5 is a draw, rook g8 is a draw, rook g6 is a draw, and rook b3 and d3 are draws.
Everything else is a win.
Yes. What did he play? He played rook c3, I think. No.
He went rook c3.
He went rook c3. Okay.
No, 1 second. No. It was not the position. The position on king f7, rook c3.
So the king is.
King is on f7.
Okay, so it's white to move. Yes.
Yes. Rook c3.
Why is rook h5 the quickest win here?
King h5.
King h5.
So this is the.
It's Zugzwang, yes.
When we had on king f8, I wanted to say king h5. Here, king h5. Yeah. It's crazy. Because the thing is that after check, king g5, king g7, and already rook c3, and the bishop cannot go back to the diagonal. This is the story.
So it's the mating attack.
This is the story.
But you have to change the play
Yes.
somehow, no?
Yeah, king h5.
You have to change the play. You don't win with the rook on the g file. I knew that. Okay.
But here game is over, and
okay, and if king f6, you explain me. King f6.
1 second. 1 second. Where is it? King f7. No. Where are we? Bishop e4. Hold on, because I don't know where we are.
My table bases are not so flexible.
King f7. We said here king h5, right? You play king f6.
No, but the bishop is on c2 for some reasons. I have the position with the bishop on c2.
Okay, 1 second. Here king f7, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, but it's no. Rook g5 in the position. In this position, you go king h5.
And king f6.
King f6. Rook g5.
Rook g5 is
Rook
one
g5 is
of
the
the quickest,
move,
one of the
because
quickest
king
moves.
g4 is the win, and if bishop d1, king h6, black cannot go back with the bishop and to king f7. So after bishop c2, already rook g2, and then rook f2.
So you have
and
to
the king
go
is pushed
king
away.
f7. King f7. You have to go. I assume no. King f7 looks like the logical move.
After king h6,
Yes.
yes, and then you go already rook c5.
Rook,
Or rook g7. Rook g7 first and king. No, rook g7.
Rook g7 is the quickest
Yes,
win. Okay.
because king f8, king g6, and goes to f6, and that's winning already.
And if king f6, then it's cut somehow. Ah no, now rook g2 and check on the f5.
Yes, Yes,
Now,
this is the
yes,
thing.
yes.
There, exactly. Yeah, rook g1 and rook g2. Okay, so after rook g5, black will resign. Board 1, how Gukash is doing. Queen g1 is on the board.
So they practically repeated. Queen c2, queen c5.
Ah, they had a move repetition? No.
No,
Queen
I mean
g1,
no,
queen
black.
c2,
No, black repeated. No, I mean black.
queen d2,
Showing that
Queen
white has
G1.
and queen here, yes. No, black is. I mean, it's the simplest way to.
Well, this would be very mean for Gukash if he's not winning this game. Very painful. Well, it's not the end of the world because Pragnananda is winning his game and they are winning the match, but still. We have Sargsyan finished his game, which means that Armenia won 3-1.
3-1. Okay.
Wow. So they are back on the first place together with India too, if they are going to be collecting the match point.
But I think they correct, no?
Well, they are still playing on, right?
Yes, true.
Armenia is back on first place.
Yes, tied. Tied and actually second place because of
Tiebreak.
tiebreak. I can check again, but it was really low for, for their position.
Sargsyan made an incredible technique, as usual. We can see here the way he won after e5, king e3, king f5.
Yes, Armenia is far from anybody. But okay, now if they won 3-1 against
They won 3-1.
Georgia, it's already some improvement.
So this is how he won, and knight f4,
But
white
India,
resigned.
I don't think that India and Uzbekistan, India too and Uzbekistan, they can catch up with them if there will be a tie. Armenia, I mean. I'm talking about their chances to win the Olympiad. I mean, with all the other teams around, okay, they can deal, but the difference with respect to Uzbekistan and India too is too big, I think.
Well, Uzbekistan is losing. India is winning 17 points. Azerbaijan stayed 14 points. Turkey with 14. What happened Iran-India?
Iran-India.
Hare Krishna is still playing. Wow, this is the end game we have.
It's not the end game, it's a different end game now. Which is probably winning.
Well, 4 pawns against the knight with queens, I think it should be winning.
And without queens too. I mean, if king h8,
Yeah,
queen,
even more?
maybe it's simplest, no? You have a reserve pawn.
Well, India won on board. Wow, didn't we think it's a draw?
He didn't get to play g5 or what?
But you know what's the funny thing is that it's almost the same kind of endgame. What yesterday Vishali lost against.
No, it's different because now.
Well, the pawn was here and played f.
Yeah, but the rook is behind.
Yeah, but hold on. How did White win this? Because at this point we thought it's going to be a draw. Did we miss something?
So he went check.
Ah, he could go check and rook b5.
This is tricky. The king has to go somewhere far.
And he had to go rook g3, rook b3, rook g5, rook a3, and he couldn't stop the pawn from a6. This is what we thought.
Okay.
Wow, this is incredible.
Yes.
Very nice technique by Judit. Very beautiful. Wow. Rook f5, what a crazy killer.
Yes, and then rook b5 creating threats.
Ooh. Incredible. Only move rook g3. Rook b3.
Yeah, and the pawn is running. And you don't have rook g6.
You don't have rook g6, you have only rook g5, rook a3. The pawn is running.
Okay,
Wow.
and now f4. Because with G5, maybe it's not clear yet entirely.
Well, this was a
should be.
very important victory for India because
Yes.
Hare Krishna is going to be losing on board 1, while on board 4 we have this endgame which can be difficult to win.
Yeah.
Though
Well,
White
okay.
should be winning.
I don't believe so much in Black's chances.
Yeah, if White plays correctly, brings his
No, but-
king eventually somehow to D5.
Queen D8 wins, generally speaking. We agree that Queen D8 wins. Queen B8.
Well, yeah.
If the white king is close enough, even if it's...
Yeah.
No, I mean, this is just a matter of how you win
But
it.
maybe he still wants to improve on that.
That's the only question. How do you improve to the maximum so that you don't have to calculate? Just win.
Because even it's possible maybe that he's going to go F4 at some point.
Or G4. Okay, king somewhere G4.
But why not to
king.
go immediately F4?
Do we need that?
The only thing is that after black, if black cannot do anything, then already white is on time, I think, to reach to D5.
But it wouldn't be better to have the pawn on G4 already?
Well,
In this
maybe
position.
it's possible to improve that.
I mean, if we talk about maximalismus.
So you want to go
King
what,
H4, G4, then King G3, then F4, and then Queen B8. I mean, no, I think that Queen B8 immediately wins.
But I think here simply white will win. It's not a question.
Yes.
Which means that India 1 will also reach to 16 points. So they are playing for,
Something.
well, for, at least in any case they are playing for a medal. Wow.
Are the states playing for a medal?
Well, States also has 16 points. So they also play for a medal still.
So Uzbekistan will have 16, and India and Armenia 17. India 2, and Armenia 17.
Yes.
Netherlands made an equal match.
Equal match.
Azerbaijan lost to Armenia, no? So they are out of...
Well, they have only 14, so they are out.
Turkey, Iran are out, so only the states. Serbia, they're only on 15.
Yeah, and I hope Hungary is also on 16, on 15. But I want to check what we did. No, still there is ooh.
Is the score equal or...
It's equal, and white is not going to be winning. Well, this is not a win.
It looks a bit tight for black, but...
That's E6. This is not going to be a win, so Hungary will be also only 2-2. That's a pity. What a chance we had.
Well, I shouldn't be complaining because I know my guys.
Which game are we seeing here? Let's go to the ladies. What's going on there? Hampi also won.
You know, Romania, who was number 20 in the tournament, they are on place 41 and they lost again today, so
Wow.
you shouldn't be complaining about. And they had a board which scored quite okay. Dak, who was somewhere there, you know. Today he
In
made
the
a draw.
top boards of the ladies, I want to
Yes.
tell you that India won 3.5.
It was a possibility I thought about. Yeah.
Huge victory. So they have 17 points. And then we have the Georgian, the game 1 and 3 was a draw. Poland won on board 4, which was expected. And Sochko is playing.
Batyashvili still...
Yeah, Batyashvili has to win this game to equalize. Has to win. Otherwise, Poland also goes up to 17 points.
The position is
First place.
insanely good for black, but okay, you have to win it. No, I mean,
Well, maybe
imagine you
93?
you wake up in the morning and they ask you if you want to play this position in the. I mean, no.
But I can exchange a pair of knights. Maybe it can relieve White's position. By the way, instead of knight e3, what about king h2?
But apparently the position is completely different already. They made some moves.
Okay.
At least on my, which I don't know what it means. Yes,
Let's see
this is the
what we
position.
have. Knight e5.
Of course, it's a fight.
White is
Of
going
course
to
it's
be
a fight.
holding.
It's on the
By
edge
now.
for. Yeah, okay. I mean,
Well, look at that b7 pawn.
yeah, I know. I mean, it doesn't look like completely losing for white.
And the time is also an important element already,
Yes.
because black is going down to 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, the point is that white simply has to go rook b6, rook b7, rook b6, rook takes a7. I mean, and pray that nothing really bad will happen on the other. I mean, okay, white is worse, but
But how would you play it with black now? After knight e5?
it's also a question, no?
Because on principle
If I
level,
take on e5,
Takes,
c5 is hanging.
c5
Yes.
is hanging. Even
No,
white
so-
can
no,
win
no,
the
no,
game if
no,
I'm
no,
exaggerating.
No, I have to go d4 then, no? Maybe. No, not to take, yes. Maybe I can play d4, no?
d4 is possible, but isn't it takes?
Well,
Let's
I mean,
see.
the d pawn.
No, you know what? After d4, I cannot go king g4, right? Not easy for white. So if takes, rook f6.
So if I take on f4, bishop h2, but maybe I don't have bishop h2, king g5, I'd get a bit distracted now from the.
Oh, your pawn is fast,
But the pawn is fast, yeah.
I have to admit.
It's not all roses for white.
Now
I mean,
check
Check king g5, no?
here, and then let's say there.
d3, let's say.
d3, and I'm losing because of knight d4. Right?
Yeah.
So this would be not good. So
Well,
after
knight e3,
d5,
knight e3
but
was
she
also
took on
winning.
g1.
She took on
She
g1.
took on g1, and probably she just wants to take on a5. But there is a pawn on f4. Maybe knight d7, for example.
It's difficult
g1 is
to.
on the board. Bishop
Okay.
a5. Move 61.
And knight d7 maybe somehow.
Also king g4, white can continue, but knight d7 I was trying to...
b6 probably, no? You have to go.
After b6 I go knight f6 and I captured d5.
Ah,
So that is possibly a
So what?
saving.
so probably it was better to
Here
go
there is a
bishop
good
b4.
chance.
Maybe bishop b4 was better to play d4, no?
Well, then king comes, then the b7 stays weak.
Yeah, but somehow taking on g1, I don't know. It doesn't look
Well,
like.
maybe she
no?
gave away the
Yeah.
win. Knight d7 seems to be the best choice for white. Trying to get back a pawn on d5.
Yeah, it's the mechanism. It attacks something and. But of course it's
The
difficult.
players are finishing already soon the 5th hour of play with huge tension because they want to play for medals. And actually, if Poland wins, if Poland makes a draw in this game, it means that they win the match, which means that they are tying in match points together with India. Only the two of them. And most likely already in that case, they can assure that they will win a medal. If you're standing, the two of you with the same points. But let's see if she can manage that. What happened in the Armenia-Azerbaijan match with the ladies?
will they save the men's honor? I mean, the opponent's team honor.
Well, on a later board they play. Here we see Armenia
So Azerbaijan
losing.
+2. Okay, so it will be an equal match probably after all, on 8 boards.
Well,
Man.
Azerbaijan is winning heavily. 4-0 they're going to
4-0 is okay.
Wow. No, sorry. Sorry, on board 2 we see something. No, it is. Azerbaijan is winning 4-0 with the ladies. Which means that they are going to be on 16 as well. And then let's see what about Indonesia, who also had 14.
So Ukraine is probably winning. I mean, they're +1, and Anna Oceanina tries to win this. Maybe she will not, but she has the 2 bishops. She cannot lose. If anything.
Well, their USA won already, if I see correctly. They won 3-1 against Indonesia. So US is 15 and Indonesia stayed 14.
Yes. India too is heading for. What will be this? Okay, it will be 3-1. They have 3-0, but Peng. Why doesn't Black resign?
Sorry?
Okay, she will. No. India too has 3-0 against the Netherlands, and for some reasons the first board doesn't resign. It's 3 extra pawns in the rook ending.
Let's go back. Bishop b4 was played by Batsiashvili.
Okay, and now knight f6.
Knight f6. I'm expecting knight f6, yes, because
Yeah,
it's
probably
a5.
bishop b4 was better than bishop takes a5, no?
Well, because this is a very important pawn
Yes,
which is
yes,
going to
yes.
be taken, right? Great chances for white to save this game, which means that they're going to be winning the match. Knight d5.
Yes.
Black goes probably to king e4, or, well, king e4 actually cannot go.
No, because takes
So-
and
Yeah, so he has to go king e5, but also after that I believe that it shouldn't be so difficult to make a draw.
okay, still
Though,
some practical chances, of course. a5,
Practical
b6.
chances is there.
The king is a bit far. Sometimes knight d4, knight takes b3 may also win.
But how to play it with white? King g4 maybe. So let's see after king e5. What is the best way to win? Make a move, maybe knight b6. That's what happened. Knight b6. She's not taking on b4. She's going on, playing on, keeps the b3 pawn. I guess she wants to cut.
Maybe that one was dangerous, no?
Yeah.
I had a feeling that if you don't take the pawns, any of the pawns, then
And after this, for black, it's not easy because the b7 pawn can be vulnerable.
yeah. No, so she did the miracles with white. Well, okay. Part of the miracle was knight takes g1, played by black,
Yes.
and bishop takes a5.
Yes,
I
but
mean, a bit too simplistic, but okay.
yes, but when you have a winning position, you don't want to risk it. You know, you have to win.
I
You
know,
have
I know.
you want to keep the tension, so you're not sure out
know.
of the many different option to win. What is the
And
best?
a5,
And
of
sometimes
course,
you don't
is-
play the best.
A5, the pawn on a5 is a pain in the neck, so you had been afraid of that pawn since the opening. And of course you wanted to...
Knight d4 we see moving. So the b3 pawn is under attack.
And rook b7
Let's see
or what?
she's going to be moving.
Rook
G7,
G7
or rook g3 also
she, can,
an
she, can
option.
also, she can also defend it, yeah? Okay.
She has several options,
Black doesn't have that much
but I
play,
believe
no?
rook b7 is good enough. Because after knight b3, white goes rook b7, and the knight
It's
is
still
really
blocked, no?
holding on so well. Well, indeed, it's incredible saving by Sochko.
No, but even rook g3, what is Black's play after rook g3?
Yeah.
No,
that's the other.
I don't think that rook g7 is bad, but I mean, she cannot go really wrong here.
In the meantime, in the open section, Praggnanandhaa won his game, and Gukesh is still playing on, which means that if he's not blundering anything, which most likely will not happen, it means that India will
But
win
did
that
you see the
match.
position? They are playing for 3 results now.
Okay, so I had the feeling when I just said it that let's go to there, and
I mean,
maybe
if-
I'm wrong.
No, I mean,
Wow.
I don't know, but you understand that.
What has happened here for no reason? After Queen A7, Queen E3, Queen A2, and was it a blunder by Gukesh that Queen A2 and suddenly the pawn is captured on G2?
I mean, I don't know what the
Check,
position is,
king.
but
H6, Knight F7, still plays for a win.
for any
Queen
of the
E3
players. Yeah.
takes Bishop H3, Knight E5, Queen D2, King B5, Bishop D7.
I mean, black is not worse.
Well, that I'm not sure. Why? King B6?
I mean, I also have a pawn just like this. My pawns are more advanced than.
But Queen G6 checkmate is threatening.
Uh-huh. No, I was thinking that he could play Bishop F5 instead of Bishop D7.
Queen
But-
H4. Queen H4 and grabbing the queen.
Okay, okay.
Even
So
King
that was,
C5 now.
that was your idea. Okay, okay.
What a game.
So Queen A5, no?
Queen A5, I believe that King D4.
And now Bishop
and
F5,
Queen
no?
D4.
But why not Bishop? No, I cannot escape the feeling that black should play for a win if nothing happens to him. I mean,
Well, of course, blunders are possible all the time, like Knight F3 and then
no,
Queen
but I
A1.
have the pawn on H4. I mean, okay.
Yes, I go Queen H8 check, and after Knight F3 I take it.
Okay,
But
king,
it's
king
not
there.
clear if I can take it.
Yes, because you're hanging, no? Knight F3.
Okay, I can go Knight F7, King G4.
King there.
Well,
Well, it's okay. White is struggling already, no?
well, this would be an incredible game if Black will hold this game.
No, because the only thing I see is that White has some concrete threats, but apparently after Queen A5 and Bishop F5, the tactics don't work.
Actually, I don't understand why Gukesh is not going for a draw already.
Because nobody would give him a draw now. I mean, of course, not Rybak wants to play. He should have just held the position earlier.
Yes, but he saw it that Praggnanandhaa is there winning.
Yeah,
Or was it a mistake that he was not following it that closely? And
No, no.
he's just fighting because he says, no, I cannot make a draw in this. I cannot make a draw. But now he's maybe risking.
Of course.
Queen
Okay,
E3
he went
check.
Queen E3. Okay, this also takes the
Which
queen.
makes a lot of sense because if King D5, then really already Bishop F5. And Gukesh goes down to 20 seconds, while Nodirbek has 6 minutes and 52 seconds. And we see Queen E3 on the board, King B4, trying to make already a perpetuate check, I think, or moreover to repeat moves, because it's Black who can give the perpetuate check by playing Queen D2. But probably Black will try, because the only result would be good for the Uzbek to win, to equalize the match, and Bishop F5 is on the board.
Yeah, the main thing was to get out of the trick you mentioned, Queen takes H4, because now it's difficult for White. If he saves this, then it's a miracle, I think, no?
Let's see how he's doing. Queen H8 check. King G5 will be on the board.
You are the only.
But maybe Queen D8 is possible. And it's going to be just a draw.
But if we attack the knight?
Knight G6.
Knight G6 with
That's
check.
just an easy draw. But after Queen
yes.
H6,
Queen
we'll
H6,
see what
Queen
happens.
H6 he can. Okay, sorry.
After queen h6, of course, it's possible that white goes anyway queen d8.
I think he played that. I think he
and
played that.
after
yes.
h3, he can go queen d1, which is going to be a perpetual
And
check
there is a
for
mechanism.
sure.
Yes, yes.
Or
okay,
maybe
okay.
more, but the draw is right in Gukash's hand.
I think that he had already enough of it.
So after queen d8, black will not be able to go for a win.
Yeah, probably not.
Because if the queen goes out, then check again on h8, and if h3, he's going to be playing this move, which I showed, queen d1.
So queen a5 was stronger than queen a3, yes, because it prevented his queen d8.
I don't know, but I have
you-
the feeling that the king anyway is a little bit
Yeah, but it's about
exposed.
practical chances. Yeah, okay. It's about practical chances.
Let's see
only.
what he played. Queen g7, if I see it correctly. Queen g7 is on the board, so white is keeping control, black keeping control over the h8. And what happens if queen d1, black wants to go back king h6, possibly king h7.
It's not a big progress, but okay, the pawn is advancing. And the white king is also vulnerable, so...
It can get vulnerable.
I mean, there are checks. No, this will be a game almost like yesterday's, yes? You remember?
Well, with Pragnananda's game, it was
Yeah,
incredible. And now we have this. Who thought about this position, that from such a position we're going to see this, right? Even here, where
No,
already white misplaced already.
Here it's late. I mean, here it's black shouldn't lose.
I
mean,
don't know about that, but there is good chances that he makes
yeah, I mean, he looks...
compensation.
Yes.
But definitely he improved quite a lot already in this position. Still, after queen g7, move
So
71.
that was just a blunder in one, queen a2, and he cannot defend. It was a double attack, queen
It was
queen
a
A2.
double attack when he blundered this
No, you
move.
went quickly, and I didn't understand. Okay.
This was the move in this position, that after queen e2, queen a7, white still wanted to play for a win
Queen
because
E3.
they made queen e3, queen g2. He went queen e3, and after queen a2,
Queen A2.
already there was a double attack.
And this is a game already. That's the difference, which white doesn't need, actually, because the match was won. That was the blunder somehow.
So this is the position. He blundered his piece. Knight f3, queen b7. Ooh. What a shocking mistake. Oh my God.
Notirbek is somehow doesn't feel so comfortable. Somehow he's...
Wow, to win in such a game, what a drama for the Indian two team. What a drama. It will be hard to get over this. Wow.
But he was very low on time, and already you understand, you have the whole game. You are just playing for a win and you win. You know that you win. And suddenly, yes, you get...
This will be very difficult to get over with. 16 points for India. And 17 points for Uzbekistan. It means because the match became 2-2, and now Uzbekistan is leading together with Armenia.
With Armenia, okay.
While India is only on second spot together with USA, and India won.
So I think that Abdusatorov has now the same result, the same percentage as Ukesh on the first board. I'm not sure about the performance, but now they are even in percentage.
Well, they absolutely don't care about that. Let's see what happened between the ladies there in the Sochko game. I believe that, well, let's see. Let's see what we have. They are still playing, so some drama going on also on the ladies'
But she took on
board.
6-3. She had to take on 6-3. Now this is winning, no?
This should be winning for...
But did she have to take? And here there is not such a danger like in Bulmaga, you remember? Bulmaga...
Well, there are always dangers.
But smaller, because the corner is right. for white. No, of
Corner
course.
is right, but okay, if the king goes somewhere, then maybe it's not so
okay.
easy to win.
Yeah, okay, knight d4
But
and
it should be.
knight d4 and king d3 she can pro. No, I know it's not easy, but at least there is not such a danger that knight d4 is not possible because of rook takes d4, for instance.
Drama is going on everywhere. What a drama, Gukesh. Ooh.
Yeah. No, but okay, I understand. Okay, he relaxed a bit. He missed the win.
He get annoyed when he missed it already.
Yeah, but he sees that the match is won.
But this, yes, but I think this exact moment, what happened in this match, shows that they are unexperienced youngsters.
Yes, I mean, okay, I understand. Okay, he misplayed it. He thought it. Okay, it was winning, just like this. Okay, but then he just loses the tempo, and suddenly black gets ready with everything. G6, and it's good for black. It's normal. Okay, but you cannot lose this with white. I mean, you just keep the. So then you look what's happening there, and you see that Pragnanda finally wins.
Yeah.
Then you just keep the position.
Yes,
no?
but sometimes it happens that you're so much into your game, you're not experienced that you see what's going on. It can
and it's
happen,
your dream.
unfortunately.
They spoiled your result. This Mamedjaro spoiled his result yesterday with a draw, so he wanted to show that he's really the almost 100% guy. No,
Well,
of course,
I think in his individual career this will not stop him, but definitely it's going to be a wound that it will not heal for a long time.
Well, young people tend to heal easier than.
But still, I mean, this
I know.
draw is. You know it, I know it.
I know.
To make this draw, generally, even if you play in an individual tournament, it hurts so much. And when you play for the team and you're there.
Yeah, but okay, he has such an outstanding result that, I mean,
That's
you understand, if you have some result of +2, +3, and okay, the team was playing well, and you had some chances for a medal, and then you lose like this, then of course it's painful. But when you have +8, I mean, you cannot really suffer until every game is important, but still, I mean, it's not that it happened in one game, yes, he lost control. But his result is great anyway. And
Well, this is not exactly how he sees it, I believe.
No, I know what you're saying, but it's easier to bear than for somebody who had just a normal result and then he blunders and loses this way. That is what I mean. Of course,
But USA is still there. They are really playing for a medal.
The Open, you mean, yes?
Yes, in the Open section.
Open USA, not the... Mm-hmm.
So what we have, can we see a standing? I think if I calculate it well, Uzbekistan and Armenia has 17 match points in the open section, while India 1 and 2 and USA has 16 points there.
Well, still some technique needed here, no?
It's not going to be so easy.
No,
I believe.
I didn't say it was easy, but.
And before that, I believe it was. Well, there was a very good chance that it was a draw already. Of course. In this position somehow.
No. Here, of course.
Here,
for many reasons, yes.
So white gave up the b2. What I said, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, I think it should
Rook
be okay.
g3 was probably better.
But Rook g3, I don't see what you are doing with black.
King d4. But in this position, I believe Rook d7 was maybe better.
Yes, to
somehow
prevent.
to stop. c4, knight a4, a5.
Okay.
Unpleasant. And now Rook d7, King e4, King f2, c3, and it was not so simple to handle this anymore because King e2, c2.
Mm-hmm.
So
And if rook back, then king
well,
d3.
then rook back, then king d3. And it seems like it's not so easy to handle this. So white took, and now we have this position. Rook h4 on the board. Of course, white is fighting. That's the life of the players.
Yeah, but the coordination is not simple to achieve, to maintain. Of course, you can just keep the position with black, but okay, they are both low on time. And for white, it's easier because she just checks, spins, whatever, keeps the king there.
Well, and this game, as I see, is the last game
But
what is running in the
it should be a win, no? I mean,
well, it should be not very difficult also, I believe.
yeah, I think so, no? No, I can use our old trick when there is a position with, but as far as I know, this is winning.
King b4 is on the board. Black is going to be moving a4, probably a3 as well. But
You know what the funny thing is? The table bases claim it's a draw.
Wow, you're joking.
Yes, the table bases claim it's a draw. Okay, so she went king b4.
Wow, this is unexpected.
I think that the theory we learned was that maybe not with the a pawn, no? Not with the rook pawn.
Well, without the rook pawn, of course not. Then you can have
okay.
different
yes,
sides.
yes. No, but I mean with the knight pawn or... No, this...
I think the problem can be that after a4, and if let's say a3, then
You cannot move.
You cannot move because after check, you cannot go king c4 because it's a stalemate.
Yeah, yeah. I thought about the stalemate, yes.
So rook g4. But I would be surprised if Sochkov would think that it's a draw. She just says, okay, I'm fighting until the very end.
Yes, but understand that for white it's simple. I mean, rook g4 is the losing move. Rook g4 should be a losing move, and yes, why with the rook on g4 is losing? It's too close. Now rook h4 back. No, this is really a3 is winning. So what should she have done to?
a3 is winning?
a3 is winning, yes, now only move. Only winning move.
Yeah, it's not...
a3 is on the board.
It.
But can you explain me why this is like this? I mean, okay. If rook g4, let's say, yes, you... Rook g4, okay, she won.
Rook g4 she just played. a3.
So knight c3.
Rook g4, knight c3, king a1.
Knight c3, she saw it, king a1.
Ah, knight e2. Knight e2. That's the problem.
Knight e2 is the shortest, yes.
Knight e2 is the problem.
And knight,
because knight c1 and a2.
There is the mechanism, okay.
And she plays it.
No, now she saw it already.
And she plays it.
She knew something. Apparently she knew something because this part she played very quickly and confidently, no?
No, I don't think so. I think everybody will be surprised that this is a draw objectively at some point.
No, but she knew something about the plan. About the... or she calculated. If king b1, then king b3, I assume, no? Yes, king b3 the only...
Well, the Indian ladies are...
But I will have to check what happens actually after... why was rook g4 the losing move? She should have changed the setup.
Well, here...
To attack from the backhand.
There is no way back.
Yes.
No. Because now if king b1, king b3, and no rook h3 check.
Because of this, okay.
No, it's not because of this, because rook h3, bishop c3 also.
Bishop, yeah. No, maybe
Something different. Maybe
she
some
had to
rook h7.
change the setup. Maybe she had to change the setup already.
Yeah.
To
Well, we learned today.
we learned that we have to learn something about this ending. Actually, the same with Bulmagas endgame with Anna, with Maria Muziciuc, or was it Anna? You remember the two bishops and the pawn against.
Yes.
Actually,
Yes.
those two endings.
Well, there is a big fight in the women's section because if I calculated correctly, it means that India will be 7, Georgia, Poland 16, as well Ukraine and Azerbaijan. So there's a huge battle
So
for
once,
the medals.
once again, Uzbekistan and Armenia 17. No, this is the men.
No, I'm talking about women's section now.
Okay.
So I believe India is 17, leading, and then are 4 teams, Georgia, Poland, Ukraine, and Azerbaijan.
Will India play with one of them, or did she play with them all? That will be important
I think they played against each other already.
because then it's a bit easier for India. I mean, they would play somebody who is not so motivated. Well, still motivated, but you understand.
Well, the tension is there.
You understand. You play with somebody who, if he beats you, they win the gold medals. It's one thing. If you play with somebody who is just around.
We can see that Batsashvili also got tired. But of
Well.
course, it's very painful for Sochko to lose, though she had a bad game.
No, actually, you are probably right when we started analyzing the Benoni. It looked nice for black, but it probably was not. But then it went, you remember the 94, knight g5, you wanted to go.
Yeah.
But, okay, it's a Benoni and it's not easy to handle in practice. You have to,
Well, this.
yeah.
Exactly. She reached out to e6. But then it was not easy to handle it.
Yes.
92.
Okay, now she resigned.
And the game is over. The game is over. Well, that was a sad story for the Polish player. But this is what we see in the Olympiad, that until
Sad
the last
stories.
moment,
We see only sad stories.
until
no?
the last moment, it's not clear. And we've seen the drama between Gukesh and Nodir back there, because that was almost for 5 hours, I think, of play. It was expected that the Indian 2 team is going to be the winner, but eventually it was 2-2. So I don't know if we can get the final standing for today. And then to wrap it up, the hall is already getting quiet. The players left. Tomorrow is the last round. Still a lot of tension, incredible, huge tension. What's going on? We still have a game there running.
Yes, I checked. I think that India played with all the teams.
Let's see, there is, India is still playing there. Because this game, the match is won practically, right?
Okay.
Because Hare Krishna, no, it's not. Actually, it's 1.5.
Because Hare Krishna lost, probably, no?
Oh, yes.
But he didn't exchange the queens, I see, no?
So this is, I'm sorry, I thought already that India finished and they won, but it's
But
not
he
there
didn't
yet.
go for the queen exchanges.
Well,
He
it
wanted
seems
to-
so. He
I
went
don't
differently.
say that it doesn't look promising for white, but was it technical?
Well, it's move 89.
I mean, okay, there is that pawn.
F7 pawn, it is not joking.
No.
He's definitely not joking there. And the game is over, so
Yeah,
the last game finished, I think. I'm sorry that I missed that game, that it's still running. And wow. So finally India won against Iran. That was a very important match for them.
But they won 3-1, I believe, no?
Isn't it 2.5?
Because
on board one, Hare Krishna lost.
Okay,
Vidit won with this incredible opponent, Rukand game.
Okay.
Board
Yes.
3 was a draw, and this was a victory. So only 2.5, but victory is a victory for the team. And we see many people around the board. They are happy.
Or unhappy, depending on which side of
Yes.
the board
The
they are
Indians
sitting on.
are happy, and Iranians, of course, disappointed to lose. But we see that most of the games, actually by now, I think all the games finished in the top boards, definitely.
So we had some entertainment today too.
Well,
didn't
we had such a dramas.
Yes,
India
yes.
too always makes sure that we are entertained and our audience can have a heart attack.
Yesterday, fate was on their side.
Prague. Yeah.
In a game which, well, you cannot evaluate it anyhow. It was too complicated, especially in time travel.
Let's see the open section. What we have there. Uzbekistan is leading together with Armenia. What an incredible day for them today to save the game and save the match and win with Satarov. But of course, there was a huge need by Gukesh for that possibility. India too is on third place together with United States, and India won with 16 points.
Uzbekistan played already with Armenia, I believe.
Yes.
With India too today, with the States, because Nodirbek beat Caruana.
Yes.
I'm not sure if he played with India. Because he lost to Hare Krishna, yes?
I think, yes, that was the game he lost.
So Uzbekistan will not play with either of these
But I
teams.
think they all played against each other already, these 5.
Probably, yes. Armenia States for sure, with the Indias also clear.
So we'll see some extremely interesting clashes tomorrow, and only tomorrow at the end of the day we're going to see who is going to be the Olympic champion, silver medalist and bronze medalist.
Of course, there are no weak teams, let's say just 1 point lower. But the fact that there are no direct encounters offers a small advantage to the leaders, Uzbekistan and Armenia, because they have to win against some teams which are not that close.
Still, they can play against very strong teams, right? Like the Netherlands or Iran.
It's not that they're playing against somebody very easy, that's clear. But you understand that the tension is a bit bigger when you play with a team which is just 1 point below you.
Yes.
Because losing means
switching places.
Yes. So
exactly. And in the women's section, we saw a very huge victory for the ladies. 3.5, I think they won, and against Kazakhstan, and 17 points are there. The same number of match points is the first place for the open section and for ladies. The only difference is for the ladies, only India has 17 match points. And after that, Azerbaijan, Ukraine, Poland, and Georgia, they are sharing 16 match points. And tomorrow we'll see how things are developing on the tie-break part, and if which team will be winning their matches. Of course, if India wins tomorrow their matches, no matter who is doing what, they are going to have the gold medal. But for silver and bronze, there is going to be a huge fight and a lot of heart pills you will have to have for the players and for the captains.
That also quite a big number of candidates, not only those we saw, because I don't know. Theoretical candidates, there may be some.
Even with 15
6, 7, yes, 6, 7 teams.
Exactly. Like Netherlands have 15 points, Serbia has 15 points, match points. So anything can happen still. Nobody can go home and sleep well. That's for sure. That for the captains, for the players, they are extremely nervous.
They barely have time because tomorrow we are playing in the morning.
Exactly. Tomorrow we start, I think, 10 a.m., round 11, final round. And it can be very tricky also for the players because they have to wake up early to have breakfast, then to reach out to the playing hall because many of the teams are staying 10, 15, 25, 40 minutes away from the playing hall. So, and also chess players, they are not a big fan of waking up in the morning, but it's the same for everybody. But let's see who is going to be the champion and the medalist tomorrow after the final round. But be with us and share your ideas, best game, best player, who do you like the most at the hashtag Best Chess Olympiad 2022. Stay with us tomorrow because all the action is going to be finishing by tomorrow late evening. See you tomorrow.
Inspiring safety record, strong balance sheet, world-class resource assets, groundbreaking innovation, steady and sustainable contribution to nation's social, economical and environmental development. NLCIL Navaratna CPSE under the administrative control of Ministry of Coal, Government of India, a corporate with a human nature, creating wealth for the well-being.
Welcome, everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.